Good morning. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 16th, 2025. We take note that a quorum of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We'll begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement.
The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov.
The invocation today will be led by Reverend Tim Hartley, Church of Our Savior, My Parish, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Omar E. Partilla, former Sergeant, United States Army from the 1st District. If you are able, please stand.
Holy One, as we gather in this chamber, let us pause and recognize the sacred responsibility entrusted to us to serve the people of Los Angeles County with justice, compassion, and integrity. In a world where leadership often falters, we are called here to rise to meet the moment with humility, honor, and hope. Bless these supervisors and all who labor here with clarity to see beyond division, with the strength to stand firm in justice, and with compassion to uplift the voices of those too often left unheard. May we be mindful that our lives and communities are bound together, that the well-being of one is tied to the well-being of all. May the decisions made in this body sow seeds of fairness and peace, so that Los Angeles County may flourish as a beacon of wholeness and hope, where every neighbor is valued, every family has dignity, and our shared future shines brighter than our differences. Amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render salute and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
I would like to welcome Reverend Tim Hartley here today. Thank you for leading us in the invocation. Reverend Hartley is a senior associate rector at the Church of Our Savior in San Gabriel, which is actually in the 1st District. but is my parish and where I received communion. The Church of Our Savior is an Episcopal church that has served the San Gabriel Valley for more than 150 years. Reverend Hartley is also the director of Jubilee Homes, which serves sober living and recovery services for adult men and women. Jubilee Home provides affordable and safe housing and support programs where those in recovery from addiction can focus on rebuilding their lives by encouraging love, dignity, responsibility, and respect in a supportive community. Through his work, Reverend Hartley encourages and uplifts those who are coming out of homelessness, incarceration, mental illness, desperation, and addiction. Reverend Hartley is married to Pasadena City Council member Jason Lyon, who I'm sure many of you know. They reside in Pasadena with their 2 incredible sons. We want to thank you, Reverend Hartley, for being here and providing us with those beautiful words to start our board meeting. And thank you for everything you do to make Los Angeles County the place that it is. Let's give him a round of applause.
So nice. I didn't expect that part. All right.
Thank you. Supervisor Solis?
Thank you. Really happy to see Omar here. We've known each other. Thank you so much for standing up and leading us today with the Pledge of Allegiance, but also for your service. Omar honorably served in our U.S. Army from January 29, 1998 to January 28, 2002, achieving the rank of sergeant. He was assigned to the 10th Mountain Division, 10th Personal Service Battalion, and deployed to Bosnia from September 1999 to April 2000 in support of peacekeeping missions. Throughout his distinguished service, Omar earned numerous commendations, including the Army Commendation and Achievement Medals, Armed Forces Expeditionary Medal, NATO Medal of Service, and Army Good Conduct Medal. Non-commissioned officers Professional Development Ribbon, Marksmanship Qualification Badge, and the Driver and Mechanic Badge. Following his military service, Omar continued his dedication to public service. He began his career at the County of Los Angeles Treasurer and Tax Collector's Office, where he currently serves as Supervising Tax and License Field Inspector. In this capacity, he oversees field operations to ensure business establishments throughout Los Angeles County are properly licensed, compliant with tax and permit regulations, and operating in accordance with our county codes. Omar is a proud graduate of Garfield High School, go Bulldogs, in East Los Angeles, and has resided in the 1st Supervisorial District for more than 21 years. He and his wife, Josie Partida, who is also a Los Angeles County employee, are the proud parents of 2 children, Marcus Jordan Partida, a sophomore at USC, go Trojans, and Maya Guiana Partida, a junior at Bishop Aman High School in the 1st District in La Puente. Beyond his professional and military accomplishments, Omar is a devoted husband and father who cherishes his time with his family. He is also a proud and lifelong Los Angeles Dodger fan. Woo! Thank you again, Omar. And now I would like to present you with the certificate of recognition signed by all members of the board. And thank you again for your service and your county support. Muchas gracias. And we also have something else for you.
Oh,
Challenge coin, okay?
Thank you.
Muchas gracias, okay?
Gracias.
Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I'm looking for Zeus. Zeus is a 6-month-old German Shepherd mix. His owner, I'm told, self-deported and had to give him up, which breaks my heart. This dog is at our Baldwin Park Care Center, and I can tell you that Zeus is one of the most loving dogs, but I will tell you he's going to be a big boy. At only 6 months, if you look at his paws, he's looking for a new home that will provide him with the love and consistency that he deserves and needs. To give Zeus a fresh start, call the Agora Care Center at 818-991-0071 And again, this is Zeus, and just very, very, very well behaved. Looks a little intimidating when you meet him, but he has got a heart of gold. And also, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen for our pet from Palmdale. If you are a WNBA fan, I have an all-star for you to meet. This is Caitlin Clark. This 3-month-old Labrador mix has the energy to be your MVP, most valuable pup. To make Caitlin your Rookie of the Year, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. So here we've got Zeus, who is looking for a forever home. I can tell that he's already been trained and has an incredible temperament. And again, his family had to surrender him. And I'd also like to highlight a few special promotions. Summer is ending, which means it's time to fall in love with your new pet. To help clear out our North County centers, fees will be waived for all dogs at the Lancaster Care Center now until September 30th. Additionally, there will be a special emergency preparedness adoption event on Saturday, September 20th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Castaic Care Center. This family fun event will feature a lot of adoptable pets, plus tips for preparing pets for emergencies and evacuations, a live large animal evacuation demonstration, and a touch a truck experience for kids. And lastly, if cats are more your speed, adoption fees for all cats will be reduced to just $15 now until October 1st at all 7 of our care centers. I hope that you will consider one of these incredible opportunities to bring home a new pet. Thank you. Executive Officer, will you please call the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter 1. Set Matter 1 is a report by the Chief Executive Officer on the county's budget, including the latest federal and state policy changes with potential impacts to county staff, contracted providers, and service delivery. On Set Matter 1, this item will be held for discussion. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 through 21. On item 6, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 12, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 14, Supervisor Mitchell requests that she be removed as a co-author. On item 18, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On item 20, Supervisor Barger would like to be recorded as a no vote. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 18, in Administrative Matters, items 22 to 47. On item 28, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 40, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 37, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Item 45A. On item 45A, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 38, ordinances for introduction, items 48 and 49. On page 39, Special District Agenda. This is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D, 2D. On page 41, Notices of Closed Session, items CS1 through CS7. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Executive Officer, will you please play the Code of Conduct?
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. Today's meeting order will be items 18 and 12, then public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including closed session matters, then set matter 1, items 28, 40, and 45A, followed by general public comment, and finishing with closed session. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information and explain the speaking rules.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely, as indicated on the agenda. To participate remotely, please visit our website to register and join the meeting, or you may call 213-306-3065 and use access code 2532-321-0133 and meeting password 267-2025. That's phone number 213-306-3065 with access code 2532-321-0133 and meeting password 267-2025. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. When it is your turn to speak, if registered on a computer or device, you will hear a beep and your name will be called. Or if joining by telephone, you will hear your line is unmuted, your area code, and the first 3 digits of your phone number will be called. To ensure we hear from both in-person and remote speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will now move on to item 18, renaming the Castaic Sports Complex to Ryan M. Klinkenbrummer Castaic Sports Complex, which Supervisor Barger held. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 if on the telephone.
Thank you. We all remember the tragic day when Los Angeles County Sheriff's Deputy Ryan N. Klinkenbrummer was senselessly murdered while sitting in his patrol car. Today marks exactly 2 years since the devastating loss, the loss of a beloved young man, a devoted son, a brother, a fiancé, and a respected deputy sheriff. Ryan was just 30 years old when his life was taken. He came from a long line of family members dedicated to public service within Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, now all retired. His great-grandfather, his grandfather, his father, Lieutenant Mike Klinkenbrummer, and his mother, a law enforcement technician, Kim Klinkenbrummer, were all part of the Sheriff's Department. Ryan proudly carried forward that legacy in the department, where colleagues lovingly referred to both father and son as Klink. As a field training officer assigned to the Antelope Valley, Ryan took great pride in preparing young deputies to serve and protect with skill, integrity, and compassion. Over his 8 years in the department, he not only grew into a skilled law enforcement officer, but also earned the respect and admiration of his colleagues and the community. Ryan was deeply loved by his family, his siblings, his fiancée, and his many friends and colleagues. His loss continues to be felt, but today marks a new step in ensuring that his service, devotion, and sacrifice will never be forgotten. That is why I authored this motion to rename the Castaic Sports Complex as the Ryan M. Klinkenbrummer Castaic Sports Complex. Ryan grew up in Castaic, where his parents, Mike and Kim, still reside. As a young officer just out of the academy, Ryan worked at the North County Correctional Facility in Castaic before moving to patrol in the Antelope Valley. As a child, he spent countless hours at the Castaic Sports Complex playing baseball and enjoying recreational activities that helped shape his character and his love for his community. Naming this facility in his honor will ensure that generations to come will know his story, his sacrifice, and his unwavering devotion to the people of Los Angeles County. In the coming days, with the support of the Association of Los Angeles Deputy Sheriffs, better known as ALADS, we will unveil the new name of the sports complex with a ceremony that will honor Ryan. I want to thank ALADS for their unwavering support to the Klinkenbrummer family and for their support of this effort to honor Ryan's memory. Thank you. Supervisor Hahn?
I just wanted to thank you, Supervisor Barger, for bringing this motion forward. I'm happy to support the renaming of this sports complex for Ryan M. Klinkenbrummer. As you said, a fourth generation member of our Sheriff's Department. He dedicated his career to keeping his community safe, and I think this is a great way to honor him. We know that the more activities we can provide in safe spaces, particularly as it relates to sports, really does help shape young people's lives in a positive way. I attended his funeral back in, I think it was 2023, and it was evident that day how loved he was, how respected he was. And adding that we'll be having an annual scholarship for youth programming in his name, I think, again, that's a great way to continue to honor him and remember what he was known for, which was really giving back to his community. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing no other colleagues wishing to speak, Executive Officer, are there any members of the public?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 18, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Caller with the number 818-645, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Thank you for recognizing this. This was, as you recall, a horrible, unnecessary death in the line of duty, and just horrible. And yes, it's totally appropriate to name the sports complex after Mr. Klinkenbrummer. And so I support that. And of course, I call out to the world, to get a grip on shooting people, especially officers in the color of duty and anyone. It's just an outrage beyond belief that this happened. And in addition to that, as a sports complex aficionado, I would ask that we look to name the Harvard-Westlake River Park something else, because it really is a public asset in Studio City. Horvath knows all about it, and Mithya Rahman. But it's sort of been co-opted by the very, very wealthy private equity Harvard Westlakers who are taking over our little putt-putt golf course. And maybe we could name the sports complex after a great hero. And anyway, thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment for this item. Item 18 is before you.
Thank you. I will move, seconded by Supervisor Hahn, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0. We will now move on to item 12, implementing the emergency rent relief program to prevent evictions and homelessness, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online or press *3 on the telephone. A representative from the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs is available for questions. For the departmental speaker, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you. Colleagues, today emergency rent relief has returned for consideration after being heard at Cluster last week. A few changes have been made, including launching the program in 90 days instead of the 60 days we originally requested at DCBA's request. Thousands of families were displaced by the wildfires, and thousands more lost their jobs and income. In February, I introduced a motion to provide 6 months of eviction protection and the creation of a $10 million fund to help tenants and landlords manage rental debt. But demand for the fund was lower than expected based on stakeholder input and data, including the number of self-certification form downloads. We don't want bureaucracy to be the reason people don't get help, however. Meanwhile, other critical needs have emerged, including families out of FEMA and insurance money, small landlords struggling to repair fire and smoke-damaged rent-stabilized units, and other tenants impacted by the wildfires, economic loss, and immigration enforcement actions. Based on DCBA recommendations, as well as community feedback, this motion expands eligibility for rent relief to meet those growing needs. The emergencies that we face, they are real, they are not theoretical, and we need to take action now. This motion includes another $9.8 million in funding identified by CEOHI, bringing the total to nearly $20 million to keep people housed. Los Angeles families are still hurting. Thousands remain displaced, and our most vulnerable residents, especially immigrants, are under attack. ICE raids have detained thousands and created fear that keeps families from school, work, and even buying groceries. When rent becomes impossible, eviction isn't just a risk, it puts our communities at serious risk of homelessness. In the 2 weeks since this item was last at board, there have been nearly 1,300 unlawful eviction detainers filed in LA County courts. Again, this is not theoretical, this is not rhetorical, this is real, and it is unacceptable. I hope we can unite in our shared commitment to keeping people safe, to keeping people housed, and to creating programs that flexibly and quickly provide support when our communities need it most. So let's answer our community members' calls for this meaningful rent relief. It's the right thing to do. In the course of this discussion at the operations cluster last week, we also heard dozens of members of the public tell their stories, how they are terrified they are going to fall into homelessness. So in response, we also introduced a motion to ask County Council to review all possible options for an eviction moratorium, eviction protection, or other actions to protect our immigrant communities impacted by federal action, and to support a report back to our board in writing at the September 30th board meeting with a presentation to follow on October 7th. I know there are many legal and logistical challenges, and some may not be advisable because the last thing that we want to do is place vulnerable immigrant families even more at risk by actions we might consider taking. But in these unprecedented times, with a Supreme Court that has endorsed racial profiling and the continued harassment of Angelenos, we need to make sure we investigate every possible solution to keep our residents safe and housed. So I want to thank our community members who have shown up, who showed up at Cluster last week, who showed up at the board meeting prior to that, and who are again here today. We know this is necessary, we hear you, and that's why we are seeking to take action. I had hoped these items could be held together. Unfortunately, that request was denied, though I know people's time is valuable. We want to make sure that we have that conversation today. But I do expect we will hear why both actions are critical to truly keep people safe, and I would urge my colleagues to act today and get people the help they need, to get it now, and to help the people who need our help the most. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it to Supervisor Solis, our co-author.
Supervisor Solis?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for authoring the motion and inviting me to be co-author. Since June the 6th, ICE has detained well over 4,000 immigrants in the greater Los Angeles area. And people have been taken from churches, car washes, Home Depots, outside of schools, instilling widespread fear in many residents of Los Angeles County. Immigrants, we know, are afraid to leave their homes for work, to run errands, or to shop at a local business for fear of a simple trip leading to a detention or possible invisibility. And now the Supreme Court has given ICE the authority to indiscriminately stop and arrest people when we know that our immigrant communities are more at risk than ever. And mind you, many of these people have not committed any crime. What our immigrant communities have faced these last few months has put many of them in difficult positions of choosing their safety over their economic well-being. Many families have either lost their primary breadwinner or are afraid to go to work or leave their homes knowing that ICE could show up anywhere at any moment. We saw that on display over the weekend, where a father was taking children to school and was met by ICE agents in front of his home and was taken away. He had spent already more than 20 years in the United States. Time and time again, this board has shown its support for the immigrant community because we know that immigrants built Los Angeles, making it a vibrant county unlike any other place in the United States. With nearly 3.5 million immigrants in Los Angeles County, their spending power alone amounts to $79.7 billion, fueling our local economy here in Los Angeles County. They pay taxes, they pay rent, so those monies are going back into helping to support many of the things that this county is able to provide. In 2017, this board took action through a motion that I carried to create the Office of Immigrant Affairs, and that was during the first Trump administration, because we knew back then what his presidency would mean for our communities now. We created the Represent LA program so that immigrants had a fighting chance to remain in this country, contributing to our local economy and supporting their families. Since its inception, the county has contributed nearly $16 million to that program, providing legal orientations and services that help to assist over 21,230 individuals. The Represent LA network has been a critical partner in supporting families impacted by enhanced immigration enforcement. With their support, we've identified over 1,200 families who are already in need of cash assistance as a result of these raids, because either their job doesn't exist anymore or they're not showing up to work for fear of deportation. And there are certainly many more examples that we know of, and people have not been able to access even our own county department services, which we have heard repeatedly here at this board. And since this year, the ICE raids alone, we have led on this board 14 motions to protect our immigrants, including taking legal action against the administration, setting up programs like the Small Business Interruption Fund to support those mom and pops that have been impacted and continue to be targeted. At the moment, the Trump administration is hiring more ICE agents and threatening more raids here in Los Angeles, the city, as well as the county. This means more families and businesses will surely be devastated and impacted. We need to prepare for this reality and continue to find resources to support those most impacted. And least I remind you that many of the families that have been targeted are mixed families. There may be a father who may be undocumented. The wife may be a U.S. resident, permanent resident or citizen. Children were born here in many cases. So ripping families apart is not something that I'm proud of seeing or viewing and think that this county should represent. We need to prepare for that reality and continue to find those resources. And I know that many families across the county are still suffering from the effects of the January fires. No doubt about it. We've heard time and time again stories here by our board members, Supervisor Barger, Supervisor Horvath, and many of us that have seen the impacts even in our own districts. I know that they're still suffering, and we need to do more for them. And we need to also help those immigrants that were impacted by those fires. Many of them were landscapers. Many of them were nannies. Many of them showed up to work for 20 and 30 years to help those households in these areas. They too need assistance, but their voices are not being heard. Many displaced households have exhausted rental support from FEMA or their fire insurance, leaving them vulnerable. And with the impacts of federal cuts and policies that are likely to strain our economy, many more households are going to be faced with difficult financial choices. If I can remind people, during the COVID pandemic, our rent relief program saved many families from eviction. In fact, the county distributed nearly $81 million to to over 1,824 landlords, prioritizing those serving vulnerable tenants. As we continue to contend with our homelessness and housing affordability crisis, we have to look for those resources to support our most vulnerable and keep people housed. This is the moment for us to take action. And least I remind you again that many of the people that we're talking about, families, they may be renters, but they try to pay that rent. And that rent goes back to the landlord who then pays the taxes. So taxes are being paid, sales tax are being paid. In many ways, our immigrant communities have done much, but they don't get a lot of credit. So I will ask my colleagues to please vote aye on this motion. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members, I have some questions for Raphael. First of all, thank you very much. I know that this is an issue that is near and dear to your heart and your teams, and I appreciate the time you've taken to kind of clarify some of the issues. One of the questions I have, can you speak to what outreach has been done or will be done to ensure that fire-impacted communities are aware of this type of relief program?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Supervisor Rafael Carvajal. And I have the privilege of being the Director of the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs. So as part of this effort, we will definitely onboard CVO partners to help us with the outreach and the inreach in the communities, in particular in the fire-impacted zones and within our immigrant community. In addition, we plan to leverage our Altadena Community Center, where we currently have operations of our survivor support location, where we've already seen over 2,000 folks, Altadena residents, coming to us seeking assistance of all sorts. So we definitely plan on leveraging that location as well.
Great. Can you talk about the eviction protections that the board had in place during the first 6 months of the year? Specifically, how many tenants, property owners identified themselves to the DCBA with a need?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. Unfortunately, we don't have a mechanism where folks actually identified themselves as taking advantage of the protections or the need for the protections. What we do have is a count of how many folks downloaded the certification that was required as part of the taking advantage of the protections. We had somewhere around 839 folks download that. And we actually, anecdotally, we actually received less calls than we anticipated. So for some reason, there's some sense of folks were reluctant to take advantage of the protections, or they weren't, or folks weren't as aware as they should have been. Really don't have a sense of why we didn't receive as many inquiries or need on that. I will add, though, that we did receive more calls from landlords trying to understand the protections to make sure that they were responsive to the need of their tenants.
Thank you, because I heard the 800 number, and we were trying to figure out where that came from. So it came from people downloading and submitting.
Downloading the certification form.
Certification form. Does the DCBA have any way to calculate the average amount of rental relief or a tenant that was impacted by the wildfires might need? If so, can you explain what that number is and how the department determined that amount?
Yeah, so what we did is we looked at the tenant protections that were in place covered 6 months. We looked at the average rent in LA County, which right now, or about a month ago, was floating around $2,700 a month. So we multiply that times 6 and brings us to about just slightly over $16,000 a month. I mean, $16,000 for a 6-month period. So we're estimating that's about the average need for 6 months.
So, and last, I just want you to clarify, while DCBA is going to analyze and establish all the priority groups simultaneously, it's my understanding that resources will be allocated for priority 1 first. Once priority 1 is exhausted, then the department will have the authority to move on to other groups. So which is also source dependent, is that correct?
Somewhat.
Okay,
So as we read or understand the motion, is we're being asked to stand up the program, and we're essentially going to have two buckets of applications being reviewed simultaneously. We'll have category 1 and category 2 in one bucket, and then category 3 in a second bucket. They will be evaluated simultaneously, but within bucket A, which includes category 1 and category 2, we will prioritize category 1 rent relief applications, sequentially go through those, and then roll over into category 2. Simultaneously, we will be reviewing and assessing category 3 using the prioritization criteria that was established in the previous rent relief program.
Thank you for that. And I appreciate, again, the work that you're doing to to address the most vulnerable being impacted not only by the fires but by ice. I also want to thank Supervisor Horvath for bringing this forward, and thank you to Supervisor Solis for your continued advocacy for the LA immigrant community. Earlier this year, Supervisor Horvath and I experienced two of the most destructive wildfires in U.S. history, with over 11,000 homes and 2,000 businesses destroyed, and thousands of families struggling to recover. While this county took swift action with emergency eviction protections, those expired on July 30th. Many families are now at immediate risk of eviction and homelessness without additional help. Rent relief is not just disaster recovery, it's also homelessness prevention, and it is about preserving the stability of communities already hit hardest by this tragedy. As you may already know, FEMA and insurance benefits, and actually Supervisor Horvath mentioned this, have begun to run out for many families, leaving them unable to stay housed. Additionally, small landlords, especially those who own rent-stabilized units, are struggling with repairs and with their mortgages. And if they can't recover, we risk losing naturally occurring affordable housing. Our county cannot allow the survivors, both tenants and property owners, who have already lost so much, to fall into homelessness. To ensure those who have been impacted most by the Eaton fires in Altadena get support, I would like to introduce amendments that I hope the author will find as friendly amendments. First, I would like to consider lifting the $5,000 cap on all categories. I believe this would help ensure that those with serious needs in Category 2 are able to get adequate resources and support. As we know, the average rent in Los Angeles County is somewhere between $2,700 a month, so I want to make sure that wildfire survivors who have been struggling for many months are capable of receiving actual relief. I would like to change the maximum amount in Category 3 to $30,000. This amount is consistent with previous rent relief programs that the county has established and will go further toward helping our residents. So under Section 3, my amendment would be that in where it says these households shall be eligible for up to $5,000 in relief, I would like to change it to these households shall be eligible for up to $30,000 of relief, which is consistent with previous county relief programs. Furthermore, to help accommodate the anticipated need for enhanced financial support of wildfire survivors, I would like to recommend that this board commit an additional $5 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund starting in fiscal year 26-27. This would bring the total amount to Category 1 and 2 up to $10 million and would be consistent with the amount that was initially discussed, voted on, and approved in the budget based on the needs from the previous moratorium we had from January to June of this year. This would have added under the We Further Move section of Directive 3 to read, allocate $5,000 from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget for Category 1 and 2, bringing the total allocation from Group 1 and 2 to $10 million as committed to in January and June of 2025. Lastly, I would ask that we include a directive aimed at community engagement, which would have the DCBA and LACDA work alongside trusted community partners, something you mentioned, Raphael, to gather data on the housing needs of Eaton fire survivors and report back to this board in 60 days. This collaboration will occur with community organizations such as Department of Angels, Alta Together, Red Cross, FEMA, and others to ensure Eaton fire survivors and other wildfire victims don't fall through the cracks. My final amendment would read, I further move that the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors direct the Executive Director of the Los Angeles County Development Authority in collaboration with DCBA and CEO HI to work with the key stakeholders such as Department of Angels, Altogether, Red Cross, FEMA, and other relevant county departments to analyze the potential for immediate housing instability for Eaton fire survivors. This assessment should include an analysis of the number of displaced individuals and families, a review of their current and future resources, FEMA, insurance, et cetera, for temporary housing, projections for their long-term housing assistance or support services that will be required, and report back in writing in 60 days. All of my amendments are aimed at strengthening the current motion and keeping Angelenos, especially those in my district, housed in the wake of historic disasters while ensuring equity, sustainability, and the real-world needs of wildfire survivors are considered. So I humbly ask you to support my amendments today and hope that we can pass a strengthened version of this motion before us. Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, my staff was saying, you should speak before the amendments get introduced, but I waited too long. So I will defer on the amendments. I'm looking at them to the author and the co-author to see if they have become friendly amendments, which would be obviously, I think, a better way. But I just wanted to say, wanted to really thank Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Solis for really bringing this motion forward and considering this emergency rent relief program. I will say it is such an ongoing, we have two ongoing disasters in LA County, right? We have the fires, which was one of the worst fire disasters in our history still, and we will be, I'm sure, addressing this disaster for years to come. And I think every time we look at what we do here on the County Board of Supervisors, we will be looking at it through the lens of those who lost everything in the early days of 2025. I know I have a constituent who lives down in my end of the world, and they lost their home in the landslide in Rancho Palos Verdes, and then he had a business in Altadena which burned to the ground. And I just ran into him on Sunday, and just visually, he's devastated. He's struggling with depression. He's struggling with how does he ever climb out of this hole. And I'm thinking that is one person that I met or that I know, that I came into contact with, and to think about the thousands of people who have been completely devastated and overwhelmed by this. What we're doing here in this emergency rent relief program for the fire victims is absolutely appropriate and right, and I hope that we, again, look long-term and continue to help them. And the second disaster we're experiencing in Los Angeles County is the ICE raids on our immigrant communities. And you're right, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath. There are people now who are afraid to go out of their house, have basically lost their income. They can't show up to a job like they had before at a car wash or even as a day laborer because they are afraid of what's happening. And it's not an unfounded fear. The videos we have seen of ICE agents slamming hardworking people at car washes and Home Depots to the ground and throwing them in the back of an unmarked van with no ability for them to talk to their families or get legal counsel is an unprecedented time, at least for me, in my lifetime to see this. And these are not criminals that this administration is targeting. These are hard-working people who we have come to depend on in our community of Los Angeles County. So I believe it's important that we do rent relief for both of these groups. And I tend to support this wholeheartedly, and I will listen to the debate on the amendments as we go forward. But thank you for doing this. Again, we're having two unprecedented disasters in our county, and people are suffering and are hurting, and we need, as LA County, to step up and be that safety net that we are so prepared to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. If you could just raise your hands, that'd be, thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger and Horvath and Solis. I appreciate having the opportunity to discuss this motion again. I really appreciate the fact that it was able to go to cluster. Since we're doing cluster hybrid still, I was able to tune in for a bit of the cluster. I will second the amendments, and let me talk a little bit about why. First of all, I want to be clear about my stance on this issue, which is not always fully captured by the media. They ask you for a quote, and then they edit it as they deem appropriate. So based on that, if you all will allow me, I'm going to read my full statement into the record so I can set the record straight about my own record. Housing instability is an issue impacting many Angelenos, and rent relief is one tool we can use to provide short-term support to keep people housed. The LA County Measure A funds that are going through the La Casa process are intended for short-term rent relief and legal services for people currently in jeopardy of being evicted. I continue to advocate that all of our 88 cities and unincorporated areas allocations are utilized for the intent of Measure A's rent protection and homelessness prevention funds. So, thank you for allowing me to state that. You know, 2025 has been a year like perhaps none other, challenging far too many Angelenos. We've heard about the devastation of the wildfires, and while it's been some months past, that devastation really has not lessened in terms of the loss of homes, memories, and livelihoods. To compound that, communities were then assaulted by our federal government, and the immigration raids that are following racial profiling principles and core beliefs continue to be offensive as well. I believe we have the capacity and responsibility to hold multiple vulnerable communities together and not fall victim to what we see happening at the federal government, where one vulnerable community is pitted against the next. I won't be a party to that kind of behavior or theory or practice. Many of the fire victims have said to us how unfortunate it is from their perspective that how quickly the solidarity for their plight has faded. And when you acknowledge the fact that this board committed $10 million to support that group, and yet the original motion divided that, kind of undermines that process. So I'm supporting the amendments that restore integrity to that commitment by preserving the full allocation for immigrant communities and wildfire survivors, and by adjusting the maximum grant caps. I heard clearly from advocates at the cluster that the $5,000 per household was simply not enough. So if we're going to be about providing relief, then we need to be about providing real relief, not an amount that we know from jump is insufficient. So these amendments reflect that reality, and I believe better align with the intent behind our relief efforts. I want to make absolutely certain that, as I said, if we're going to be about really doing what we say we're going to do, that we're going to be able to do it in an appropriate time frame. I appreciate having elevated the question how long it would really take at the last board meeting. The 90 days was stated. Thank you for making that change in the motion from the 60 days. So I want to be clear that 90 days is a real number, that no one leaves here based on the outcome of our actions today, making an assumption that 90 days is going to be the deadline if it's not. So I just want to ask you again, will you be able to get money out the door within 90 days?
we will be able to establish the program within 90 days.
Okay, tell me what that means.
So like I shared the last time I was here, the previous program that we were operating, the contract has expired. So I need to go back and renegotiate that agreement, adjust for all the eligibility criteria. My contractor would have to rehire and onboard. Within 90 days, we should have a website up, applications available. We understand the need and the urgency, so we'll make every effort to try to get everything done before the 90 days. But I can't sit here and commit to do anything sooner than 90 days, given the complexity of what I'm being asked to stand up.
And I appreciate that, and please know that I, in particular, will hold you to the 90 days. I think if COVID taught us nothing as government, it's that we have the capacity to move quick and not get stuck in our own bureaucratic muck when we want to and when need demands. And clearly, in this instance, need demands. And so I've heard you say that you'll be able to stand up the program in 90 days. And so we need to be clear about what that then means in terms of when money can actually get into the hands of the people who need it the most. You know, and I'm also concerned that these funds weren't already out the door since the board took action over 6 months ago on the original $10 million. So I believe we have got to do better. We are operating in a constant state of emergency, and we have to figure out how to move more quickly. We've talked about the need to set up kind of a permanent program that you can then flip the switch more quickly. And so I'm hoping that through this action, we're able to do that. And again, understanding that 90 days is when you believe you will have the opportunity to stand up the program. You know, then it will rely on the greater county family. I have been known, my team and I, to go door to door, to meet tenants face-to-face, to meet small businesses face-to-face, to meet them where they are, to do all the kind of outreach we have to do. Sometimes you have to go old school and put boots on the streets to make sure that people who we are desiring to help with these programs know about it and actually access it. That's the kind of work I've done in the past and will continue to do so. I understand the urgency. I understand that advocates want us to move quickly and that every population and subpopulation is facing real need and the pressure to act is intense. But I've also experienced that sometimes when you move fast, you leave people out. And many of the people here in the room and some who aren't here today, you know, will be the folks who flood my inbox and phone asking why the funds didn't reach the right people from their perspective. And what am I going to do about it? That's why I think the amendments, adding more money to the pot, acknowledging the fact that the 5K is not enough to really help keep people housed. I think the amendments create this tiering system that's a little more fluid and again acknowledges our ability and capacity to hold multiple vulnerable communities and populations at the same time and honor them with the kind of relief we know that they truly need. So I will be supporting the amendments and hope the principal authors will as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues for bringing forward amendments for consideration, working together to find a way that we can all make sure that the people that we're intending to serve are served by this motion. So I really appreciate that. I know Brown Act doesn't allow a majority of us to do this behind the scenes, so doing it out in the open sometimes can be uncomfortable, but I think can help us get to an outcome. So I really appreciate you proposing them. To Supervisor Hahn's point about, you know, acknowledging that there are thousands who are impacted, and to Supervisor Mitchell's point about holding multiple vulnerable communities together. I have different thoughts about some of the different amendments, and I want to express why. The caps, lifting the caps in Section 2, B, and C, and having no cap I understand the intention, and there's no disagreement for me that there's certainly an abundant amount of need in the community, but I am concerned that having no cap means that there will be people who are left out. And recognizing that there are thousands of people who need our help, I appreciate if we want to lift, if we want to raise the 5,000 number, but having no cap at all means far fewer people will actually get assistance. That's why we asked in the motion for there to be a report back in 60 days that will help us understand many things, including whether an increase of that $5,000 amount is necessary and warranted given what people are experiencing. And there's no doubt in my mind that there will be continued need. So I can see why more than 5,000 might be necessary, but that's why we wanted the report back. In Section 3, the cap of $5,000 was actually suggested by DCBA, and with that, to be specific about what I'm trying to articulate, with that number, about 3,000 families or more will be served, will have eligibility to get rental assistance. If we raise that number to $30,000, which again, I don't question the intention, I think it's a good intention. I think that there certainly is an abundant amount of need, there's just not infinite dollars. So if we raise it to $30,000, only about 500 families will be served. And when thousands need help, I think, again, it doesn't make sense for us to make that determination today. I think acknowledging that there may be a need to raise that number in the future is important, which again is why we have the report back. And I want to certainly acknowledge that I am open to that consideration with that report back and having some more concrete information. And even if you wanted to suggest a finite number for the first two categories, a little bit more than 5,000, I'm open to that. But having no cap, again, I think means that some people get left behind. I think the additional in the further move, Section 3, the allocation of $5 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that section I am supportive of. I think, and I welcome that language. I would note it only serves categories 1 and 2, which is only the wildfire victims, and I believe this motion's intention, as was articulated by one of the amendment's co-authors, we're really trying to serve multiple communities. So I think we should also add more money for Category 3, which are the immigrant communities, if we're going to include more money next year, recognizing that these crises will continue to be impacting communities. So I hope if the authors of the amendment are open to considering additional money for Category 3, I think that's absolutely something that we can support. And then in the final section, I completely agree that we should be doing more work with our community partners to analyze the potential for immediate housing instability for those who are surviving the fires. I know this, as currently written, focuses exclusively on the Eaton Fire survivors, but I do know that the communities of the Palisades and Malibu, Topanga, and Sunset Mesa were also impacted. And so if the authors were open to including the groups of Pali Strong, the City of Malibu, the Topanga Town Council, and the Sunset Mesa Homeowners Association, and including all fire survivors in that, I'm open to that as well, because I think understanding the impacts of all fire survivors would be helpful. So it's part and part. I think the earlier references I'm not prepared to accept at this time, noting that we have the report backs that will give us the opportunity to look at that in the future. But the later amendments, the Section 3 and the I further move, I'm willing to accept those with the amendments that I indicated if the authors are willing to accept those. And I'll defer to my co-author if she agrees.
I'm glad you're raising these issues, because my concern is, I love the fact that we're going to up different categories here, which we know is very necessary. So I agree with that. If you need a second to what you're proposing, I'm glad to do that. And I do have concerns about the no limit and that the impact of the changes that are proposed in and the amendment that you offered, Chairwoman, would really, I think, diminish the number of people that we really want to help. And I think we should have a better analysis of that, because I do believe, and given what Rafael Carvajal said earlier, that the average rent in Los Angeles is about $2,700 times 6, you're saying potentially providing at least $16,000 for 6 months is almost half of what is being proposed as a cap here. And my sense is that we need to do more to look at that, because I do believe it's realistic, what you said earlier, Rafael, and I think that my concern is that we reach more than the 500. I think our intent was to try to do more with our folks that really right now are facing eviction, and it is a reality, and it goes far beyond even those that are in the fire area. But we're talking about people that right now may not even be living in their own rental. They may have had to move into someone else's rental, and that's what's happened in my district. So while we're not impacted firsthand by the fire, those families have had to relocate and come into the southeast area, Sela, but also East LA and the San Gabriel Valley, and we've met those families. In addition, many of them are food insecure, and that also is a big issue for us. And I know that the city of LA and we are going to be working on trying to provide philanthropic support, and we already have some idea of what we want to do, but that even is limited. So I would agree with the proposed amendments if we could do that. I mean, I want to respect what the amendments are putting forward, because I think it's a good start, but can we come back and look at that first portion that I think is troubling for me, at least for me. So I would go back to the author and ask her what she, I agree with what you're proposing, but I have questions about that, the cap, or no cap, put it that way, and I think it would exhaust all the funding for our purposes.
And thank you, Supervisor Solis. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. And understand this, I mean, the irony here is that I'm advocating for more resources to the community, which I know comes as a shock to some, but this is something that as a representative of Altadena, and I only speak for Altadena, I'm not going to speak for Malibu and all, I hear on a daily basis from people that are struggling. And that is why, and then at the cluster, and I think you mentioned, Supervisor Mitchell, the 5,000 cap was brought up as a concern. And so I believed that lifting that cap would actually do what we're all talking about, and that is to keep people housed who have been impacted. And then on the 30,000, that is consistent with previous rent relief programs. So I feel like we have lessons learned. We know, but we're going to get a report back only to verify what we already know. As it relates to the 30,000, this was not arbitrarily drawn up by my office. This was something that we actually used based on past experience. And I appreciate you accepting the amendment on the Directive 3 for the $5 million, and I will support adding additional $5 million to the other category. But understand this, if you understand Altadena, many immigrants lived in Altadena and lost their homes and were displaced. Many immigrants that depended upon work in Altadena lost their work. So it is not just about people that owned homes in Altadena, as I think was said. This impacts people that worked in Altadena that no longer have jobs. So I will support that beyond the fire survivors. But there are many immigrants impacted by ICE that have been impacted, that lived or worked in Altadena that have been impacted by these raids. And I appreciate the feedback on the data. Of course, I want to get it from all parts of the county that are impacted. I think it's important for us on anything we do, whether it be related to fire or related to just day-to-day operations, that we have data to verify that, in fact, our resources are going to the best use. And in this case, I believe it's important for us to understand that we can talk about rent relief, but if you look at the cost of rent in this county, $5,000 is probably going to be a month and a half, if that, in some instances. So I think that it's important for us to have data and information to better make decisions moving forward that are going to impact at least my district of Altadena, that was devastated and lost over 9,000 homes. Many of them were renters. And so I appreciate you accepting the amendments that you did. Again, the cap was based on the advocates, some of whom are here in the audience, recommendation, and then the 30,000, unless I'm wrong, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Raphael, because it was previous rent relief programs. Is that correct?
Yes, the previous one was up to 30,000 because we took into consideration that the eviction preventions were in for a longer period of time.
So what was the average of that 30,000? What was the average that was applied for?
I'd have to check with my team the exact number, but I want to say somewhere between 17,000 and 27,000.
Okay. So that will probably be in your report back that we'll get? So
Yes.
we can make a decision that possibly will increase that cap, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess what I'm saying is that if we're not going to accept my amendments today, in your report back, it may verify what we're talking about, and that may be incorporated another time?
It will. And in the initial recommendations, based on the first question that you asked me to, the reason that we recommended Category 1 and Category 2, the way that they were structured, is taking into account that the protections went for 6 months, multiplying it by $2,700 on the average rent, which works out about to $1,638 average potential grant.
Can you just state for the record what, for those in the audience, what Category 1 and Category 2 are?
So Category 1 is those that took, for landlords whose tenants took advantage of the protections and self-certified. Category 2 has 3 different categories within it, but it does include those that were otherwise eligible under the fire protections but did not self-certify. Also takes into account owners and tenants who are displaced by the fire, who are running out of either FEMA assistance or insurance assistance to support them with the rental assistance due to the relocation. And then the third is landlords who own fully covered properties within the unincorporated areas in the RSTPO, who suffered direct fire damage and are in the process of remediating the property and are willing and will bring the properties back online as a rental property once remediated.
So the Category 1 are the 800 that you referenced when I asked you?
The downloads?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is Category 1.
So you have a finite number already for Category 1?
It's not finite. It's an estimate based on the downloads. I would imagine that some folks who downloaded might have replicated the form and handed it off to somebody else.
It could be less than 800.
It could be less than 800, but it could also be more.
Okay. What have you done with that information since they certified?
I'm sorry?
Have you done anything to verify since people certified? I mean, so that you don't have...
No, because we're not provided a copy. So the certification, the intent was for the tenant to provide it to their landlord within 7 days of exercising their rights.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Mitchell, and then Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. You asked, I was going to ask the question a little different, but I just wanted to just reiterate that the 30,000 is a cap. And so you gave us, the chair asked you the question in the context of the average. I was going to ask you if you knew in our previous rent relief program how many people hit the cap. Do you have that information?
I don't have.
I think based on our back of the napkin math that we're doing here in the day, I said we're assuming everybody will hit the cap. But do you know how many hit the cap in our previous?
Not immediately, but I know I have that information back. My team has that, and maybe they'll send it over to me. My team just confirmed that the average was 17,000 for the previous rental assistance program.
The average was 17,000.
17,000.
Okay. Secondly, to the author, I heard you say a couple times a 60-day report back, and then my initial note to myself was, you know, was that going to be enough time for him to have the information? But then I'm trying to speed read here. As I go to your motion in chief, I only see in section 8, a 150-day report back on progress. So where is the 60-day report back? Am I missing that? You referenced a 60-day report back.
I believe we're getting a report back from DCBA as to the impact of the proposed changes. And so that's what I was referencing, to wait until we get the report back so we can actually understand the impact, especially given, and I'll be following up your questions. I don't want to take your time.
So the 60-day report back is in another motion. What is the 60-day? Because the only thing I see here in the motion is a reference to a 150-day. So
It's 60 days after the program launches.
the
So the program has to
150
launch.
days is 60 days after his 90 days.
It's 60 days after the program launches. In order to understand the impact of the program, it has to run for a little bit. So it's running for 60
But the
days.
program will have launched with the limits outlined in the motion. So if we get a report back in 60 days, what's your expectation that if the data shows that we've missed the mark, that we would then change the caps?
Yeah, the idea is that this would be a place to start, and then as we see how the program is implemented, we can lift caps, and that's why I'm saying if we want to lift caps now, I'm open to raising the initial number, but I think that having no caps at all ends up, I think, in effect, pitting wildfire victims against immigrants who are being targeted by ICE, and I think that's what we're all trying to avoid doing in this motion.
And do we have a number on what you would be willing to lift the cap to?
I'm open to, we asked for a specific number instead of no
But
cap,
I would look to
so-
Raphael. I mean, I don't want to come up with an arbitrary number. I think it's important, and I think you probably have an idea of what that cap should be. And I'm open to that, but I just feel that 5,000 is too low to do what we all recognize is an urgency as it relates to people that have been impacted both by immigration and also by the fire.
Well, and I would just offer once again that the 5K number that you want to raise to 30,000, and again, totally understand the intent why I don't disagree, that number came from DCBA, so perhaps I could understand why DCBA would have recommended an initial amount of 5K instead of the 30K, which came from the COVID program.
Yeah, so the initial 5,000 recommendation was precisely what you shared earlier, was to make sure that more households were supported. I do have confirmation from my team. It was 23% of grantees maxed out at the 30,000 for the previous.
So less than, so about a quarter.
About a quarter or so. Back to the question on my recommendation, what I would recommend to start with would be up to 6 months of rental arrears, not to exceed 15,000. I think that would allow us to capture a lot of folks. And then when we come back with the report back, we can make recommendations for adjustments. So if we think about it, most folks, unfortunately, and if they've been in arrears for more than 6 months, they're likely already in the unlawful detainer process or being forced out of their home at that point.
Yeah.
So I don't anticipate that too many folks are going to be eligible for the full 6 months.
I'm sorry, I just want to get, when he says that, I'm sorry, the 30, so you're saying that do a 6 month, not tie it to a dollar amount, but tie it to months?
So it would be a max of six months or 15,000.
Okay.
So for example, if I have 6 months in my rent, I wish, it's not necessarily affordable. Oh, true, but if $1,500 worth of rent times 6, it still doesn't hit the cap, but they'd be eligible for a maximum of 6 months.
So you're saying these households shall be eligible for up to 6 months or 15,000 of relief, which is consistent. Well, we'll take out the with consistent, but you're saying that, correct?
Yes,
Instead
that's
of
what I would
30,000,
recommend.
Or instead of the 5, do 6 months or 15,000.
Yeah.
You know, based on,
What if 6 months is more than 15,000?
well, it's going to be, it's more than 5.
Right.
I
So
think
you're
he's saying up to
saying,
15,000 max.
so that's what I mean. So it's not 6 months or 15.
Yeah, it's up to 6 months, not to exceed 15,000.
That's a better way to say it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
So take out the or.
And I think if I may just add one contextualizing question, you know, we obviously want to serve as many people as we can, and I think the goal of the amendments in this entire discussion is to figure out where our best place to start is, so we're actually not missing the mark, as Supervisor Mitchell indicated, which I completely agree. But how much money, you know, when we were talking about a $30,000 cap during COVID, how much money did the county have to work with for COVID rental assistance versus the fund that we're talking about here?
So we put out a total of $82 million.
And here we're starting with just shy of 20 million.
Just
So
shy of
there's no question in my mind the amount of need that's out there. So that's not why we're proposing, what we're proposing. We're proposing what we're proposing because we want to serve more families. So if we had $80 million, I think, we could start at comparable places, but recognizing we're starting with a quarter of that assistance, if we actually want to serve the number of families who are impacted, I think, that's what we're trying to get at from our intention.
And I would just say that COVID, 82 million was countywide. We are specifically targeting specific categories, and that is why I did not think it was unreasonable. 10 million people countywide were eligible under the 82 million. In this case, it's far more targeted. I just want to set that straight. Supervisor Mitchell?
Can I ask something on that, though, on that question? Yeah. How much of that was ARPA, or where'd the federal money come in? I mean, that's the issue.
It was all
We
ARPA.
don't have it anymore.
Yeah, the 82 million was all ARPA.
And right now, we're at a deficit. I mean, we're not at a deficit, but we're not in a healthy position to be able to just pull money out from everywhere. I'd like the CEO to also touch base on that, but also the fact that he's going to need more help. If we're going to be on a timeline to get this out, he doesn't have all the FTE to be able to do that. So that's another urgent ask, I think, of our CEO that we have to really, decipher here, from my perspective.
Yeah.
So CEO?
So as you started out with, Supervisor, we are in tight budgetary times. That is exactly why we're talking about carryover funds, which are funds that have already been allocated rather than additional funds. As you know, when we present the budget on the 30th, we will be talking about 5.5% curtailments for each of the departments to pay for our increases for our labor deals. And so what I would look to DCBA to do is to prioritize this as one of its many priorities. I know you have a lot on your plate. Most of the departments do, but I do not anticipate in the supplemental budget that there will be additional funds so that DCBA can hire more staff. And so I would be looking to DCBA to reorganize internally during this, what I would call a surge, to get this money out to implement and operationalize the program in a timely fashion.
Is it out of context to say that we could call on other staff to help us, as we've done when we've set up strike forces to help with emergencies, to ask you to help us with that?
So I do think it's conceivable to implement a DSW model. I would not, I don't think it would be helpful to request disaster service workers from departments that receive like federal and state funding, because essentially they're losing dollars because those folks are not doing the jobs that they get the federal funding for. But Rafael could work with colleagues, county departments, to see if folks are willing to come over on a loan to help him.
And you can give a slight push, because that always works, CEO.
I'm sorry, say it again.
A slight push.
Absolutely.
Encouragement, because this is a priority. And I think it's recognized by every single one of us here. So I would ask that we do that also be a part of what we're voting on today. Because I'm not trying to make your life difficult, Feja, but I do understand when there's an urgency, whether it's a fire, whatever, we are quick to get there. And I'm sure we could do this.
So we can issue a request, and essentially the reason why we're heading in this direction is because we don't have additional funding. And so what we would let departments know is that the CEO's office would not be recommending that they be backfilled. We're asking them to send over a certain amount of staff for a short period of time to help during this surge period to get this program set up.
To help it get off the ground, which we all agree. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you. I just want to make sure I'm clear that we did lift the cap from 5, which I heard resoundingly in cluster was inadequate, so at least to the 15. And I think for me, in referring back to our COVID experience, of course it was a different context. It was federal dollars based on an emergency. It was countywide, but the point is, what did we learn from that experience? what the uptick rate was, the average amount of money people needed. And so for me, to capitalize off of our experience of running these programs is the smart, strategic way to make policy. And so having that additional data, I think, would be relevant and helpful. And so I support the 15, the language not to exceed.
And the cap, she didn't accept the amendment on lifting the 5,000 cap.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, say it one more time.
No, you said that lifting the cap, that was not accepted. What we talked about, and I don't even know that this is accepted, is under Section 3, Category 3, that instead of these households shall be eligible for up to 5,000 in relief. I wanted 30,000 relief, but Raphael recommended that it be 6 months up with a ceiling of 15,000, correct? 6 months or not to exceed 15,000. Thank you, Supervisor.
Okay, so the author is not accepting the 5,000 cap. Okay, well, I pushed and tried. And I want to be clear about this 60-day after the 90-day, the 150-day report back, and that the language says that we would be open to any recommended adjustments to the funding allocated to the categories based on utilization, emerging needs to prevent evictions, and tenant displacement. I just want to make sure that, you know, after you takes you 90 days to set up a program, that you will be in a position that, based on the data you gather, if it is deemed appropriate by this board that some of that criteria needs to be changed, that's the expectation of this board, that we would be open to change based on the data, and you would have the capacity to do that.
Yes, that's my understanding. And going back to the lessons learned, there was a lot of lessons learned during the COVID LARP. A lot of it was this discussion that's happening now on this dais on the eligibility that caused a lot of the delays in getting that out. But applying those lessons learned when we did the household relief grant, we were able, my team amazingly was able to stand up the program in 30 days and have money out on the ground in 45 days. And that's all predicated on the lessons learned. I'm not saying that we could do this here, but we're going to make every effort to launch this sooner than the 90 days. But I do need the 90 days to allow my team and our partners to get this up and running.
I get it. I just want to make sure that we are clear that this states that based on the report back, there could be a possibility of making adjustments to the program based on the data we gleaned from your report back. I just wanted to be clear that that's my understanding, the way I'm interpreting the language, and you agree, for the public to understand that as well.
I would, that is my interpretation, and I would like that to be the case. In particular, where one of the directives here is to use this as a potential ongoing and standing program. So based on what we learn here and what the environment looks like at the time, we need to take that into consideration as we make this permanent. We want to make sure that whatever we establish is flexible enough to be responded to any emergency or any issue that arises at any time.
I would agree, particularly since as I interpret Category 3 basically opens it up to any tenant, the way I interpret 3. We've talked about wildfire victims, we've talked about those, our family, friends, and neighbors who are immigrants and are being attacked by ICE, and it says, and other tenants. And so that's why we got to get it right, since this is starting us down the track to a broader, every tenant kind of conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I just want to clarify what we actually did or didn't decide up here. The 15K that you spoke about, Raphael, was that only for Section 3, or was that for also for Section 2? Are you suggesting we lift, wherever this motion references 5,000, lift it to 15 in all areas, or just in Section 3?
Yeah, so if we look at Category 2B and 2C, it looks like we're asking not to have a cap there. I assume the intent of the
The
amendments.
authors of the amendment asked for no cap. We asked for 5,000.
And
You
then I asked-
suggested you suggested 15,000 as a replacement. I interpreted that to be only in section 3. Did you also mean for it to be in section 2?
No, I interpreted it as section 3 only. Under 2A, you would consider that the same folks that would be eligible under category 1, except they didn't take advantage of using the certification. So I would imagine the need would be comparable. So I would recommend keeping that one without a cap as well.
Without any cap in section 2?
Well, section 2 would be the 6 months, the equivalent of 6 months, as is in for category 1, right? So that would be dependent on how much their rent is. So if somebody has 6 months of arrears at 5,000, they'd be eligible for up to 30,000. So it would be predicated on the cost of their rent.
I think in the conversation that we had in the drafting of the motion was that if there were no cap, then it would mean that fire victims only would be getting assistance. And so that's why we needed to start with a number. So I hear you saying something different now, which is fine, but I'm trying to understand, given that we want to serve more people,
So category 1, as I read category...
and making sure that we're actually achieving what we're intending here, because I'm happy to lift it to 15 to keep all of that the same if that's a better place to start. But I think no cap ends up pitting communities against each other.
So as I read the motion, and I might be mistaken, the intent of category 1 and category 2 is to make landlords whole for the up to the potential 6 months that the tenant protections were in place. So if my tenant's rent was $5,000 for 6 months, that would be $30,000. If they exercise the protections for 6 months.
Well, again, in drafting this with you, this was what you advised. So if you're advising something different now, I'm actually
No, not for those categories. I'm not advising anything different.
You're not advising what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm not advising anything different for those 2 categories.
Okay, so recognizing that there's a desire to increase it, and I have concerns that if we don't have a cap at all, that we might be pitting communities against each other. How about we raise all the 5s to 15 in the motion, and in the second, in category 3, we will language it. So let me read through all of the amendments.
Why don't we go ahead and take public comment and have it written up so that it's more
They might want to comment on it.
Okay, well, I think they've got the gist of what we're trying to do, but can I just ask a question, Supervisor Horvath, to clarify? Because I think I got a little confused as well, because what I asked Rafael was, what is the average? I thought you said like 7,000. So when we talked about 5,000, I don't know which board member asked what number you thought for that 5,000. I thought you said like 7,000.
No, so the average rent is $2,700. So if we go based on the $2,700, we could expect about $16,000 would be the average for 6 months of rental arrears. I was using 5,000 because I do understand there's households with 4 bedrooms that they're paying $4,000, $5,000 for rent in the current market. In particular, when we think of the families that were displaced from Altadena, they tend to be multi-generational. They more than likely have more than a 2-bedroom. So I would imagine that some of those families, their rent might be a little higher than the average.
So I can restate
go
it
ahead.
if you'd like. Category 1 is the 6 months, which you talked about. That's category 1. That's item 1. There are no amendments proposed to that section.
Nope.
Section 2, category 2, section B, the proposed amendment was to have no cap. We will instead, if it's, the proposal currently is to change the language up to 5,000 to be up to 15,000. The same would be in section 2C, where it says up to 5,000, it would say up to 15,000. In section 3, the language, instead of 30,000 of relief, it would be 6 months not to exceed 15,000 in relief. And then in the final sections, allocate $5 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund fiscal year 2026-27 recommendation budget for category 1 and 2, bringing the total allocation for group 1 and 2 to $10 million as committed to in January and June of 2025, and adding $5 million for category 3. And then in the last section, in collaboration, in the part that reads all of the organizations we're talking about, all of the stakeholders, we would add after Department of Angels and Alta altogether, Pally Strong, City of Malibu, Topanga Town Council, Sunset Mesa Homeowners Association, and we would delete Eaton before fire survivors. So it includes all fire survivors. Okay.
Correct. All right, Supervisor Mitchell?
Yeah, I would thank you for that, for the clarification. When I talked about the 15,000 a couple minutes ago, that's where I thought we had gone all along. And so I fully support that because, again, it acknowledges what we heard clear in cluster, that 5,000 wasn't enough. I think it acknowledges the data in terms of what your experience is in terms of the average utilization, the average need. So I support it as it was just
no, I think
restated.
Yeah, and I appreciate the willingness to up the ceiling that was put in place. I think it's important for us also, Raphael, for you, because you are in real time going to be allocating this money. We need to be flexible and adjust. And I just want to correct, it's not just about making the landlord whole. I recognize that getting someone back into housing is more costly than investing in keeping them housed. And so for me personally, while it is important to provide funding to the landlords because they've got costs, it's also equally as important to me, and I know you agree, but I just wanted to say it, for us to keep people housed, because if they fall into homelessness, getting them housed becomes far more difficult and far more costly, and quite frankly, the emotional impact is equally as devastating. So thank you.
Madam Chair, and with that amendment, all these things being adopted, then also having the CEO, as we said earlier, the discussion about her helping to create this mini strike task force, whatever you want to call it, so that we have that as a part of the record. Okay. Thank you. I don't think there's any objection.
All right. With that, we have almost 100 speakers. Supervisor Horvath wants each speaker to get their full time of 1 minute. However, I want to make sure I'm able to vote on this, and I have to leave at 1. So I would ask that we do an hour of public testimony and then take a vote, because I really do want to be a part of the vote on this item. So with that, Executive Officer, please call those members of the public. We're going to do the people in person first, and then we will go to the phone. So with that, would you please call those people that have come to testify on this item?
Will the following individuals?
Yeah, I'm sorry. And then Supervisor Solis made a good point. And if you agree, you can come up and say you agree for the record. And I think that would also help to streamline it. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Esther Romero, Lupita Corrales, Rose Lenahan, Maria Aparicio, Julieta Hernandez, David Albright, Paulo Suarez, Inez Alcazar, Griselda Lopez, Eddie Cruz, Constantine Anthony, Mateo Gil, Emily Phillips, Antonio Hernandez, Joseph Ramos, Vanessa Melendres, Bert, Serafine Serrano, Ana Estrada, Jose Sanchez, Oscar Irajeta, Bethany Leal, Yesenia Cooks, Jason Bautista, Jose Mondragon, Shannon Camacho, Diego Morales, Irma Lopez, Flor Melendres, and Patrick Baker. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 12, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. First speaker, please begin.
Hello, my name is David Albright. I'm a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union, and I'm here to speak in favor of item 12 and 45A. I want to begin by honoring the names of the 2 men recently killed in Southern California by ICE. Roberto Carlos Montoya Valdez. Jaime Alanis. ICE raids are killing people. To use Supervisor Mitchell's own words, our communities are under assault. There have been discussions of 90 days to implement a one-time rent relief program, but in the next 90 days of raids, immigrant tenants will continuously have to face a direct threat to their lives every time they leave the house. Means-tested rent relief is not enough. We need an eviction moratorium now. We have the motion ready to introduce to you now. I want to thank Supervisors Solis and Horvath for introducing this motion to explore.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Lupita. I'm a member of the LA Tenants Union, and I'm here in favor of 12 and 45A to support rental assistance for everyone impacted by the multiple crises in LA and a full eviction moratorium for the whole county until ICE is out of LA and everybody is in their homes. Within 90 days, another 4,000 Angelenos could be kidnapped and indefinitely disappeared. Within 90 days, their families could be served with evictions. If it will take 90 days to get this rental assistance out, then that's more of a reason to act rapidly to make an eviction moratorium effective immediately. It's free and it keeps people housed while you all figure out how you want to implement your program. But just note that volunteers in the Tenants Union literally created vendor buyouts, school patrols, and defense centers overnight, and I believe you guys can move more swiftly. It's not an exaggeration that taking these concrete actions to protect criminalized communities will make a huge difference in fighting the authoritarianism.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Byron Jose with the Translatina Coalition and Reimagine LA. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath team, for introducing this motion at cluster. And thank you, Supervisor Solis, for being a co-author. The Translatina Coalition would like to support and uplift Supervisor Mitchell's and Barker's amendments. We're glad that the board is working together so that we can align this program with future rental relief programs, specifically with upcoming funds from Measure A and La Casa. We want to make sure that, again, communities are being prioritized, not just making the landlords whole. And again, one way to do that is to make sure that there's eviction moratorium, which is going to have a greater impact helping people than while we're figuring out what this program could look like or not. We would not be worried about pitting communities against each other if we were to look at the vacant position within the Sheriff Department and Probation Department, as we share with your offices. So we look forward, now that CEO is back from vacation, to have the conversation around the budget so we can share prioritizing all of our communities. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mi nombre es Inés Alcázar y estoy aquí para exigir una moratoria de desalojos.
My name is Inés Alcázar, and I'm here to demand an eviction moratorium.
Porque estamos sufriendo el desalojo de la ley Ellis también, así que estamos poniendo más en riesgo a las personas que viven por debajo del nivel de pobreza.
We are also facing evictions from the Ellis Act, and this is a threat to people that have a low income.
Porque se ha aprobado una ley o una demanda que puedan desalojar a las personas sin culpa.
Because we provided a way for people to be evicted without any fault of their own.
Siendo personas de la tercera edad y también siendo personas que están siendo perseguidas por la inmigración.
Specifically people who are of elders and also being persecuted by immigration.
Y por eso yo necesito hacer que la voz de todos nosotros se escuche y se haga justicia con este momento de emergencia que estamos viviendo.
And this is why we need our voice to be heard, and this is why we need justice in this horrible moment that we're living.
No hemos terminado de vivir la emergencia de la pandemia ni de los incendios, y ahora tenemos la persecución de la inmigración.
We haven't stopped living the emergency that is COVID, the emergency that is the fires, and now we have the emergency of persecution.
Y también estamos recibiendo acoso de los inversionistas y de los personas que están aprobando todas estas demandas o leyes. Así que necesitamos, la comunidad necesita que ustedes trabajen para nosotros, porque nosotros ya votamos por ustedes.
And now we have the ongoing threats of developers, harassment by developers, and all these unlawful laws that are harassing us. So we need your support. You were the ones that we voted for.
Tenemos suficiente gente en la calle y es muy difícil encontrar una vivienda después de haber estado en la calle.
We have enough people living on the streets, and we don't need any more struggles looking for dignified housing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Miss Loretta Lorraine. I'm here with Trans Latina, and I'm with Holly Mitchell. Money is never on hold. Let's get that emotion going, and also with Ms. Holback and Solie for the migrants people, to help them to get their home. I went to your district, to Palmdale and to Lancaster. I was invited with Salva, and I tell you, I was impressed by how your city have grown. You had to go over there and support that city because we also got migrant people over there being attacked. That city has been grown. That city used to be a desert, a truck stop long time ago. Now it's so beautiful. It has grown and it's keep growing. Make the migrants and also the people of fire to make them grow because our city is grown by migrant people. Let's make it happen. And I know y'all on the same page, and I hope y'all can vote together and make a difference to Los.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Paulo Suarez with the LA Tenants Union. I support the motion for rent relief, but Supervisor Mitchell said the board is about providing full relief. So what is full relief? In a moment when there's kidnappings that are gonna keep going for years, in a moment when there's climate change, when wildfires are gonna keep going, what is full relief? Full relief is an eviction moratorium now. Full relief is standing one step ahead of the current Trump regime, of the authoritarian forces, the racist forces that look at our skins, hear the language that we speak, and come for us. They come for us. So we gotta be astute, we gotta be strategic, we gotta be one step ahead. Yes, rent relief. Yes, caps. Yes, money. We can throw money at this problem, but you also have the power to do an eviction moratorium, the power to have the home, the housing of these people, of the people that you represent, be the first line of defense. And this is for us, because that's the first line of defense, but we have to think about the line of offense, the attack, and that's up to us.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Emily Phillips, member of the Rent Brigade, and I live here in LA County. I'm here to speak in favor of Agenda Item 12 and 45A. I urge you to support the Emergency Rent Relief Program and support an eviction moratorium. Every 90 days that this board stalls, more families are faced with the cruel dilemma of risking abduction for a paycheck or risking eviction. Every day you stall, Angelenos are left to the whims of fascism. Immigrant tenants have lost over 60% of their income since the raids started, and nearly 30% of those tenants owe more than 1 month's rent. You have the power to provide relief to the people of Los Angeles and stand in solidarity with the constituents you represent. You say you don't want to pit victims of disaster against each other, but by increasing funds for wildfire victims and not those impacted by ICE is unjust and inherently shows this board's priorities. All victims of these crises deserve equal access to resources. Vote to pass the $19.8 million in rental relief with no cuts and give us an eviction moratorium now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Bethany Leal, and I'm with the Korean Resource Center, part of the Immigrants Are LA Coalition. I ask you to please pass the Emergency Rent Relief Program today. I appreciate the increase from 5,000 to 30,000. As the federal government acts more inhumane, it is critical for us in Los Angeles County to set the example of what a humane government looks like. So please pass it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Mateo Gil, community organizer with East Yards Communities for Environmental Justice and member of Communities and Renters Autonomous Collective, Caracol. Our collective represents many community members who work and live in Southeast Los Angeles, Janice Hans District. We need an eviction moratorium now, along with rental assistance. CELA consists largely of working-class immigrant communities who have been ruthlessly targeted by ICE, and because of these impacts are now worried with how they're going to be paying rent. We should not wait until it's too late to take action. Many council members throughout Southeast LA also agree that an eviction moratorium is needed. In addition to residential tenants, we also need protections for local businesses in Southeast LA. Every day that we wait to take action means more and more folks will fall through the cracks. We need an eviction moratorium now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Joseph Ramos for the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. AGLA supports the creation of an emergency rental assistance fund for low-income renters during the times of sudden job loss. Rental assistance helps renters to stay housed and rental housing providers to continue providing needed housing. However, we are concerned about fraud against the program by individuals that do not provide documentation of their direct and financial impact. The county already financially supports Represent LA and other legal aid organizations that should be able to provide necessary documentation regarding detainment, deportation, or wildfire involvement. Further, any rental assistance should be paid directly to the rental housing provider to ensure that the funding is not misused for unintended purposes. A rental assistance program should be used only for housing. Lastly, we urge the county to define small owners as those with 10 or fewer units as already exist under the RSTPO. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Constantine Anthony. I'm a council member in the city of Burbank. I want to let you know Burbank, Pasadena, South Pasadena, a lot of these local cities are working on tenant relief and tenant protections. Anything you can do to help regionally would benefit all of these smaller cities as well. Item 12, item 45, we really appreciate it. Personally, I support Chair Barger's amendments. I think lifting the cap is important, especially if we use staff's recommendation by using the timeline as opposed to the dollar amount. I think that's wise because everyone is going to be paying a different amount for the rent, especially with larger families. And Chair Barger, while I've got you, I want to thank you personally for your $1,000 donation to our pickleball tournament in Burbank last week. We raised almost $30,000 for adults with developmental disabilities. I've brought you the game ball and paddle used in the final match. So I'm going to leave this with your staff and thank you all. And lastly, go Dodgers, fuck ICE, and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jose Sanchez. I'm with COFIM. I'm the field organizer, and I'm part of the Immigrants Are LA Coalition. If I look familiar, Supervisor Hahn, is because I was featured in a Fox 11 news story about a mass eviction at a mobile home park. And not only do I sympathize with those facing homelessness, I have experienced it myself. I'm currently going to litigation in the eviction process right now. This administration's actions are only accelerating the homelessness crisis in our communities. You have also publicly stated that we do not need more people on the streets, and you encourage the city of Paramount to pass a rent control ordinance. Today, I respectfully urge you and the rest of the supervisors to support Horvat's motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Iraeta with Salva, District 5th, in part of the IRLA, Immigrants Are LA. I just here as a strong supporter to emergency rent relief program. I just say a couple things. Remember that housing is a human right. I urging you to vote yes and continue working closely with community organizations to ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm Yesenia Kush with COFEM, the Council of Mexican Federations. We are one of the 6 co-chairs of the Immigrants Are LA Coalition. And today we're here to strongly support this emergency rent relief program. In our community, we hear every day from parents who are forced to choose between paying rent or putting food on the table, from seniors who see their rent go up year after year, and from immigrant workers who, despite contributing to the local economy, are often excluded from safety net programs. These families are doing everything they can to stay afloat, but without relief, they are at risk of eviction and homelessness. At the same time, it is important how the county addresses disasters, and we want to stress the importance of community-led budgeting process, including identifying other infrastructures that address disasters and does not take away funds from programs that already exist. We also urge you to make this program simple and safe for immigrants. For example, working with trusted community organizations that can pay rent bills directly and protect families.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos dias. My name is Serafín Serrano. I'm with Homies Unidos, part of Immigrants Are LA. Nosotros somos Los Angeles, right? We are LA. So, of course, we're hearing. I just want to emphasize what's being said here. It's never too late to do the right thing. Right? These are our families. These are our children that are being impacted, that are being, that we're going to pay for decades from now. So again, I'm not much for a scripted person, but I do feel privileged in being here speaking for all the folks that are too frightened, rightfully frightened, to be here. So again, thank you for all that you do, and please do the right thing. I've been around long enough, as I assume you have too. We invest now or we pay later. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Irma López. Represento en el Distrito 4.
Good morning, my name is Irma Lopez and I represent District 4.
Soy promotora de COFEM y somos parte de la coalición Inmigrantes RLA.
And I am a promotora with COFEM. We are part of the Immigrants RLA Coalition.
Estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente el programa de ayuda de emergencia para alquiler.
I am here to strongly support the Emergency Assistance Program for rent.
Estoy aquí hablando y levantando la voz por toda mi comunidad que está afectada con las redadas de ICE.
I'm here speaking and raising my voice for all of my communities who are affected by the ICE raids.
No, los trabajos bajaron, recortaron horas, días de trabajo. Estamos realmente sufriendo.
Work has gone down. There have been cuts to hours and days in work. There has been a lot of loss.
La única esperanza que tenemos de salir adelante y de no irnos a vivir abajo del puente en el río del 710 son ustedes.
The only hope that we have of not having to go live under the bridge by the 710 and the river are you, all of you.
A mi esposo le recortaron los días de trabajo. Él va 3 días a la semana, 4 horas al día.
For my husband, he had his work hours cut. He only goes 3 days a week, 4 hours per day.
Yo tengo 8 años viviendo en ese domicilio y ahora tengo temor de realmente irme abajo del puente con toda mi familia.
I've been living at this residence for 8 years, and I'm truly afraid of having to go live with my family under a bridge.
Les pido, por favor, que apoyen el presupuesto para el alquiler.
Please, I ask you, support the budget for rent.
Tanto lo necesitamos. Gracias.
We need it so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good morning. My name is Diego Morales with Building Skills Partnership, and I'm with the Immigrants RLA Coalition. I'm here to support the Emergency Rent Relief Program. I am here on behalf of janitorial workers, majority immigrant workers who lost their place of employment to the fires. To support workers, approximately 25 who we were able to identify as being impacted by the fires. One of the steps I took was spreading word and supporting workers and applying for the LA County Worker Relief Fund in March, which provided a $2,000 one-time cash relief. I supported them with obtaining the proper documentation and work verification letters to ensure that they were able to receive these funds. Fortunately, they received an additional $500 in groceries toward the end of August. I agree workers need more than $5,000. Workers went from working 40 hours a week to being unemployed for months, and now many being on part-time work, making financial recovery very, very challenging. One worker told me she is now on the path to taking out a loan to stay housed. We need action now. I look forward to your partnership in ensuring workers impacted by the fires are able to apply to this program.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Winnie and I belong to the LA Tenants Union.
Y estamos aquí pidiendo que por favor apoyen la medida con la asistencia de renta.
And we're here to support the financial aid for the tenants.
Nuestras familias en la comunidad están viviendo en un clima de miedo e inseguridad.
Our neighbors and our families are suffering in a climate of fear and insecurity.
Casos de evicción están siendo archivados diariamente en la corte.
Eviction cases are being filed daily in the courts.
Eso pondrá muchas familias en la calle.
This will put a lot of families in the streets.
Por eso también estamos apoyando que por favor ustedes nos ayuden a aprobar la moratoria de desalojo.
This is why we're also asking all of you for your support to help us with the eviction moratorium.
La comunidad trabaja muy duro. Somos gente que construimos Los Ángeles.
The community works very hard. We are the community that built Los Angeles.
Pagamos impuestos.
We pay taxes.
Nosotros estamos aquí pidiendo, por favor, ayuda. Aprueben la asistencia de la renta. Por favor, también aprueben la moratoria de desalojos.
We are here asking you, please support this financial support for tenants, and also please support the eviction moratorium.
La necesitamos ahora.
We need it now.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Ana Martinez, Chichi Navarro, Angelica, Diana Escamilla, Giovanna Escobar, Alberto Villegas, Maria Hernandez, Ivelia Montano, Marnie Olson, Lilia Delgado, Danny Park, Beatrice Villegas, Nina V, Rosa Miranda, Isabel Kang, Yaritza Gonzalez, Jerry, Aria, Lydia Catalan, and Eric G. Next speaker, please begin.
Hello, my name is Patrick Baker. I live in Supervisor Barger's district, and I'm in Los Feliz specifically. I support the emergency rent relief program. I support the eviction moratorium that the tenants union is supporting. I want to specifically note that I support what Supervisor Salas and Supervisor Horvath are aiming for, which is I want this to help as many citizens of the county as possible. I lost my home in a fire when I was young. I know the trauma of that. A trauma I have never experienced is fear that I would go to work and be kidnapped simply for the way I look. I am here specifically to support my neighbors who are experiencing that, but I am here to support all of it. Please make sure that whatever relief we go for is widely available to as many folks as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Eddie Cruz, and I'm an organizer and member of Community Power Collective in solidarity with the LA Tenants Union and Immigrants Are LA Coalition. I appreciate the board's recognition of the compounding emergencies that have impacted LA County and the city this year. There hasn't been a moment of stability for our communities, specifically the most marginalized, like our undocumented people. The efforts from this board to push beyond symbolic help to material help doesn't go unrecognized. Rent relief is a first step to keep our communities intact and protect them from federal agents and homelessness. It is an economic relief to the thousands of people who have lost their homes, incomes due to the fires, and to those who haven't been able to work due to the fear of being abducted. The board's deliberation shows us the urgency the issue is for you all, and we thank you for that. Rent relief is a great start. We urge the board to take the lead in protecting our communities by enacting an eviction moratorium countywide. And since I have 9 seconds, fuck ICE and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, o buenas tardes. Sí, buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Julieta Hernández. Perdón, estoy un poco ronca. Yo soy miembro del Sindicato de Inquilinos de Los Ángeles. Gracias a ellos, ahorita no estoy en la calle. No estoy viviendo ahorita abajo de un puente.
Hello, my name is Julieta Hernandez. I am a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union, and thanks to them, I am not living on the streets or under a bridge right now.
Lastimosamente, tengo que dejar mi hogar en 3 meses y llevando a cuestas citas médicas que tengo que dejar también canceladas.
Unfortunately, I have to leave my home in 3 months, and that also means leaving medical appointments and leaving other things behind.
Soy una señora que tiene 72 años. Tengo enfermedades, soy sobreviviente de cáncer y las citas médicas pues las tengo que cancelar porque tengo que cambiarme, moverme a otra ciudad.
I'm a 72-year-old woman with health issues. I'm a cancer survivor, and so I have a lot of issues that I need to deal with that's going to be made difficult by this moving.
Y yo quiero pedirle por favor a la presidenta o a todo el personal que aprueben por favor la moratoria de que desalojen a las personas. Que paren los desalojos, por favor.
I want you to please ask for your support with this eviction moratorium to put an end to the evictions.
Porque eso causa mucho problema a la comunidad.
This causes a lot of problems to the community.
Ustedes hablaron muy bonito, yo los escuché muy bien, pero la realidad es muy cruel, más cruel de lo que ustedes han dicho.
And I heard you all speak, and you spoke very well, but the reality is far more cruel than you can know.
En cuanto a la ayuda de la renta, tiene mucho protocolo y eso causa más problemas porque la gente no tiene niños, no son personas mayores y no les ayudan con la renta.
And this financial support is a good start, but it also comes with a lot of restrictions.
Gracias.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Jason Bautista with Thai Community Development Center, or Thai CAC, part of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. I'm here to speak in strong support of the Emergency Rent Relief Program to prevent evictions and homelessness. Thank you to Supervisors Horvath and Solis for introducing this critical motion. Our immigrant families are under attack. Since June, ICE has detained thousands in LA County, taking people from churches, schools, and workplaces. Families are terrified of leaving their homes, and at the same time, rising rents and lost income are pushing them closer to evictions. This program offers a lifeline. I urge the board to act now, use available county funds to provide immediate rent relief, and ensure the program is simple and safe for immigrants by working with trusted community organizations that can protect family information. Our communities cannot wait. Please vote yes on this motion to support our most vulnerable and keep people housed. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, board. My name is Vanessa Melendrez, and I'm with the Filipino Workers Center, as well as Immigrants RLA. I wanted to thank Supervisor Horvath, as well as Supervisor Solis, for authoring and co-authoring and introducing this motion. That's obviously very important right now, especially everything that's going on the federal level with ICE. So I'm here to strongly support the Emergency Rent Relief Program. Families in our communities are losing income from raids, being afraid to go to work, high rents, and they need help now to stay in their homes. I know it was brought up in the discussion that once somebody is unhoused, it's hard to get them back in the housing, so I really wanted to stress that importance of helping as many people as possible. I also want to highlight how important it is that the county addresses disasters and stress the importance of community-led budgeting processes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sí, buenas tardes, perdón, señoras supervisoras. Mi nombre es Esther Romero. Soy miembro del Sindicato de Inquilinos de Los Ángeles y estoy aquí para pedirles, por favor, que aprueben la moratoria de desalojos, por favor, en favor de la comunidad de Los Ángeles, ya que, como ustedes saben,
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Esther. Thank you for having us. I'm here to ask for support for the eviction moratorium. I'm a member of Los Angeles Tenants Union.
ya que, como saben, por las políticas migratorias y el presidente Trump se están llevando redadas en la ciudad.
As you know, because of the immigration policies of President Trump, there have been a lot of raids in the city.
Y todo eso está causando que la gente no pueda ir al trabajo, no pueda ir al hospital, a la iglesia, a ir a dejar a los niños a la escuela. Los padres y madres no quieren salir por miedo a que los detenga inmigración en algún lugar, porque uno nunca sabe dónde puedan aparecer.
And this is causing a lot of families, parents, to be afraid to go to work, to take their children to school, to go to hospitals, to leave their homes.
Por eso creo que necesita la moratoria y la ayuda de ustedes. Y ustedes están implementando una emergencia de renta, pero creo que no es suficiente.
And so this is why we're asking for an eviction moratorium, and we're here today for your vote for financial support, but I don't think this is enough.
Porque en mi punto de vista, esta renta, este dinero iría directamente al bolsillo de los dueños, no para los inquilinos. Y sin embargo, con la moratoria, esta sería en beneficio de toda la comunidad de los inquilinos en particular.
The money that you're giving is going to go straight to the pockets of landlords and not the tenants. And what we need is an eviction moratorium that will actually support all tenants.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Rose Lenahan. I'm also a member of the LA Tenants Union. I think the conversation that you all had about the limit, 5,000 versus 15,000 versus 30,000, and how many families that would help, makes very clear why what we need is an eviction moratorium in addition to any rent relief. Because the scale of this problem is so much greater than 500 families or 2,000 families. There are so many people whose incomes have been decimated by the past few months, who have been terrified to leave their homes. I asked at a meeting of the Tenants Union this weekend whether people felt that this economic crisis was worse for them than the pandemic, and they said yes. So I think this makes clear why we need an eviction moratorium. I'm glad that it's finally being discussed after pressure from the Tenants Union, and I'm hopeful that you'll take further action to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, antes que nada, mi nombre es Griselda López y vengo de colectivo Poder Comunitario y estoy apoyando la emergencia de esta moratoria para el desalojo y para la renta. Hay mucha gente que hemos perdido trabajos y hemos estado muy mal de miedo.
Hello, my name is Griselda. I am here as part of the Community Power Collective. I'm here to support the financial aid for tenants and also the eviction moratorium. A lot of people have been suffering throughout all of this.
Y ahorita están agarrando muy feo los de la mira, están haciendo muy feo a las personas, están tratando mal a niños, adultos y por la raza también, por el color nos están discriminando. Hay mucho miedo.
Render immigration rates are being very violent, very ugly in our communities. They're hurting families, they're hurting children. There's a lot of fear in our communities.
Por favor, apoyen esta moratoria de emergencia para la renta y también para el desalojo. Nosotros estamos sufriendo esto. Las personas que son más altas de media alta no están sufriendo esto, pero nosotros estamos sufriendo muy feo. Estamos traumados por todo lo que está pasando con niños, adultos y todas edades. Por favor, apóyenlas. Gracias.
So we're asking for your support for this financial support, but we're also asking for the eviction moratorium. A lot of working class people are suffering through all this. Families, children are scared, and so we're really asking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Chichi, a resident of District 1 with the Tanzania Coalition. I'm speaking in strong support of items 12 and 45A. As the county moves forward with emergency rent relief and broader housing protections, we must approach this work with an intersectional lens, centering both TGI and immigrant communities who are consistently among the most impacted and most excluded from housing access. In LA County, Black and brown TGI immigrants face disproportionate rates of poverty, housing discrimination, and homelessness. LAHSA's 2024 data shows these communities are overrepresented in the unhoused population and underrepresented in housing programs. These disparities are now being compounded by federal actions that are actively harming our communities. TGI Plus residents are facing devastating losses in healthcare access due to the medical rollbacks, with nearly 1 million Californians, many undocumented and trans, expected to lose coverage in the next 2 years. At the same time, immigration raids across LA have escalated, targeting day laborers, vendors, and families, and driving immigrant tenants into eviction crisis. These assaults are not isolated, they are interconnected, and they deepen the urgency of local action. I urge you all to take action today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay, hola, mi nombre es María Aparicio y soy miembro del sindicato de Los Ángeles de California.
My name is Maria Aparicio. I'm a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union.
Sí, vengo aquí porque fíjese, estoy muy nerviosa también porque tengo mi familia y pues tengo miedo pues que te pase algo en la calle, mis hijas en la calle. Y yo soy una vendedora de la calle vendiendo pupusas y ahorita yo no he podido salir.
Hello,
Tengo miedo salir.
Hello, I'm sorry, I have to say I'm very nervous today. I'm here, I'm a street vendor. I sell pupusas on the street, and I'm afraid to go out. My children are afraid for me, and I'm afraid for my children, and right now I haven't been able to work.
Sí, no he podido salir a trabajar por ese motivo y pues vivo sola, pago mi renta, tengo que pagar mi renta también.
And I have not been able to go out and sell because of what's going on, and I live by myself. I'm the one who has to pay all of my rent.
Entonces, pues, por favor, les suplico que por favor hagan la moratoria lo más pronto posible, porque la verdad tenemos mucho miedo.
So please, we're asking you to please push forward the eviction moratorium as soon as possible because we really are very scared.
Y también, pues, apoyar a toda la comunidad de donde yo vivo. Somos varios apartamentos donde vivo, pero aquí solo yo la que he tenido más fuerza y valor de venir a presentarme aquí.
So please, we're asking for your support for all tenants. There are many people in my community that need support, but only I could be here today, even though I'm scared. So we're really asking for your support.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Carlos Villicana, Mark Gaynor, Mingia Chen, Maria Briones, Lizeth Mendoza, Margarita Copado, Jocelyn Sanchez, Myra Poom, Antonio Sanchez, Jenny Colin, KW Landfield, Samantha Aguilar, Amalia Vasquez, Andy C., Tim Johnson, Memphis Perez, Christine Rodriguez, Anna Rodriguez, Fernando Lasai, Patricia McAllister, and Lupe Britt. Next speaker, please begin.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Giovanna, soy miembro del colectivo Poder de Comunitario. Estoy aquí para pedirle algo urgente, una moratoria de renta y alivio de renta.
Good morning. My name is Giovanna, and I'm a member of the Community Power Collective, and I'm here to ask you urgently for the moratorium on evictions and also for the rental assistance.
Las redadas y detenciones de migración han golpeado fuertemente a nuestras comunidades. Mucha gente ha perdido su trabajo, han sido detenidos, incluso secuestradas por migración.
The ICE raids and detentions have been such a hard blow to our communities. Many people have even been kidnapped and treated in a violent manner by ICE.
Estos nos han dejado sin ingresos y sin poder pagar la renta.
This has left us without income and without the ability to pay rent.
Si no se toma medida ya, veremos a más familias desalojadas en las calles por culpa de estas redadas y abuso del gobierno federal.
If we don't take measures right now, we are going to see more families evicted on the streets because, and this is all because of what the federal government is doing.
Por eso hoy decimos no más desalojos, no más familias en la calle. Les exigimos a supervisoras y supervisores que aprueben inmediato una moratoria de renta y un alivio de renta.
That is why we say no more evictions, no more families on the street. And so we appeal to you as the supervisors that you would approve an eviction moratorium and also the rental relief.
Nuestra familia lo necesita para sobrevivir. Gracias.
Our families need it to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Anna Martinez, and I'm a member of Community Power Collective in Boyle Heights. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the $20 million Emergency Relief Fund for immigrant renters with no cuts. Immigrant families have been hit the hardest by the housing crisis. Many were excluded from federal aid, and now they face sky-high rents, constant eviction threats, and the terror of ICE raids. A recent report found that immigrant workers have lost over 60% of their income since the raids began. Vendors are terrified to go to work and risk kidnapping or stay home and risk eviction. You have the power to change that. Vote yes on full relief, on rent relief. Move forward on the eviction moratorium. No one should lose their home because of where they were born. Housing is a human right, not a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días. Soy Evelia Montano, de Colectivo Poder Comunitario. Estoy aquí para pedirles algo urgente, una moratoria de renta y alivio de renta. Las
Good morning.
redadas.
My name is Evelia Montano. I'm with the Community Power Collective, and I'm asking you for an urgent moratorium on evictions and also for the rental relief.
Las redadas y detenciones de migración han golpeado fuertemente a nuestras comunidades. Mucha gente ha perdido su trabajo, ha sido detenido e incluso secuestrada por migración. Eso no nos ha dejado sin ingresos y sin poder pagar la renta.
The ICE raids and detentions have been such a hard blow to our communities. Many people have lost their jobs. They're without income. And this is something that has affected our community and made them unable to pay rent.
Si no se toman medidas, ya veremos o más familias desalojadas y en la calle por culpa de estas redadas y abusos del gobierno federal.
If measures are not taken, we are going to see more families on the street. And this is all due to what the federal government is doing, their abuse.
Y por eso hoy le decimos no más desalojos, no más familias en la calle. Les exigimos supervisoras y supervisores que aprueben que aprueben de inmediato una moratoria de renta y un alivio de renta. Nuestras familias lo necesitan para sobrevivir. Gracias.
And so that is why we say no more evictions, no more families on the street. We urge you supervisors to approve the moratorium on the evictions and the rental relief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Is Maria Briones, and I'm a member of ACE. I urge the supervisors to please give the support to the families that are here and all over the Los Angeles. It's imperative that we do get these funds and the families get help. It's already good, has been bad enough with COVID and then the fires and now ICE, the aggressiveness that the agents are doing with our communities. They are scared to be out on the street because either they face deportation or getting killed. This is not what United States stands for. I know that. And I urge you to do what is right. Protect the families. No more homelessness. No more families trying to eat or pay the rent. It is urgent. We are in a big crisis and we need that help. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Lilia Delgado, represento a COFEM y al Distrito 4.
Good morning, my name is Lilia Delgado, I represent COFEM and I'm from District 4.
Somos parte de la coalición Immigrants RLA.
And we are part of the Immigrants RLA Coalition.
Estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente el programa de ayuda de emergencia para el alquiler.
I'm here to strongly support the Emergency Rent Assistance Program.
Las familias de nuestra comunidad están perdiendo ingresos debido a las redadas y los altos alquileres y necesitan ayuda ahora mismo para poder permanecer en sus hogares.
The families of our communities are losing their income because of the raids and also because of high rents, and so we need help right now to be able to stay in our homes.
Personalmente he escuchado a mis vecinas que sus trabajos para los trabajos de sus esposos han bajado mucho y al igual que yo solo tengo un part-time.
I've heard from some of my female neighbors that their husbands' jobs have gone down a lot in terms of hours, and also personally I work part-time.
Por eso les pido a ustedes que tienen el poder de ayudarnos, apoyen la emergencia para la renta.
So I ask for you who have the power to help us that you would approve this emergency rental help.
Nuestras comunidades están en crisis. Por favor, trabajen juntos para aprobar rápidamente este programa y mantener a las familias seguras en sus hogares.
Our families are in crisis, so please move swiftly to be able to approve this and to help our families who are in such difficult times.
Todos necesitamos de todos y nosotros también ayudamos a la economía de este país. Gracias.
We all need each other mutually. We also contribute to this country's economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Diana Scamilla, and I am here with Carissa and part of the LA Immigrants RLA Coalition, and I'd like to go on record in support of item 12 and 45A. It's hard to believe that we're back here again. It's hard to see that it's actually worse than we were the first time the Trump administration attacked the immigrant community. And we have these items that are here that can help us. We need all the help. We have community members, volunteers showing up to supervise where we've seen the ICE raids happen, but we're seeing fatigue in the community and we're asking for help. And this is somewhere that you, with your position of power, can provide that assistance. We know that immigrants are going to continue to be under attack. And it's not even just the immigrant community, it is also just anybody that looks brown or any immigrant-looking individual. So please take this opportunity to use your power to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Maya Daniels with the Translatina Coalition. Time is not on our side. Every week of delay means more evictions, more displacement, and more trauma for fire survivors as well as immigrant families. Rental assistance is not in question. Survivors strongly support it. The process needs attention. When supervisors bypass that process to push funding reallocations, it erodes trust and sets a dangerous precedent. That voter-approved mandates and community-led bodies can be sidelined for political convenience and creates community division. I hope in the upcoming budgeting cycle there can be made more funding sources for specific crisis moments such as this, and exploration of the empty positions in the probation and sheriff's department for funding. I hope that the county moves together as one. It's great to see y'all come together to raise the caps on the floor. We can only do this work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hey, y'all, my name is Eric Garcia with Orale. I'm the Organizing and Program Director in District SD4, and we're part of the Immigrants RLA Coalition. I'm here to strongly support the Emergency Relief Program and to ask for a moratorium on evictions. The rate that have destabilized our communities in Long Beach have discriminately targeted workers and day laborers, resulting in the loss of income. Folks need financial assistance now. The threat of deportation is so looming it interrupts life for so many as they know it. They aren't going to work, aren't taking their kids to school, missing appointments. We've even heard of employers who have resumed operations after a raid, but his workers aren't showing up for work due to fear. We also urge you to make this program simple and safe for immigrants, like working with trusted community organizations that can pay the bills directly and protect families' information, and ensure that information isn't shared with immigrant authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Yaritza Gonzalez, and I'm here on behalf of Carestian, the Central American Resource Center, representing the Immigrants RLA Coalition in support of item 12 and 45A. Carestian has witnessed firsthand how access to housing remains a pressing issue in LA County, with many immigrants facing significant challenges, especially right now given the ongoing ICE raids. Without support from LA County, immigrants who've lost income due to the ICE raids will face eviction and homelessness. We know rent relief works. During COVID-19, LA County distributed millions in rent relief. We need the same urgency now. We must ensure rent relief is permanent, flexible, and able to expand as more households fall into crisis. Housing is a human right. We urge the board to approve item 12 and 45A for the emergency rent relief program and eviction moratorium to prevent evictions and homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Beatriz Villegas. Yo pertenezco al Distrito 2. Soy vendedora ambulante. Estamos aquí representando también a Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Good morning. My name is Beatriz Villegas from District 2. I'm a street vendor. I'm also part of Community Power Collective.
Estamos aquí para poderles pedirles que se pongan las manos en el corazón. No me quiero quebrar porque estamos pasando una situación difícil.
I'm here to please ask you, put your hand on your heart. I don't want to choke up. We're going through such a hard time.
Desde que empezaron las redadas, dejamos de ir a vender.
Ever since the raid started, we stopped going to sell.
Se junta la renta.
The rent piles up.
Pierdo mi trabajo.
I lose my work.
Mi esposo tiene un problema de corazón.
My husband has a heart problem.
El estrés, tanto para él como para mí.
So much stress, both for him and for me.
De no poder salir a trabajar.
And not being able to go out to work.
Con el miedo de que en algún momento te puedan detener y deportar.
With that fear that in any moment they can detain you, they can deport you.
No hay dinero para la renta.
We don't have money for the rent.
Por eso es que estoy aquí para pedirles que se pongan la mano en el corazón.
That's why I'm here. I'm urging you, please put your hand on your heart.
Que por favor aprueben esta emoción, porque no nada más estoy sufriendo yo, somos muchas familias.
So please approve this motion. It's not just me who is suffering. There are so many families.
No tengo más que decir. Muchas gracias y pónganse la mano en el corazón para poder apoyarnos.
Don't have any more words to say, but please put your hand on your heart and support us with this. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sam Aguilar, and I'm a member of the LA Tenants Union and the El Sereno Community Care Collective, speaking on agenda item 12 and 45A.
Although I approve of the passing of both items, I also believe every passing day is another day immigrants must go to work and risk deportation, forced to choose between deportation and lack of food on the table or homelessness. There are far too many of your constituents, members of our communities, risking so much just to be able to pay their rent and keep a roof over their head. I've also heard many of you speak of the risk of people falling through the cracks while talking about rent relief, meaning that you know this is just a Band-Aid to the situation. Again, as many of you all have stated this morning, we need full rent relief now, and full rent relief means an eviction moratorium now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, mesa de supervisores. Mi nombre es Lidia, organizada con Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Lydia, and I'm an organizer with Community Power Collective.
Estoy aquí pidiendo que voten sí a favor del punto número 12 y del punto número 45A.
And I'm here asking that you would vote yes, both on point number 12 and 45A.
Yo como madre de dos hijos de 10 y 12 años que tienen miedo de ir a la escuela, de quedarse solos sin sus padres.
I'm a mother of two children. They're ages 10 and 12. They're afraid of going to school. They're afraid of being left alone without their parents.
Estamos siendo arrestados por secuestradores.
We're being arrested by kidnappers.
Esto que estamos viviendo es inaceptable.
What we are living through is unacceptable.
Ser vendedor ambulante no es un crimen.
Being a street vendor is not a crime.
Es un trabajo honrado.
It is an honest job.
Ya son 3 meses que no he salido a vender y los pocos ahorros que tenía ya se me han terminado.
It's been 3 months now that I have not gone out to work, and the little savings that I had have all run out.
Estamos en crisis nacional. La comunidad latina está siendo impactada. Somos inquilinos y lo único que pedimos es tener un techo.
We are in the midst of a national crisis, and the Latino community is affected. We are renters, and we need to have a roof over our head.
Y es mi derecho, ya que soy aportadora de la economía de este país.
And it's my right because I contribute to this country's economy.
Y pido que voten sí a la 12 y a la 45.
I ask you, please vote yes on 12 and on 45.
Confío en su buen trabajo y su buen liderazgo.
I trust in your good work and leadership.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Jocelyn. I'm with the LA Tenants Union, and I'm speaking in favor of item 12 and 45A. Both rent relief and an eviction moratorium are needed to address the ongoing crisis our city is facing. 90 days is a long time to wait for funds, and without an eviction moratorium, thousands of people will become unhoused. To ensure that the most vulnerable people in our communities aren't forgotten, this board must pass an eviction moratorium. An eviction moratorium will increase the amount of Angelenos that are supported and protected. The best way to alleviate our current ongoing homelessness crisis is to keep tenants housed. Eviction moratorium now.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, miembros de esta mesa. Mi nombre es Rosa Miranda. Soy organizadora con vendedores ambulantes y con Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Rosa Miranda, and I am an organizer both with street vendors and also with Community Power Collective.
Lo que yo escucho de ustedes es que ustedes reconocen que hay un problema.
What I hear from you all is that you recognize that there's a problem.
Pero es muy triste ver cómo nuestros miembros de la venta ambulante están sufriendo los estragos de los arrestos, secuestros violentos que están sucediendo en la ciudad.
But it is so sad to see how our members are suffering the horrible effects from being kidnapped, being violently detained, being arrested in these horrible attacks.
Tenemos una miembro que fue secuestrada y cortaron cartucho. Eso no se imaginan qué tan traumático es.
We had a female member. She was arrested, and they cut
cartucho. Cortaron, la amenazaron con arma.
They were threatening her with a weapon. That you cannot imagine how horrible and scary that was.
Lo que estoy pidiendo es que aprueben la enmienda número 12 de alivio de rentas y la número 45A.
What I am asking you is to approve number 12, to approve the rent assistance and also the 45.
Los vendedores ambulantes están afuera exponiéndose.
The street vendors are out there. They're exposing themselves to this.
No queremos más personas viviendo en sus carros o viviendo en casas de campaña.
We don't want any more people living in their cars, living in tents.
Y los exhortamos que voten sí. Y hoy se demuestra.
So we exhort you to vote yes and to demonstrate this support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Carlos Villecana. I'm a resident of the 4th District and Communications Manager with Orale, part of the Immigrants Are LA Coalition. Here to strongly support the Emergency Rent Relief Program. As you know, families in our community are losing income because of these raids and the rising costs of rent, and they need help now to stay in their homes. Just this past weekend out in Long Beach, we saw at least 7 families be subjected to this. Their loved ones were ripped away from them at a local car wash, and they are now having to rely on community donations to get by. To help families have a better sense of safety, we need preventative measures like this program. So we urge you to make this program simple and safe for immigrants by, for example, working with trusted community orgs that can help families with paying rent bills directly and protecting their information. Our communities are in crisis. Please work together to pass this program quickly and keep families safe in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Amalia Vázquez.
Good afternoon. My name is Amalia Vasquez.
Vengo con BCP. Soy una trabajadora de limpieza.
And I'm here with BSP. I am a cleaning worker.
Estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente el programa de ayuda de emergencia para alquiler las familias de nuestra comunidad.
So I'm here to strongly support the emergency rental assistance program for the families in our community.
Están perdiendo ingresos de viviendas redadas, los altos alquileres y necesitan ayuda ahora mismo para poder permanecer en sus hogares.
They're losing income with the immigration raids, also with the high rents, and right now help is needed to be able to stay in their homes.
Y les pido de favor que nos ayuden. Necesitamos mucho de su ayuda porque hay mucha gente que no tienen ni para comer, están viviendo en la calle, están durmiendo en las banquetas y no tienen comida.
I ask you, please help us. There are so many people, they don't have food to eat. They are living on the streets, sleeping on the sidewalks, and they don't have food to eat.
Y yo les pido, por favor, de corazón, ustedes pueden. Porque ustedes son la autoridad aquí y no hay más que ustedes pueden hacerlo. Y les doy gracias porque yo sé que Dios les va a tocar su corazón para que nos puedan ayudar a todos los inmigrantes que estamos aquí y a la comunidad angelina también.
I ask you, all of you, as authorities, you have the ability to be able to help us. Please, with all of my heart, I ask that you would help us, and I know that God will touch your hearts to be able to help all of the immigrant community and to all of our Angelinos.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Lizeth Mendoza, and I live in District 2. I'm here also representing Community Power Collective, CPC, and we are here with many of our partners from Immigrants Are LA and in solidarity with LA Tenants Union. We got here together and agreed, and we decided that we were going to organize no matter what. That we're living in hard times, but that our communities need to organize and need to come to spaces like this and talk to you in those private rooms and put our hearts in our hands, right? And share what we're living day to day. I work with folks in East LA, Whittier, in East Rancho Dominguez, in MacArthur Park, in Bonnie Brea, and so many other places that street vendors exist and have been existing. And we thank you for the policies that you have changed to support them, but we have more to do. Right? They're out there risking their lives, as my coworker said. There's many street vendors here taking a lot of time from their day, not vending, not setting up to vend because they know that they believe in this, like many of these people do. So please work harder, work stronger. We request the emergency relief, but the moratorium as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is KW Landfield, and I'm a housing provider. I have a small complex that I live in. And I'm very concerned about the immigrants and the situation with them as well. And I've actually received benefits from other programs that helped my immigrant tenants for issues that they've encountered over the years. I'm very, very thankful for their hard work, and I'm very involved with other immigrants, and I work in the construction industry, so I'm side by side with them all the time. I do want to make it clear that there's an issue with putting in a moratorium immediately. I actually have other bad players that I've actually had in my unit, and please put in some kind of safeguard that people are not taking advantage of some kind of moratorium that would make it easy for someone to stay who's actually creating problems in my unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Antonio Sánchez.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Antonio Sanchez.
Soy miembro de ACCE.
I'm a member of ACCE.
Estoy de acuerdo con el tema 12 y 45A.
I am in favor of both items 12 and 45A.
Duré 18 años trabajando en una compañía que cerró, me quedé sin trabajo y no me dieron dinero ni nada.
So I was working for a company for 18 years and they folded. I was without work. They didn't give me anything.
Me gustaría que apoyaran a la gente que necesitamos pagar la renta porque si no nos van a desalojar.
I would like you to please provide assistance to those of us who need to pay rent, otherwise we will be evicted.
Y pues imploro más bien de favor que apliquen esos fondos a los que los necesitamos realmente.
I ask you, rather I implore you to approve these funds for all of us who need them.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mingju Chen, and I'm here to urge you to vote yes on items 12 and 45A. Rent relief is important, and it's not enough. We need a rent moratorium now. It will save lives. It will keep families together. I feel like there's nothing else I can really say about why it's so clear that we need it that hasn't already been so beautifully said by all of these community members who've showed up, and it's made so clear by the number of people here who are urging you to vote yes on these two items that the need is overwhelming. And I also just want to say the $12 million that have been put forth, it's necessary and it's also not enough compared to, say, the $4 billion Sheriff's Department budget, who work with the city police, like the LAPD, who have a $2 billion budget. So I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Memphis Perez. I am the biz rep from the Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Council. I am in favor of item 12 and item 45A, and I will read part of the request for action. We, the Lincoln Heights Neighborhood Council, hereby request and demand our city officials put forth a motion declaring a citywide state of emergency in response to the kidnappings occurring as a result of the ICE raids terrorizing our communities. We also request a motion be put forth establishing interim eviction moratorium under the state of emergency due to our immigrants community vulnerable state. I want to say also from my experience, I'm a small business owner in my community, and I have seen the impact affecting even a lot of small businesses in my area. The fear of going out and making the ends, it's too much for the families in my community. And it's affecting all small businesses because they are not able to.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Fernando Isai. I'm part of the Tenants Union. Thank you for voting on this now. We wish you had done this 4 months ago, and we'd appreciate it if you treated with the urgency that it requires. People are risking their lives to put food on their table, to support their families, and while simultaneously keeping our economy going. The priority is the health, safety, and dignity of all the residents of Los Angeles. It's been 4 months of violent and deadly threats on the streets of Los Angeles, 4 months of the city dragging their feet to support its constituents, and this is unacceptable. The rent relief is a good start, but it is not enough. What's happening now in Los Angeles amounts to an ethnic cleansing. Those of us on the ground supporting these tenants know this and have been in the struggle with our neighbors for months and for years. Because the institutions and civil support for our tenants has long been absent, and it's been grassroots organizing like the Tenants Union that have been keeping our neighbors safe and housed. And we're now hearing that this support would arrive 90 days from now, so at 7 months of deductions in our city, the Tenants Union presented our demands with regards to the immigration rates, including an eviction moratorium 4 months ago. We have the proposal ready. We need the city to step up and do your job protecting our constituents. Eviction moratorium now. Stop the evictions.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Lupe Brayard. I'm a constituent of Hilda Solis. I'm an Angelina. I've been here my whole life, born and raised in Los Angeles. And I wanted to express our desire from the LA Tenants Union, our demand for an eviction moratorium that is so badly needed for this city, for this county. I spoke to someone yesterday who was stopped by ICE, and she was just crossing the street in Eagle Rock. And she's a citizen of this country. And we are all citizens of this country, whether we were born here or not. And I demand that you let people speak whatever language.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ana Rodríguez y vengo del Sindicato de Inquilinos Unidos de acá de Los Ángeles de Picayune. Estoy aquí para apoyar porque es un problema con los desalojos y no queremos ver personas ya más en la calle por falta de pago de renta. Entonces, quiero, por favor, haya una moratoria para que no haga más desalojos. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Ana Rodriguez. I'm here with the Tenants Union. I'm from the Pico Union Local, and we're asking for an eviction moratorium. We don't want to see any more people on the streets.
Okay, yo pertenezco al grupo de inquilinos por problemas que tuve en mi vivienda. Me querían desalojar, pero ellos me apoyaron mucho y estoy muy agradecida y por eso estoy yo aquí para apoyar a otras personas que necesitan y no queremos ver ya personas más en la calle.
I'm here with the Tenants Union because I received support when I was in a moment of crisis, and so I'm here to support all tenants, and we need support for all tenants right now because we don't want to see any more people in crisis, and we don't want to see any more people out on the streets.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. That concludes public comment on this item.
For those who are in attendance,
Go ahead, Executive Officer. Go ahead, Executive Officer.
For those who are in attendance in person and were not able to speak on this item, you may submit a written testimony to one of our staff to be included as part of the record. For remote callers on WebEx.
Excuse me. That's your first warning. Executive Officer, go ahead and speak.
For remote callers on WebEx or the phone, you may submit comments online by visiting our website to submit public comment. Please visit bos.lacounty.gov. Click on the How to Participate link and click on the Submit Public Comment link under the Submit Written Comments heading. Madam Chair and members of the board, item 12 is before you as amended. Supervisor Barger further clarified the amendment to read for the Chief Executive Officer to work with the Department of Consumer and Business Affairs to allocate $10 million from the AHTF fiscal year 26-27 recommended budget for this program. DCBA shall provide recommendations regarding the allocation of these funds within the 150-day report back based on need and program uptake.
Was that passed out to everybody? And I know Supervisor Horvath requested to speak. Was the clean copy, Anna? Was this printed out for everyone with the new amendments? Okay, she's handing it out, which incorporates what we discussed at the board. Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really wanted to thank all of the speakers who were here. Whether you spoke or not, I know that we had a limited comment period today, but your testimony makes a difference. That you showed up weeks ago, that you showed up again at Cluster, that you showed up today. meant that we were able to get the votes that we need to secure this passage, but to also increase funding allocations to individuals and the overall fund itself. So your experience makes a difference. I know it is hard for you to be here, especially multiple times and multiple days to come and make testimony, but it makes a difference. And I also want to thank the organizers who helped us by facilitating translation, by making sure that people were able to come here today. It really makes a difference. So I just want to uplift the organization efforts that happened in order to have today's conversation. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please announce what we are voting on.
Madam Chair, we'll need a motion and a second.
Moved by Horvath.
Well, I'm sorry, but I mean, first, are we voting on the amendment, or that's going to depend upon who?
It's as amended.
Oh, so it's okay, accepted. So moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Solis.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
If you could just lift your arms, there you go, just like that. Now raise them high. Raise them high. There you go. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we will now move on to public comment on items not held by supervisors, including closed session matters. We've also received a request that Supervisor Horvath would like to release her hold for item 45A. Consent items will now include item 45A. At this time, we will hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors, including the closed session item. These consent items will be acted upon with one motion. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on these items, please use the raise hand feature or press *3. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take remote speakers. This will be for all items not held by the board for discussion, including the closed session items. Please note, set matter 1 and items 28 and 40 will be called up for comment later in the meeting. Well, Lupita Corrales, Maria Aparicio, Julieta Hernandez, David Albright, Paulo Suarez, Inez Alcazar, Griselda Lopez, Eddie Cruz, Rose Lenahan, Yadi, Constantine Anthony, Jesus Rojas, Jose Sanchez, Yesenia Cooks, Maddie Keys Levine, Patrick Baker, Ana Martinez, Chichi Navarro, Annabelle Loretta Lorraine, Giovanna Escobar, Evelia Montano, Marnie Olson, and Byron Jose. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address all remaining items, with the exception of items set matter 1, 28, and 40. If you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now.
We're going to go with phone first.
Paul Hennessy, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, I'm speaking in public comment. COVID is once again spreading in LA County at an alarming rate, in part due to the supervisors not requiring masks in healthcare settings as we previously asked for. Please reopen free PCR test sites near accessible transit, restart free antigen distro program with online ordering for anyone, and restore testing access now. An informed public is a safer one. The over-the-counter COVID tests are unreliable and not covered by insurance. These are not enough community health kiosks. There simply aren't enough. So we need more access to free N95s, Novavax, and long COVID education programs. So overall, we need free testing sites to increase as well. So I'd like to see also the return of mask requirements in medical settings and incentives for businesses to upgrade their indoor air, including grants for air purifiers and upgrading HVAC units to ASHRAE 241 standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Wilbur Humphreys, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
That this body failed to open with giving recognition to the assassination of a great American, Charlie Kirk, and also as to the illegal immigration situation. You all are criminals and have created this monster, and you deserve all that you get. You made this what it is, and God bless President Trump, and God protect him. And this thing with the gerrymandering situation, I hope that the electorate has the common sense to vote that piece of garbage down. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya Hendricks, please state the agenda items you are addressing. You may begin. Next caller, Boris M. Please state the agenda items you are addressing. You may begin. Boris, your line is unmuted. Please begin. Will caller with the user number 562323, please state your name and the agenda items you are addressing. You are unmuted. Please begin.
Hello, hi. My name is Myra Lanjuica, and I represent Siquidit, and I am addressing the issue about my dogs. We are a high-profile case. We came out on the news, and I have been looking for help with dealing with the situation. I wasn't provided a fair trial, and the Humane Society, they've been avoiding me. Those dogs are working dogs, and since they took them a year ago, we have accumulated a total of $3,500,000 total owed to us for taking away our rights and our privileges. Basically, I need help. If you guys can help me, this is not right. What was done to us. We were wrongly accused.
What district?
Thank you.
What district do you live in? Can we get her information, and we'll have someone contact her to get more information on that. Next caller.
Thank you. Caller 626-732. Please state your name and the agenda items you're addressing. You're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Alberto Rea. I'm speaking on behalf of the City of Baldwin Park in support of items 12 and 45A. I just wanted to thank Supervisors Lindsay Harveth and Hilda Solis for introducing this motion. Like many communities, I'm deeply affected by ICE rates, leaving families facing severe financial hardship. Many continue to struggle with the rising cost of housing, food, and essential needs. In response, the City of Baldwin Park launched an emergency relief program, providing groceries, utility assistance, and one-time rental support through a partnership with the Los Angeles County Supervisor Hilda Solis and local businesses. Community feedback has made it clear that these resources are vital to assist with the essentials of life. This is why we must continue to prioritize effective and sustainable programs that service our communities, especially our most vulnerable population. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 818-645. Please state your name and the agenda items you wish to address. You are unmuted. Please begin.
Yes, it's Eric Previn. I'd like to speak on several items that I don't have their numbers right in front of me, and of course, a general public comment. And I'll start with the closed sessions, which, you have 7 closed sessions. Interesting. I don't like that. And I think that today I was trying to comment on the emergency rent relief program. Couldn't get through. Understand. Very important to hear from the impacted, both the immigration community and the fire victims. But, you said there's a dual crisis. We have also homeless, probation, the sheriffs. It's a fiasco. And all while Mitch Kamen, a Covington Burling former guy, also former Lucas Museum. Supervisor Mitchell, hopefully the Lucas Museum will be open to free to Angelinos in LA or around the world. I mean, you got to be kidding me. And I want the lifeline for the families. I support it, and good work. But two-bucket, three-category. It's so insidery. You lost a lot of people. We need to make it a one-page, clear statement. And then, of course, as Mitchell learned from MRT, push it out the door. Push it out the door. Legally. But we have Covington Burling around the corner, so we're in good shape. As for the $17 million Homeland Security grant, I mean, I don't know how we choked that down. As they're approving $1 billion for security, they're going to shovel people to First Amendment zones. And I have some thoughtful ideas about how to do that with integrity, if that's possible. Good work on the Bungie heliport. It's been long enough, and I want all the supervisors to enjoy this cherished county treasure. And as for the library dog reading program, nobody loves that more than me, and I do appreciate that. If Zarabian could get me the discretionary spending for each of the 5 districts already, it's been a month and a half. It's getting embarrassing because we know that this is
Thank
important,
you.
transparent.
Will Sarah Johnson please state the agenda items you wish to address? You are unmuted. Please begin.
Public comment. My name is Sarah Johnson. I'm in District 1, and I urge you to restore free COVID, PCR, and antigen testing. Testing is central to public health and personal agency. It's how we know our status, qualify for treatment, and protect each other. But 61 health kiosks can't support 10 million residents. Most people don't even know about them, and they don't offer masks. It can't replace PCR quality testing. They're not accessible where people need them. Right now, LA County wastewater matches Omicron levels when we had up to 60,000 cases a day. California estimates that 1 in 21 people are actively infectious. That means many people in that room are either pre-symptomatic or among the 1/3 of asymptomatic infections, which still lead to long-term harm. Since 2020, Dr. Fauci said we needed to get below 10,000 cases a day to return to normal, and LA County continues to exceed that benchmark. Please restore free, accessible PCR and antigen testing throughout the county so residents can protect themselves and their family.
Thank you. Caller 725-295, please state your name and the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kiera Brown. I'm with God's Pantry. I'm here to support item number 12. Thank you, Supervisors Horvath and Solis, for introducing this important motion. Wildfire victims and our immigrant families need support to stay housed. We know that the ICE raids won't stop. Since June 6th, ICE has detained over 4,000 immigrants in the greater Los Angeles area. Immigrants are afraid to leave their homes for work, to run errands, or to shop at local businesses out of fear that a simple trip to the grocery store could change their lives forever. And now that the Supreme Court has given ICE the authority to indiscriminately stop and arrest people, we know that our immigrant communities are more at risk than ever. As we continue to contend with our homelessness and housing affordability crisis, we must look for resources to support our most vulnerable and keep people housed. Rent relief cannot wait. The moment for action is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Paloma Serna, please state the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm speaking on agenda item. My name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died in one of the San Diego County jails. I'm with Saving Lives in Custody, California, North County Equity and Justice Coalition. Supervisors, 37 people have died in PSP this year in LA County. That's a crisis. And every day, Men's Central Jail stays open. More lives are at risk. This facility is a dungeon, unsafe, outdated, unfit for human beings. Even Attorney General Rob Bonta has filed a lawsuit against the LA County Sheriff Department for jail condition. That should tell you everything you need to know. The state itself recognized how deadly the system has become. Closing Men's Central Jail is not optional. It's a moral and legal necessity. Every day means more deaths, more lawsuits, more families destroyed. 37 deaths already this year. How many more before you act? Thank you.
Thank you. Casey Wong, please state the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
45A. My name is Casey Wong. I'm the community organizer in Chinatown and also a representative on MacArthur Park Neighborhood Council. And having spoken to a lot of small businesses, they've said that the current situation is worse than it was during COVID, on top of the already increasing COVID crisis we're having right now. And eviction moratorium is very necessary for our commercial and for our residential tenants. And we also need a rent freeze. I have heard from many senior tenants living on fixed income that they've had an 8% rent increase that is happening October 1st. What are we going to do for all these tenants that we have all agreed are suffering right now? How are we allowing them to have rent increases 8 to 10% in this moment? That's not acceptable. We need a rent freeze on top of an eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 559908, please state your name and the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Jennifer Naitaki, and I'm here on behalf of the Michelson Center for Public Policy. Thank you to Supervisors Solis and Barger for bringing forward item number 19. Keeping pets with their people is imperative for healthy, resilient communities. When families have to give up an animal because of housing challenges, finances, or immigration enforcement, everyone loses. The family, the pet, and our already crowded shelters. This motion is a smart step forward, more pet care resources in libraries, growing the Read to a Dog program, and launching culturally relevant outreach so every family can access support. By shining a light on this issue and inviting the public to participate, you are creating real opportunities for neighbors, advocates, and organizations to be part of the solution. And we are happy to support these efforts in any way we can. Thank you for prioritizing policies that keep families whole and help reduce shelter overcrowding. We respectfully urge a yes vote on item number 19. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Lupita. I'm a member of the Los Angeles Tenants Union, and I am here in favor of 45A, passing an eviction moratorium and exploring those options. Thank you to the board for passing the rental relief program. Now we'll want to pair it with really strong eviction protections. Folks have been citing the COVID policy from a few years ago, where multiple crises passed that, and all of those are coming together to put people in a really precarious position. Back in 2020, we had both a moratorium and rental assistance options. The LA Tenants Union has gone ahead and drafted an ordinance that we would like to present to each of you, so we'll be following up to meet with each supervisor and cover it. This is something that'll keep people in their homes for until this crisis is over, and that will allow us to explore options in the meantime of what to do with the rental debt. So look out for an email from us. Please vote yes on the eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Please hold your applaud. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Aparicio. Soy miembro del Sindicato de Los Ángeles.
Hello, my name is Maria Aparicio, and I'm a member of the LA Tenants Union.
Inquilino, estoy a que aprueben a 45A. Ay, no se me olvidó. Ay, sorry. Que apoyar a la 45, a la moratorio, a la 45. Disculpe. Pues queremos que por favor aprueben la moratorio, por favor.
We're asking for you for please support the eviction moratorium.
45A.
Motion 45A.
45A. Yes. Pues por favor quiero que pues la aprueben, que es lo más urgente posible, porque yo la verdad me da miedo salir a vender a la calle y me da miedo también porque tengo a mis hijas, ellas andan manejando en la calle, salen a trabajar y dejan a sus niñas en la escuela. Y entonces todo esto me da miedo que ya no vayan a regresar a la casa.
I am a street vendor, and I'm scared to go out. I'm scared for my daughters who have to drive to work, who have to drop off their kids to work, and I'm afraid that they won't come home one day.
Sí, y también quiero que por favor ya paren las redadas también, porque sí, la verdad, eso sí da demasiado miedo, porque se ve mucha injusticia lo que están haciendo, porque están golpeando a las personas. como que fueran unos delincuentes y somos gentes trabajadoras, porque yo aquí que he venido a este país, a pesar que he vivido sola, pero
And I've been here and I'm asking you to support this, stop these ICE raids, stop the violent attacks on our communities. I've been here working, I'm a working person, and I've been here for a long time. We are not criminals.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ines Alcazar, and I'm here to speak about 45A and to demand a moratorium for displacement. Because I could name many reasons, but one of them is that we are suffering the displacement, we're suffering from immigration, we're suffering from the fires, we're suffering from the pandemic. So all of that together, it caused an emergency. So it's time for that. So I know it was good to have the relief, but now we demand the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Julieta Hernández. Soy miembro del Sindicato de Inquilinos de la Pico Union. Yo estoy a favor de que se apruebe, por favor, la 45A. Yo soy un vivo ejemplo del desalojo. O sea, lastimosamente tengo que desocupar ya en 3 meses. Y teniendo citas médicas y todo eso va a echar a la basura porque tengo que cambiar de domicilio. Y bueno, yo les exijo por favor que firmen a la señora presidenta la 45A de paro a los desalojos. Gracias.
My name is Julieta. I'm a member of the Pico Union Tenants Union, and I'm here to support the eviction moratorium. I'm a living example of the result of evictions. Unfortunately, I have to leave my home in 3 months, and this puts my health at risk, as I'm going to have to change address and make all my health efforts at risk.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jesus Rojas. I come from the Apartment Association, Riviera Los Angeles. An eviction moratorium does not stop the cost of providing needed housing. An eviction moratorium will drive more mom-and-pop owners out of business who are providing affordable housing. An eviction moratorium does not help renters to pay rent that is owed. Instead, it incentivizes renters to fall into severe debt that they will not be able to pay. As a result, it will make finding housing much more difficult now and in the future. Very few renters are being directly impacted by recent ICE enforcement activities. According to the Rent Brigade report, 71% of renters surveyed have already returned to work. The report also shows that few ICE activities are occurring in cities other than LA City. Rental assistance is much more better solution for low-income renters being impacted. We urge the county to allow elected city councils to decide how they wish to respond to ICE activities for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Please
We'll
begin.
turn your mic on. Go ahead. You hit the turn there. Yep. All right, let her use the mic in the middle, please. Excuse me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Yadi, Pasadena resident and author of the Oakland Privacy ALPR article cited in the board's motion to reform LA Sheriff ALPRU, so yes, I strongly support item 20. There's a plethora of evidence showing that law enforcement has overwhelmingly misused ALPRs and stronger oversight is due. My neighborhood was hit by a rash of burglaries during the Eaton fire, and we've had a couple other crimes in the past couple years. Yet ALPRs would not have been helpful in those incidents as perpetrators came on foot or bicycles. Moreover, Pasadena is installing additional cameras in my district, which is statistically the safest district. It is heavy-handed, excessive, and not based on public safety principles. Pasadena PD records show they are likely violating the California Values Act, and unless the LA Sheriff has clean room-like data practices, there's likely room for improvement all around. I would rather not have ALPR cameras which collect more than license plate images, but I ask that at the very least, there be sensible privacy protections. I don't want to live in a dystopian surveillance state, and privacy today is public safety.
Thank you. will Patricia McAllister, Rosa Miranda, Yaritza Gonzalez, Lydia Catalan, Mingia Chen, Maria Briones, Lisette Mendoza, Mark Gaynor, Margarita Copado, Jocelyn Sanchez, Antonio Sanchez, Jenny Colon, Samantha Aguilar, Vanessa Batiste, Andy C., Memphis Perez, Christine Rodriguez, Anna Rodriguez, Fernando Isai, and Lupe Briard. Please come forward and staff will assist you. Next speaker, please.
Sí, buenas tardes. Soy Claudia Ábalos. Vengo del Eco Park.
Hello, my name is Claudia Avalo. I come from Echo Park.
Le doy las gracias a Hilda Solís y a Lindsay, a las supervisoras por apoyarnos.
I give the thanks to Supervisor Solis and Horvath for supporting us.
Y al resto de las supervisoras les pregunto si tienen alguna estrategia, si no quieren apoyar la moratoria de desalojo, ¿tienen alguna estrategia para apoyar a toda la ciudadanía que estamos en problemas?
And I ask the rest of you, do you have any plans, if you're not going to vote for the eviction moratorium, do you have any plans to support your tenants, your constituents?
No la tienen, ¿verdad? Entonces, ¿por qué no se unen a apoyar a esta moratoria?
I don't believe you do, and if you don't, then why don't you support this eviction moratorium?
Yo soy una de las personas que les ha estado llamando por teléfono pidiéndole que por favor pasen esta moratoria para que nos puedan ayudar.
I've been one of the people calling you, demanding that you please pass this eviction moratorium to support your tenants.
Y les pido que le pongan un alto a las corporaciones, porque yo vivo en unos edificios de LIHTC administrados por el crédito fiscal.
And I also support you that ask that you put an end to harassment, because I live in one of your LIHTC buildings that is going on through ongoing harassment.
Y a mí, el año pasado y el antepasado me subieron 20% de renta, y es un lugar de bajos recursos. ¿Eso es justo?
And to me, last year and the year before, they raised my rent 20%, which is low. This is low-income housing. Is this fair?
Ahora este año me subieron 10% de renta. ¿Es justo?
And now this year they raised my rent 10%. Is this fair?
Entonces, ¿por qué no le ponen un alto a esa peste? Es como una peste, es como un COVID que está moviéndose, comiéndose a la población.
So put an end to this pest. Put an end to this virus that is eating away at your constituents.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Patricia McAllister. I'd like to have 2 minutes. I have two, number 12 and A25. So number 12, implementing the emergency rent. I want to sympathize with our people here. Most of them are undocumented immigrants.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, we've actually already had public comment on 12. This is for items that are on consent.
Okay, well, let's keep going. As a result, you cut my time. Okay, here's the deal. These people who are here, I don't think they're going to get a dime. Whenever the politicians want to get money for themselves, they'll bring in the immigrants and say, we're going to give you this. We want a list of every immigrant you gave something to for rent. And guess what? You won't be able to deliver. Okay, we're about fed up. Every time you get money saying you're going to help somebody, we get millions and millions of more homeless people on the street. Okay, you cut my time. I had a lot to say today. And when I write in, you don't even put my comments online. Don't let me bring you to court.
Thank
okay?
you. Next speaker.
Hi, Vanessa Bautista, Community Relations Strategist with Best Friends Animal Society, here to speak on 19 and public comment. I just want to say thank you to Supervisor Solis and Barger for introducing this motion. Each year, far too many animals lose their lives because of shelter overcrowding. At the same time, families in LA County struggled with housing barriers, rising veterinary costs, and limited access to resources, all of which too often lead to the heartbreaking pet surrenders. These pressures strain our shelters and cost animals their lives. This motion is a step forward toward real solutions by expanding pet care education in our libraries, increasing programs like Read to a Dog, and launching culturally and linguistically competent outreach. We can better equip families to keep their pets at home and encourage more adoptions from shelters. Addressing the unique challenges immigrant families face is critical. This motion helps save lives, reduce surrenders, and relieves our shelters. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yeah, hello again. My name is Eddie Cruz. I'm an organizer at Community Power Collective and a member at CPC. I'm also here in solidarity with the LA Tenants Union and Immigrants RLA Coalition and solidarity with all tenants throughout the county. I want to thank the board for passing the rent relief. This will be immense help, economic relief to the people that are suffering from the abductions and kidnappings that the federal agents are doing in our communities. But like we've all stated, this is just the start. We want to expand and protect our communities, and we believe that exploring an eviction moratorium will definitely do that. But let's not stop at an eviction moratorium. Let's go beyond that. Let's try to get fair, free public transit. We know right now we're going through economic crisis. Let's get more resources to our people. And once again, fuck ICE and free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to remote speakers. Jessica Ferguson, please state the agenda items you wish to address. You are unmuted. Please begin.
And I'm calling in support of item 45A. Right now we have high levels of COVID throughout the community, which are going to lead to more and more people disabled, with ICE raids also affecting the migrant community, and those folks also being exposed to COVID-19. We need to be able to keep people housed during these multiple public emergencies. Fascism is at our doors in multiple levels, and it is our job to protect each other. I'm going to close this out by saying fuck ICE, fuck fascism, and free Palestine.
Thank you. Caller 323-652, please state your name and the agenda items you wish to address. You are unmuted. Please begin.
Go ahead.
Caller 323-652, please begin. We'll take the next caller. Boris M., please state the agenda items you wish to address. You are unmuted. Please begin.
And then item number 13. I'm a rental property owner in Los Angeles County, and I'm here to oppose the continuous extension of emergency housing pricing controls under Penal Code 396. I want to speak directly to the data. According to DCBA's own reporting, housing-related complaints have collapsed from 865 in January to just 3 in August. That's a 99.7% reduction. Yet the board continues to assert the existence of an acute and ongoing housing crisis. Where is the evidentiary basis for that claim? I made several Brown requests, data requests to the county council, but so far those have been ignored. Due to the 90-day notification delay, I've begun to experience an 8% loss in monthly rental income. I'm deferring essential repairs and halted capital improvements, not because I'm unwilling, but because the controls have made it economically unfeasible. This isn't sustainable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caller 818-855, please state your name and the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Lorraine, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, please begin.
Ms. Loretta Lorraine, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Loretta Lorraine, thank you, all y'all council ladies, for item 12. And I'm trying to talk about our transgender community. They're also being attacked right now, and they do need housing and all that. Trans Latina has been doing a really good job for housing them, because there's not enough funds. Funds we need because the girls are also people, and they're our community. And I'm really, really happy what Holback and all of y'all done, and Mitchell and the lady in the middle. I love y'all, and I just hope that y'all continue making the best choices for our community. Thank you so much, all of y'all.
Thank you. Michelle Villagomez, please state the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Well, I'm calling to speak on item number 19.
Please begin.
My name is Michelle Villagomez, and I'm the Senior Director of Municipalities at the ASPCA. Thank you to Supervisors Solis and Barger for introducing this very important motion. Every adoption represents not only a chance at life for one animal, but also makes space for the next pet in need. The ASPCA believes that it's critically important to keep pets with people together. When families are able to keep their animals, we not only prevent pets from entering shelters, but also preserve the strong bonds that sustain communities. For those animals already in shelters, adoption is the lifeline that gives them the chance they deserve. We know that animals are deeply affected by the same crises that affect people. Housing insecurity, natural disasters, and climate emergencies all contribute to pets being surrendered or displaced. That is why we strongly support the Adopt a Shelter Dog community adoption events proposed in this motion, as well as the emphasis on public education through county libraries. Teaching of evidence.
Thank you. Shannon Camacho, your line is unmuted. Please state the agenda items you wish to address. You may begin.
Shannon Camacho with Inclusive Action for the City, one of the co-chair organizations for the Immigrants RLA Coalition. We strongly support 45A, the motion for County Council to explore an eviction moratorium in the county. I don't have to repeat what directly impacted community members have already said. So many neighborhoods across the entire county, from South LA to the Valley to the East Side, are suffering daily as these ongoing raids from DHS are forcing immigrant community members to struggle for basic survival. What we are seeing right now is a humanitarian crisis, and we need to treat the violence and impact of these raids as serious as any other disaster, natural or not, and create guardrails like an eviction moratorium to protect communities from losing their livelihoods and homes. I especially want to thank and highlight the testimonies we heard from community members who are street vendors today. As they have shared, they and their families are forced into an impossible decision to work outside and face kidnapping or suffer severe financial losses, including risking losing their home. We urge the county to move quickly, and we look forward to hearing the report back on the eviction moratorium from County Council during the next board meeting on September.
Thank you. Caller 562-783. Please state your name and the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brenda Olivas, and I'm with Spirit Family Services. We have locations in South El Monte, Bell Gardens, and Whittier, and last year we actually served over 14,000 people in need. I'm here to speak in support of item number 45A. Thank you to Supervisor Horvath and Solis for introducing this motion to report back on the feasibility of an eviction moratorium to support struggling tenants. Since June 6th, with the ICE has detained over 4,000 immigrants in the greater LA area, and immigrants are afraid to leave their homes, as we have heard all the testimonies today. People are struggling financially because they have lost their primary breadwinners, or they're in fear of leaving their home and living paycheck to paycheck. Please consider approving item number 45A, the eviction moratorium to support struggling tenants as we continue to contend with homelessness and housing affordability crisis in LA. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller 323-422. Please state your name and the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Alarcon, Community Leader and Executive Director of the El Monte Business Alliance. I'm here to speak in support of item 45A. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath and Supervisor Solis for introducing this motion to explore an eviction moratorium to protect struggling tenants. Since June, ICE has detained thousands of immigrants in the LA area. Families are afraid to leave their homes for work, groceries, or just doing their basic items that they were used to in the past. Things have changed, and people need to realize that it has changed in a way that it's impacting families in a negative way. Many have lost their jobs, households already living paycheck to paycheck. Even a single week without income can put them at risk for eviction. So this is the full impact of federal policies and tariffs that are taking hold here. More families may face serious financial challenges from all this. At a time when we are already dealing with homelessness and housing affordability crisis, it is vital that we do everything.
Thank you. Well, caller 562-692. Please state your name and the agenda items you wish to address. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Eliana Ibarra. I'm here to support item number 45A. Thank you to Supervisor Horvath and Solis. Since June 6, ICE has detained over 4,000 immigrants in LA, leaving families afraid without income and at risk of eviction. Even a single missed paycheck can push households into crisis. With our housing and homelessness emergencies, we must act to protect people, keep people housed. Please support item 45A. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for all non-held items is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Okay, can you hold a second? I just want to relay for the audience. I appreciate everybody that stayed, but we have a lot of people that have already spoken on 45A. Please give an opportunity to others to speak if they haven't spoken already. We're going to prioritize them, and we may not hear from, we don't want to hear duplicates. So we're trying to be accommodating to everybody. We're not trying to be rude, but we do appreciate you coming here. But let's give people that haven't had a chance to speak to please do so. And I thank you. Remember, this item is on consent. So it's really in a good, in my opinion, I don't think, no creo que hay problema. Okay? All right, thank you. So please, if you can, let's go to the speakers in person. Gracias.
Dr. Mohammed, for the record, I'm submitting both a formal provenance notice with convergence evidence and a published public commentary that situates these issues in the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline era built by yours truly. If I may submit this.
Sir, what item are you speaking on? What
Yes,
item?
absolutely. So item number 13 and item 23, please. The rent relief program mirrors the prevention architecture of the B2C3A pipeline prevention framework, which includes tiered prevention, predictive hardship targeting, and community navigation. To protect public trust, the board must publish how such framework-aligned language entered county operations post-April 2025. Recognition is accountability. Silence erases authorship. Every equity dollar spent without attribution risks rewriting history in favor of institutions, not the people or the frameworks that shape them. $17 million for predictive and tactical systems cannot move forward without trauma-informed safeguards. The Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline framework and the B2C3A pipeline prevention model were introduced precisely to diagnose and prevent systemic harm. I urge the board to evaluate every predictive system and emergency allocation against these equity frameworks before implementation. Public safety without recognition of equity frameworks is incomplete, and history must record whose work first named the risks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Paulo Suarez. I'm with the LA Tenants Union, and I'm here in support of 45A, the eviction moratorium. Supervisor Solis says that the consent is most likely going to happen, but I'm here to talk about the decision that's going to happen. And we have to support that eviction moratorium. Why? Because the goal is to get ICE out of this city. The goal is to fight against the regime that we're living under. And the moratorium is a step forward. We got one step forward now. We got a victory. We can celebrate it, but we have to keep moving forward. The moratorium is one next step. We have to think about the next step, all right? We have a lot of people here that are suffering in their homes, and like I said before, we need to think of these homes as the first line of defense. We need a risky politics. We need a politics with heart. This is what other people are doing. This is what Republicans, this is what conservatives are doing. They're playing with heart, they're playing with risk. Now you need to take a gamble because the people out there, they're taking a gamble already. They're fighting. So they don't need to come in here. You just need to look outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Chase Hunter, Angie Seabees, Steve Hill, K.W. Landfield, L. Siebert, Maya Daniels, Yanel Mengal, Isela Lopez, Eloisa Galindo. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Eva García.
A very good afternoon to you. My name is Eva Garcia.
Vengo de la organización Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
And I'm from the organization Community Power Collective.
Y vengo a hablar del punto 45A.
I'm here to speak about point 45A.
Necesitamos una moratoria de renta.
We need a rent moratorium.
Es muy triste que cada que haya una emergencia tengamos que venir a pedir esto.
It is very sad every time that we have an emergency on our hands that we have to come ask for this.
Pero nos tenemos que conformar. Porque tenemos una vivienda a mercancía.
Because we don't have to just take this because we have housing that is market housing.
Los dueños solamente son ambiciosos y quieren desalojar a nuestros inquilinos para dejarlos en la calle y cobrar más dinero.
The owners, they're just super ambitious. They want to be able to evict the tenants. They want to leave them on the streets.
Es triste cada que hay una emergencia venir a recordar, necesitamos una moratoria de renta.
It is so sad every time that there's an emergency, we have to come and remind we need a moratorium.
Pero lo que más necesitamos es que la comunidad tome control de la vivienda para que ya no haya más dueños ambiciosos y desalojar a nuestras familias.
What we most need, we need the community to take control of housing so that we don't have more ambitious landlords who are trying to evict the tenants.
Por ahora, necesitamos una moratoria.
So for now, we need a moratorium.
Por favor, apóyenla.
Please support it.
Mientras hacemos fuerza para que un día la comunidad tome el control de la vivienda y así no tengamos que tener más desalojos.
And meanwhile, we will do all in our power to be able to ensure that the community can take control of housing and not have any more evictions.
Porque el poder del pueblo lo ganará. Así
Because
es.
the power of the people will win it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Kenia Alcocer. Good afternoon, my name is Kenia Alcocer. I am with Unión de Vecinos and the Los Angeles Tenants Union. I am here today not just as an advocate and organizer, but also a person that is impacted. I'm here to speak on 45A. I'm a tenant, and this administration has made it legal for us to be racially profiled and detained. I'm an immigrant myself. I've been fighting for my rights since I was a young kid with AB 540 to be able to go to school. And now in 2008, I was advocating for youth like myself that were trying to get the DREAM Act passed, and we were able to get DACA. As a DACA recipient, all DACA recipients that were organizers at the time we were doing civil disobedience are now, our DACAs are being denied and we're being impacted. I no longer have a work permit, which means that I no longer have a job, which means I no longer know if I'm gonna be able to pay my rent, feed my children, and that is the same position that every single person in my community is in, and that is why we need an eviction moratorium. We need an eviction moratorium to support our families so they won't be homeless. We need an eviction moratorium so our children have a roof over their heads. We need an eviction moratorium so we can feed our families, because we keep paying money to these landlords and they are not suffering. They don't have to go at night and be on the table and think, can I buy my children milk tonight? Or should I be paying my light bill or my gas bill or my rent? We really need an eviction moratorium for every single person in our communities to feel safe and housed. We have a housing crisis. We've been having a housing crisis before the pandemic. So we need you to take action today because our communities are suffering. And this is all of LA County. And this is Tadeo, and he will benefit from the eviction moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Ana Karen. I'm also with the LA Tenants Union, the East Side Local, and East Side LA. Mitchell, Solis, Barger, Horvath, Hahn, I'm here to speak to you. We all sat here and heard you discuss rent relief, and we all heard you say that it's not enough, whether it's increasing the cap, whatever that is. We heard you say that it's not enough to address the eviction crisis worsened by the LA fires and raids. And this isn't any regular moment in the history of Los Angeles or the world. We're living in a moment where our communities are experiencing relentless terror in our own neighborhoods, the places where we work, where we go to school, where we worship. And it's terror after terror, both from ICE, from the fires, from COVID, and from evictions. And we are also seeing at the same time a lack of action, conviction, and leadership from elected officials. Los Angeles and the world will remember how elected officials failed to act or how they stood in this moment. In this moment, the bare minimum that you can do is rent relief and an eviction moratorium.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christine. I live in Pasadena. I'm here in support of item number 45A. I want to encourage the board to pass a motion to direct staff to come back with options for an eviction moratorium. I live in District 5, which is filled with hardworking individuals, independent entrepreneurs who in our district, we have been impacted by the ICE raids. We need a rent moratorium to resist the attacks of the federal government that is attacking Southern California. I encourage you to see what the possibilities are for a rent moratorium and take them seriously. Your support or your lack of support will be remembered by the residents of Los Angeles. Families are being forced to choose between going to work or risking abduction or staying home and facing eviction. The Rent Brigade, the organization that I'm with, we did a survey. We went out and talked to workers, people who worked in car washes, people who sold or street vendors, and we noticed that.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Verónica Sánchez. Vengo representando a la organización COFEN. Somos parte de la coalición Immigrants Are LA.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Sanchez, and I'm representing COFEM, the organization, and we are part of the Immigrants Coalition, Immigrants Are LA Coalition.
Estoy aquí para apoyar firmemente la moratoria de alquiler. Las familias de nuestra comunidad están perdiendo ingresos debido a las redadas y los altos alquileres y se necesita ayuda ahora mismo para poder permanecer en nuestros hogares.
I'm here to strongly support the rent moratorium. The families in our community are losing income because of the immigration raids and the high rents, and we need help right now to be able to stay in our homes.
Nuestra comunidad del sureste de Los Ángeles ha sido fuertemente atacada por estos secuestradores y las redadas. No me quiero quebrar, pero yo estoy a punto de perder mi vivienda.
My community in Southeast LA has been strongly affected by the ICE kidnappings and raids, and I don't want to break down, but I'm at the point where I'm almost about to lose my home.
Por eso es que yo estoy aquí apoyando la 45A y damos las gracias a ustedes porque sé que nos van a apoyar.
That's why I'm here. I'm supporting 45A, and we thank each one of you because we know you will support us.
Nuestras comunidades compartidas están en crisis. Por favor, trabajen juntos para aprobar rápidamente la moratoria de alquiler para que no nos desalojen. Tristemente, estamos viviendo tiempos difíciles y sí quiero pedirles que tengan un poco de empatía.
So our communities all together are in a state of crisis, and so please, you need to work together to quickly approve the moratorium and keep our families together. Sadly, we are going through such a difficult time, so I ask you to please have some empathy.
Ya que solo los que vivimos esta situación entendemos que yo no sé qué voy a hacer con mi familia, con mis perritos también. Les pido por favor que voten hoy por esta moción. Muchas gracias.
So our families, we don't know what we're going to do. I don't know what I'm going to do with my dogs. So please support us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Janelle Mengelle. Represento a COFEM. Represento al cuarto distrito también.
So good afternoon. My name is Janelle Mengel, and I represent COFEM. I'm also in District 4.
En estos momentos, todas las familias latinas, yo sé que están pasando muchas necesidades y yo sé que ustedes van a trabajar para nosotros.
So during these times, all of the Latino families, I know we're going through so many difficulties, and I know that you will support us.
Necesitamos su apoyo para esta moción. ¿Por qué? Porque ustedes son la llave para que puedan ayudarnos a nosotros.
We need your support for this motion. Why? You are the key to be able to support us.
Nuestros caseros están abusando de cobrarnos rentas muy altas.
Our landlords are charging us rents that are very high.
Mi esposo está jubilado, gana $1,548 al mes y tengo que pagar $2,100 de renta. Esto es imposible.
My husband's retired. He makes $1,548 a month. We have to pay $2,140 of rent. It's impossible.
Sus ahorros ya están a punto de agotarse. ¿Cómo voy a vivir? ¿En la calle? ¿Uno más de todos esos homeless que tenemos afuera?
So his savings is just about run out. So how will I live? Am I going to end up on the street? Will I be one more person that ends up on the street?
Les pido que apoyemos la 45A. Muchísimas gracias y tengan buen día.
I ask you to support 45A. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mi nombre es Yesenia López.
My name is Yesenia Lopez.
Vengo a representar el Distrito 4. Represento por parte de COFED.
I'm from District 4, and I'm representing COFEM.
estamos apoyando a la motoría de renta.
We're supporting the rent moratorium,
que viene siendo la moción 45A.
which is motion 45A.
Necesitamos que nos apoyen.
We need you to support us.
Porque ahorita, si mi esposo trabajaba 8 horas, ahorita está trabajando nada más 2 a 4 horas. ¿Cómo la vamos a hacer para pagar la renta?
So if my husband was working 8 hours before, now he's working 2 to 4 hours. How are we going to pay our rent?
Luego allí le subieron el 10% lo que estamos pagando.
Then they also raised what we're paying in rent by 10%.
Necesito que nos apoyen y muchísimas gracias, que yo sé que ustedes pueden apoyarlos.
I need you to support us. Thank you so much. I know that you can support us.
Necesito que nos apoyen en la renta y muchísimas gracias. Espero que nos apoyen.
I need you to support us with the rent. Thank you so much, and I hope you do support us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ron Jones. I am here to speak on behalf of items 24 and 39. I know that there's no shortage of anger that gets expressed to the board sitting up there on a regular basis. I'm actually here to thank you. I'm here to show some appreciation and respect. I'm the owner of the Bridge to Nowhere and the founder of Bungee America. We've been in business for 36 years. We've been licensed by the state of California since they began licensing, which goes back to 1992. We have an impeccable safety record. We allow public access onto private property, which is an incredibly rare thing. And when I say public access, 20,000 Los Angelinos come onto my property every year and leave their trash and leave their diapers, and my staff and I clean it up. It's taken 11 years to process this permit, and I had the pleasure to speak in front of you 6 months ago, and I had the pleasure to speak in front of the Regional Planning Commission a year ago. I would like to thank you, the Regional Planning Commission, and the planning staff for all of the hard work and support that we have had. We fall in Supervisor Barger's district. I would like to thank Supervisor Barger as well. And it is simply a matter that my wife and I, Gretchen, who works as hard at my business as I do, wanted to thank you personally. Thanks.
Next speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Karen Estrada, and I'm from the San Fernando Valley and a constituent of Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. I'm here with the Immigrants RLA Coalition. Now, before I start, I would like to acknowledge Mexican Independence Day today and National Hispanic Heritage Month to everyone. Thank you to the board for passing the Rent Relief Assistance Program earlier today. This will help so many families, but we cannot stop there. I urge you to support item 45A, exploring options for an eviction moratorium recommended by County Supervisors Horvath and Solis. With rising fear in our communities, especially as ICE rates increase, many families are at risk of losing their homes. A moratorium is critical to prevent more people, especially vulnerable families, from falling into homelessness. Last week, I learned from my parents that work in hospitals that their coworkers' visas are being revoked. This is something that you all can do to support families, essential workers, neighbors that have given you so much during this critical time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'd like to get 2 minutes because we want to talk about a couple different topics, including the general public comment. I'm here because we had a tumultuous time at LA Family Housing, Cesar Chavez, where we were saying a lot of racist activities. They chartered a bus back in Christmas and took all the children that lived in family shelter.
Ma'am, this is not general public comment. This is just comment on the items that were not held. But you can come back for general public comment.
I'm on this one too.
Which item are you speaking on?
45, 12, and 28, 1, and 40, please.
Okay.
Is it okay for me to speak with my full minute, 2 minutes?
Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You cut me off all the way a minute. Can I have my full 2 minutes, please?
Go ahead.
This is a serious matter for me. They chartered a bus and took all the children from family shelter over to get Christmas gifts, told my kids that they had to get off the bus. I kept going into City Hall to, not 1 second, I went into City Hall to let them know what was going on. They said, surprise, we got your voucher for you. So back in November, they gave me a voucher verbally. They told me they had a voucher, didn't give me my paperwork until April, and they said, you got 30 days to go find a house. Then they pigeonholed me into a certain house. They said, we already give you one one extension. I was like, I never got my paperwork until March. So then they pigeonholed me into a house and said, you got to find this one particular house. I said, okay. And they said, we're going to give you one more extension, even though I never even knew about the first extension. So then this guy, he kept on pulling out on the inspections. He canceled the inspection, the landlord 4 times. On the 4th time, he allowed them to come to inspect the house. They approved the house right away. They told me to come sign my lease and get my keys and move in. And when I went to go with all of my children that day, my beautifully talented young artists that are national artists, you can check that out on Instagram, KOJO, the artist. He does murals, animations, and everything. My children are great. So when we go to pick up the house, I have all 6 of my kids, and then that's when he started telling me he didn't like women with children, too many children in his house. He went to the Section 8 people, told them that I refused the house, even though he told me that day, he was like, I'm going to talk to my girlfriend about it to determine whether or not we want to move forward with you. This is what he told me. I have everything on recording and documents of his information with me. I have a signed lease with them, but he told Section 8 that I could refuse the house. They snatched my Section 8 and told me I had until the 15th to get out of the family shelter, kicking me and my children out on the streets. And so now we are in a critical need. So now they're saying that they're removing that Section 8 voucher.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Excuse me, hold on a minute. Ma'am, why don't you, our staff will contact you, constituent assistance team, to talk to you about your housing and your voucher situation, and maybe we can clarify if it's the city of LA or LA housing. Okay, but you need to talk to our staff, okay, ma'am? Thank you for coming, okay? And they'll take care of you. Thank you. No, ma'am, you're, I'm sorry, let's move on. Was he called in? What item is he speaking on? He's speaking on 12840, 1240. Can he speak for himself?
7 years old.
You've had younger.
You want to go on this one? That's fine. You can speak for yourself.
You have 1 minute, young man.
I'm an artist and my name is Ali. I'm an artist and I'm 7, and when they took all the kids to Malibu and on the bus, and they said we gotta go to the house and check up for the Malibu bus, and then they said we gotta go.
Okay.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Okay. Next
Hi, my name is Gilda Rodriguez. I am retired from Neighborhood Legal Services. I live in the Palms area. And in June, my neighbor, 68-year-old grandpa, was kidnapped and pushed into a waiting vehicle. The window of his truck was broken, and they pulled him out. His family, my neighbors, experienced horror and grief as we surrounded his empty truck. And we'll never be the same. We know that the rents are unaffordable and that most families must work multiple jobs, increasing their risk of ICE terror. We know that unpaid rents equal eviction.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jesse, and I'm a member of the Los Angeles Tenant Union. The reality is that rent relief programs are complicated. They're slow. It's hard for tenants to get access. That's been so frustratingly true for myself and other organizers in the union. Most families facing eviction never see $1 of that aid in time. And they've already been out of work or staying home from work to protect themselves for the last 3 months. If this board is serious about preventing homelessness and abductions, you need to stop evictions at the source. A moratorium is the only tool that provides immediate direct protection. It keeps people housed now while other programs try and catch up. Do not buy the arguments from landlords that this isn't reasonable. For tenants, working families already stretched to the limit. Eviction means devastation and displacement. For landlords, it simply means waiting a little longer for payment. It's not the same burden, and it's not hard choice. Make the right one. Rent relief matters, but without an eviction moratorium, it does.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Matt Buck with the California Apartment Association. I urge you to oppose item 45A. What was once intended as a rare, extraordinary power has become a routine political tool. Emergency authority was used to impose sweeping moratoriums during COVID, again after the fires, and now possibly under the guise of federal immigration enforcement. This is not a solution. A moratorium tied to immigration status would destabilize the region further. It would create uncertainty for housing providers, encourage stricter screening, drag property owners into federal enforcement policy disputes. Worse, it would compromise the privacy and safety of residents by effectively mapping where people live. Let's be clear, state law already prohibits housing providers from asking about immigration status. Instead of blunt policies that harm trust and housing stability, the board should focus on real solutions. Direct rental assistance has proven to be the most effective way to keep families in their homes. I urge you, reject 45A. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi again, board. My name is Vanessa Melendrez. I'll make this brief because I did speak earlier. I just wanted to clearly state the Filipino Workers Center, who I represent, their stance on 45A, as well as Immigrants RLA, and we are in favor of this. So if you could please vote in favor of this, that would be much appreciative. We do know that we have heard reports of landlords intimidating the immigrants and their status. So this, coupled with what you guys passed earlier, would be a great solution that we would greatly appreciate. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Tenants Union to speak in favor of the eviction moratorium. We have seen 4 months of violent kidnappings, policies that amount to apartheid and ethnic cleansing, and the city's response has so far been pitiful. Your constituents are being violently persecuted in the streets, threatened with abduction in their homes and in their work sites, chased and persecuted to their deaths. And now both immigrants and non-immigrants alike are suffering the fear of being violently abducted or violently evicted. For so many of our neighbors, eviction is a death sentence, pushing longtime Angelinos out of the communities that we have built, ramifications that will be seen for generations to come. As on the one hand, the city proudly touts to the world the diversity and cultural richness of the city, while on the other providing no material support. In fact, tenants in the city find that the courts and bureaucratic processes are often to be an impediment to justice. You name streets and neighborhoods after the communities that have nourished them, the indigenous peoples that have been constantly displaced, but where is the support for the living communities here and now that have long been ignored and are fighting for their lives? This is not hyperbole. This is a matter of life and death, and we need you to act now. Where is the support for us when our lives are on the line? Many of us have been out on the street.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Lisette again with Community Power Collective, also known as CPC. We work with street vendors, bus riders or metro riders, and then folks who, I'm thinking of the word in Spanish, renters, inquilinos. A lot of them are probably still here and also listening and paying attention, because a couple of months ago we voted and we said we're going to continue to organize. We're going to organize for a moratorium because it's a life-saving tool that we've presented here before you, right? That other folks have written documents and handed over to you today as well. So please look at that line by line. Our members know that this is one lifeline, the rental assistance that you provided as well. Again, as I mentioned, street vendors we know have been kidnapped. I'm tracking 12 street vendors who are detained in Adelanto and other states nearby, continue to get kidnapped. So we know every other day someone may be kidnapped. And as much as we put our bodies on the line, as my compañero said, there's more work to be done. So please pass this moratorium today.
Thank you. That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
We take a moment. I know that Supervisor Mitchell wants to address an item.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'll be voting on the consent calendar, but as I listened to the public comment and taken a look at the draft ordinance that one of the advocacy organizations has drafted, I would like to ask in the report back on 45A that either County Council or DCBA provide us with some historic information, which includes the average household debt accrued during the last eviction moratorium. I would find that very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's proceed. Oh.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the following items are before you. Items 2 through 11, 13, 14 as revised, 15 through 17, 19, 20 with Supervisor Barger voting no, 21 through 27, 29 through 39, 41 through 44, 45A. On this item, Supervisor Horvath revises her motion to instruct County Council to provide a verbal report at the October 7th, 2025 board meeting instead of the September 30th, 2025 board meeting. And should we also incorporate the recommendation by Supervisor Mitchell? And then 48 and 49, 1D and 2D, these items are before you.
Thank you. With that, the items are moved by Supervisor Horvath, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the items with the exceptions noted by the executive officer. Executive officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Motion carries 4-0. We will now move on to set matter 1, report on the county's budget. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on a telephone. Representatives from the Chief Executive Office will make a presentation. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Thank you. With that, I think we're going to go directly to our CEO. Members in the audience, can you please hold your voices down? Thank you very much for coming. Okay, muchas gracias. Okay, ya se acabó. Gracias. Okay, let's go with our
Good
CEO.
afternoon. Good afternoon, supervisors. Today, I will provide another brief update on the budgetary impact and pressures the county is facing. Can we get let's see, we have the slides up already. So today's presentation will focus on the work of our legislative advocates, both directly and indirectly in support of our budget, as well as to advance key county values.
Ma'am, you're being disruptive. You can speak during general public comment.
Ma'am,
Ma'am, you can speak during general public comment. This is your first warning.
you can come back after for public comment, ma'am, okay? Please have our staff address her, because we were supposed to help her. Did you do that? Did you meet with someone, ma'am, on our staff? But let's get our staff. Where does she live? We'll have our staff come and talk to you right now, okay? Thank you. Okay, we'll talk to you right now. We have DCBA, also eviction. Okay, let's get staff out there, please. Thank you. Let's go.
Okay.
Yes. LA tenants can also help her. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Phaedra, please begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So today's presentation will focus on the work of our legislative advocates, both directly and indirectly, in support of our budget, as well as to advance key county values. But before introducing our team, I'd like to quickly update the board and the public on the county's financial position. I would also like to suggest for the chair and the chair pro tem that going forward, we provide these budget updates to your board on an as-needed basis to reflect new and fresh developments and new information as it becomes available. For today, I can tell you that the budget pressures we have previously shared over multiple board members remain largely unchanged from prior presentations. To briefly recap, these challenges include paying the $4 billion settlement of sexual assault claims, as well as a growing number of new claims, investing in our workforce with bonuses and COLAs, navigating the costs and revenue impacts of the fires, and facing the threat of losing roughly $2 billion or more in federal funding in the coming years. We've already made a round of cutbacks, and we know that more are on the way, including additional curtailments of 5.5% as part of the upcoming supplemental budget phase. As previously highlighted, these will mean additional cuts to some very popular programs and services. Throughout it all, we remain committed to keeping the safety net intact for our most vulnerable residents. Federal pressures remain dynamic, and as various department heads have already highlighted for your board, the precise impact of federal cuts will not be fully known for all curtailments until the rules and regulations necessary to implement the so-called big bill are put into place by various agencies, ranging from HUD to the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. New Medicaid regulations are expected to be released before the end of the year, and we will need to be ready to pivot accordingly. There also remains a lack of clear guidance from the courts regarding the administration's authority to unilaterally rescind previously funding appropriated by Congress. We believe that risks are increasing for discretionary grants to be withdrawn. In the meantime, we have our eye on a potential government shutdown that could happen as early as October 1st, the day after the supplemental budget comes to your board for approval. In short, we remain in a very dynamic and unpredictable economic climate, but we are not standing still. So in today's presentation, we will focus on some of the work our Legislative Affairs and Intergovernmental Relations team has been doing in Sacramento. And with that, please bring up the next, okay. So with that, I will turn it over to our legislative team, which is comprised of Angela Ovalle, Marvin Dion, and Andy Liebenbaum. Can we bring up the next slide, please?
Thanks, Fizia. Good afternoon, supervisors. As Fizia said, Angela Ovalle, Acting Branch Manager for Legislative Affairs, joined by Marvin Dion and Andy Liebenbaum from our Sacramento office. Our presentation today will provide a legislative update, including updates on our county-sponsored bills for 2025 and other significant bills, as well as some comments on the end of session and an outlook for next year. I don't have to tell you that this has been a year like no other. We've had the fires, the state's fiscal constraints, a new federal administration, and lots of federal actions and federal cuts to funding. This has created a lot of emergent and competing advocacy needs. So I would like to thank the board, CEO Budgets, and all the departments for their collaboration on our advocacy efforts this year, including our annual Sacramento and DC advocacy trips and numerous roundtable events with our delegation members that helped advance our legislative and budget priorities. Despite these challenges of the political dynamics and the state's fiscal outlook, LAIR developed comprehensive advocacy strategies and collaborated with like-minded partner organizations and counties to secure key policy and budget wins. The state's legislative session ended on Saturday, so today's presentation is a point-in-time presentation on some key bills. The governor now has until October 12th to sign or veto bills, and any signed bills become effective on January 1st, 2026, with the exception of budget bills and urgency bills, which become effective immediately upon signature. And now to speak about our county-sponsored bills, I'll turn it over to Andy.
Thanks, Angela. Andy Liebenbaum from your Sacramento office. Happy to be here. So we had 9 total bills. 9 bills that are policy bills and 1 funding request. 2 have already been signed into law. So as you can see on the screen, SB 409, Senator Archuleta, we got enacted a provision that would increase the county's internal workforce account limit from $50,000 to $125,000. The significance of this is multifaceted. The first of the issues is it will allow the county to undertake improvements and maintenance in facilities, taking on deferred maintenance projects, but also this is a provision that hadn't been changed in law since 1982, so we've made some good progress for the county. A funding provision for the LA County fire camps. This provision provides $4.8 million to sustain Los Angeles County fire camp operations in both this fiscal year, 25-26, and in 26-27, preserving current funding levels and contracts. The county-operated fire camps provide training for qualified inmates in state custody to support rehabilitation and reentry. The other thing that this funding does is expands the frontline capacity and strengthens wildfire response throughout the county. We have 5 bills that are on the governor's desk. AB 287, Assemblymember Lackey, requires vote centers and polling places to provide accessible parking and secure storage. This was a top concern of our registrar. The accessible parking at vote centers is a key concern for residents. It provides people who have mobility issues with greater access to the vote centers. And then, of course, the secure storage facilities inside those vote centers allows us to keep ballots and other election materials safe during the election process. AB 1037 by Assemblymember El Hawari aligns outdated statutes and regulations for substance use disorder treatment with current best practices and proven approaches. The importance of this legislation is continuing with the state's recent programs to remove stigma and statutory barriers that prevent people with SUDs from getting the treatment that they need, and it will increase access to treatment options, improving SUD care, and ultimately saving lives throughout the county. SB 303 by Senator Smallwood Cuevas would shield employees' bias mitigation training from being used as evidence of bias. This is going to promote a safer and more transparent path for employees to confront and correct biases, therefore strengthening the public trust and improving our ability to deliver services. SB 413 by Senator Allen will allow attorneys engaged in civil actions against county child welfare and juvenile probation services to access juvenile records. This is going to speed up a resolution to lawsuits involving children in the county's care or custody.
Andy, hold on one
Next
second.
slide,
Can we
please.
get the next slide, please?
Oh, sorry. Next slide. There we are. So now we just did SB 413, which is the top. Now we'll go to SB 782 by Senator Perez. This is going to expand the use of enhanced infrastructure financing to support rebuilding efforts, which are critical in light of the fires. It's going to accelerate the county's wildfire recovery by creating new financing tool to finance repair and rebuilding projects and support economic recovery and workforce development in fire-impacted communities. So those bills are all on the governor's desk. We have two bills that have been made into two-year bills, which means they can be taken up again in 2026. AB 970 by Assemblymember McKinner would have created a two-year county pilot to implement a decision tree for mandated reporting in the child welfare setting. The program would enhance training for mandated reporters to reduce over-reporting and to connect families at risk of being in the child welfare system with resources they need. AB 1129 by Celeste Rodriguez, also a two-year bill, would have authorized local health officers to monitor birth defects or birth anomalies. It would have helped the County of Los Angeles track data, identify risk factors associated with birth defects and other postnatal conditions, thereby improving services for families facing healthcare challenges. Again, those bills could be brought up in 2026. And last, AB 351, this bill unfortunately did not move. It would have increased the campaign contribution threshold from $500 to $1,500 for licenses, permits, or other entitlements for use. It would have reduced staff time and cost preparing statements of disclosure while maintaining campaign finance transparency in compliance with the Levine Act. Unfortunately, that bill died in committee.
Thanks, Andy. In terms of other key bills of interest, I'd like to highlight a few of the bills that LAIR engaged on this year based on their significant fiscal impact or potential fiscal impact. The first is AB 100 by Assemblymember Gabriel. This was approved in April and implemented the state's early action budget package. This bill included urgently needed authority to assist local governments impacted by the Eaton and Palisades fire to offset recovery expenses and property tax losses. We also worked throughout the year on SB 577 by Senator Laird, which would have reformed how childhood sexual assault lawsuits against public entities proceed, with the goal of ensuring long-term solvency for local governments. The county had a support position on this bill, which was moved to the inactive file during the last week of session after negotiation on further amendments broke down. And SB 577 is now a two-year bill. We also closely tracked AB 283 by Assemblymember Haney, which would have shifted collective bargaining from IHSS providers from the local level to the state. And while we did not have a position on this bill, Lair requested clarifying language on who would be responsible for paying any salary increases negotiated by the state. This bill was amended late in the year to clarify that the state would pay the full cost of the non-federal share for any increased county and public authority administrative costs that resulted from state bargaining, and that there would be no county IHSS MOE adjustments for any increases agreed to in an MOU under state bargaining. 283 was placed on the inactive file during the last week of session. The county also supported AB 1430 by Assemblymember Bennett via a motion earlier this year. This bill, which passed the legislature and is pending with the governor, would increase recording fees for the first time since 2010, and the revenue could only be used for county recorders' offices. Based on recent recording activities in the county, this fee increase could generate approximately $9 million in additional revenue annually, which could reduce augmentation needed from the county's general fund for recording functions. And then finally, we have AB 338 by Assemblymember Salachi. This bill would appropriate $5 billion to the California Workforce Development Board to allocate to the county's Department of Economic Opportunity. This funding would be used for workforce strategies for unemployed and underemployed low to moderate workers to support the recovery and rebuilding of areas impacted by the January wildfires and to aid workers affected by the fire. This would accelerate disaster recovery and long-term resilience in the region and increase the number of impacted individuals the county can serve, including those who may otherwise be excluded from federal aid. AB 338 is on the governor's desk, and if signed, it would become effective immediately as an urgency statute. And then finally, just very briefly on the trailer bills. On Monday and Tuesday of last week, the legislature released 17 budget trailer bills, which made adjustments to the previous enacted state budget and finalized some policy changes that had been subject of negotiations during the last weeks of session. Most notably, the Budget Bill Junior, or SB 105, includes language related to the previously approved $1 billion loan to support the county and the City of LA's recovery from the January wildfires. The language in the trailer bill authorizes the county and the city an extended period to negotiate loan terms with the state. And this is language that our Sacramento advocates proposed to the administration to allow us time to continue conversations with the state and come to agreement on loan terms. SB 105 also allocated Proposition 4 funding, this is the climate bond, for several county projects, including $16.2 million for Eaton Canyon, $15 million for the La Brea tar pits, $5.5 million for Charles White Park, and $5 million for Hughes Fire Recovery at Castaic Lake. SB 105 also has $2.5 million for resiliency improvements to the LA County Waterworks District 29 system. That is not Prop 4 funding, but instead funding from the Department of Water Resources local assistance funds. And then finally of note, SB 105 includes funding for state and counties' response to HR 1 or the Big Bill. For the state, it provides $53.6 million to resource multiple multi-year activities that are part of the state's CalFresh payment error rate mitigation strategy, and strategies that are necessary for counties to implement non-discretionary policy provisions of HR 1. The bill also allocates $40 million for county administration for HR 1 provisions related to able-bodied adults without dependents who will experience new work requirements due to the federal law. This trailer bill, SB 105, passed the legislature on Friday and is on the governor's desk. And now I'll turn it over to Marvin to provide his perspective on this year's legislative session and an outlook for next year.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Marvin Dion with CEO Lair. I'll start from the top. Just like in the county here, this year's legislative session began in Sacramento, completely focused on the fires. Sac Lair was immediately forced to pivot from our plan for the year and establish a new plan that included addressing the county's response and recovery needs with the fire on the fiscal side and the policy side. We saw numerous successes in that space where we were able to get some housing rules waived and also begin early conversations that ultimately resulted in additional funding for the county to support a lot of our response recovery efforts. So that was how we kind of made lemonade with the unexpected situation. The next major blip was HR 1, where, as we all know, we were kind of just knocked off of our balance immediately. It once again put us back into high drive. Our focus shifted from what we had kind of became our new normal with our normal bills and fire recovery. It shifted to, focusing on making sure that we were protecting against policy decisions in Sacramento that would ultimately hurt some of our most vulnerable populations here in the county. We were able to do that in a lot of places. We met with the LA delegation and the Bay Area caucus, offered some alternative ways to look at the reductions, and a lot of our recommendations were actually incorporated in the state's budget. Unfortunately, this work continues as the state is still digesting what HR 1 means and how it will impact the counties further down the line. And so we're meeting with legislators, the administration. I normally have calls with folks where they'll float concepts over and say like, hey, what does this do to the county? Sometimes I'm able to answer on the spot. Sometimes I connect with county departments and we're able to say like, well, if you do it that way, it hurts this many people. But if you modify it slightly, the impact is greatly reduced. And they've been receptive to a lot of our conversations. And so looking forward, our plan is to stay engaged and continue to provide kind of that sounding board. And I like to say that our county departments have been really responsive as we ask for those scenario, kind of what does this look like, what does that look like? So looking forward into next year's legislative session, much like the county, the state is facing fiscal difficulties. Everything that we hear is austerity and figuring out ways to manage federal decisions that are in the pipeline. Another shift that's going to be significant in Sacramento is we're moving into a new pro tem. And so Senator Mike McGuire won't be pro tem. Senator Monique Limon will be taking the lead. What that'll mean is a lot of shifting at the top. Once the dust kind of settles and we're able to see who's where, we'll renew our efforts to build relationships where they don't exist and kind of water the relationships that we've already developed on behalf of the county. So the outlook is tough, but we're up for it, and we will continue to do what we can on behalf of the residents of the county.
Thank you, supervisors. That concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Before I turn to my colleagues, I did want to thank you, the panel and CEO. I know this has been a tough year. There's no doubt about it. And while it sounds good coming from where you're sitting, I know it's been difficult and it's going to get harder. And I appreciate the efforts of our county, our CEO, and everyone, and the departments that have gone up. Because I think the more they hear about cases, numbers, real lives, the more ammunition we'll have to help defend our position, and you already know that. But I get that, because people always ask me, Hilda, what can you tell me about the Department of Mental Health and what cuts are coming or impending, or even for homeless. And that's one area I hope you guys can focus on, homeless and CalAIM, because now there's limited funding for that program, and we just rolled out a bunch of new programs together with some of our big insurers like LA Care. And if we see that those programs are going to be clawed back in some way, that doesn't put us in a good light, because again, we're trying to serve a really vulnerable population. And I'm thinking about Skid Row, and I'm thinking about some of these places where we just started to get off the ground and collaborate with other people and figuring out what that means. So just put that in the back of your mind, if you will. And then on HR 1, you said there's more than 53 million to help with strategies for CalFresh and work requirements. Are we talking about administrative assistance, or what do you mean by what do we mean by strategies? What does that really mean?
So I would have to defer to get more information for you on that. That is money that the state will be administering as they're looking at the error rate mitigation strategies. As you know, in HR 1, there is some language regarding error rates and how that will impact the funding that's coming down.
Right, and I know that that's been brought up by some of our departments, DPSS in particular and others, and trying to get them administrative help, because while we're cutting back on staff and things of that nature, we certainly want to understand what that is, and if there's a way to help fix that or help them, I think it would be very helpful, because the whole work requirement redetermination every 6 months or whatever it's going to be is going to be just phenomenal work for the administrative part of our department. So just wanted to say that. And then one thing I noted you didn't raise that I think was on the governor's, maybe on the governor's desk, is AB 847, Assembly Bill Sharp-Collins, which would expand access to records for civilian oversight commissions. That's on the governor's desk. Do you have a position on that, or the sheriff?
We don't have a position on that bill. We briefed the board offices a couple of times on that bill, and there were some amendments that were made mid-year, and at the time of the last briefing, the board offices had indicated that they wanted to stay neutral on the bill and watch it as it went through the process.
Right, okay. And then just lastly, I'm sure you'll keep us informed as to what we need to do in DC, as always, right? So thank you for the presentation. And with that, I'll turn to Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you again.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I know the ink is still drying on some of the stuff with session just having adjourned Saturday, but I thought it was important that we get an update as quickly as possible, for a variety of reasons. Let me start with the thanks to Laird for your ability and capacity to pivot, because you got to pivot as lobbyists and advocates. I appreciate that. I appreciate you for the public briefing you all scheduled during our Sacramento trip to see, given the number of legislators that showed up, to hear directly from us and our department heads was, I think, maybe a first of its kind. And so I want to publicly acknowledge you pulling that together. I want to thank the Legislative County Caucus, who are truly, from my perspective, stepping up and showing up to understand HR 1's impact on our constituents, for them to understand that we have shared constituency, and they are looking to us, I think, and our department heads more and more to really understand how those federal budget cuts will be operationalized and impact their constituents. And thank you on the pivot on the $53 million. We talked about it last week when our department heads were here talking about the challenges, and I know that there were some of the anti-poverty advocates were trying to make it happen, and I choose to believe that when LA County's lobbyists stepped up, it made the difference, so thank you for that. A couple of questions for me. It may be premature to ask this, what you think the total amount of state funding that could potentially come to the county based on what's on the governor's desk, based on actions taken in these last TBLs. Do you have that number, or is that something you need to come back to us with? I know that.
So we'll come back to you with the final number once the governor signs all the bills. We do expect action on the budget trailer bills fairly soon. And as I mentioned, there were 17 budget trailer bills that came out on Monday and Tuesday, so we are working with the departments to go through those. But so far, we've identified approximately $90 million of one-time funding. That includes the recorder's fees that I mentioned from AB 1430, the $5 million one-time funding for DEO for workforce development, the $42.2 million in one-time Prop 4 funding, as well as the funding for the Waterworks District that came from the Department of Water Resources. And then there was another trailer bill, the number escapes me right now, but it includes $31.8 million annually for probation from the Community Corrections Performance Incentives Program. What's unknown at this point is what our county share will be from the $1 billion loan program. That obviously will depend on where we land with the loan terms and then the projects we put forward for consideration with the state. There's also a pot of $20 million in one-time Prop 4 funding for fire resilience grants, and LA County is one of 8 counties that is eligible for that grant program. So again, there's a pot of money. We don't know how much money will be available to us, if it's going to be a competitive grant or formula funding. As you know, the budget trailer bills don't have a lot of language, so that's something we need to go back to the state on. And then I also mentioned the $40 million for administration of HR 1 provisions related to the able-bodied adults without dependents. Our share of that funding has not been determined yet either. Okay. So we'll have better numbers for you, hopefully, in the next week or so.
I appreciate that. I just think it's important that we keep front and center both the good news and the bad. And given the state of the state's budget, just that itemized list you just ran through, I think is some good news that I just want us all to be able to keep front of mind. I want to figure out how we can support you be as successful as you can in putting forward our priorities. So I'm curious, what are some of your pain points or some of the threats to your ability to really, execute your strategy on behalf of the priorities we ask you to move forward?
I'd say we really roll with the punches as they come because every day is unpredictable in Sacramento. I think we actively reach out to your offices in order to ask for support when we think strategically it makes sense. I think actually I might need a little more time to kind of figure it out, and we can kind of circle back and figure out if there are places where we could partner.
That's fair, and I certainly would want to know what we can do to guarantee your success in advocacy on our behalf. The CEO has.
Thank you, Supervisor. Just from my vantage point, sitting in LA and working with both the DC office and the Sacramento office, one is to speak with more clarity where we are prioritizing our priorities. We know that we have a lot going on in the county, and there are this is lobbying and legislation, so there's conversations happening all the time. And I feel like I spend time on the phone with Lair, figuring out how to correct, pivot, address, calibrate the message that is so easy to get confused in these legislative spaces. So 1 is prioritizing our priority, 2 is speaking with more clarity, and then 3 is for our offices in both Sacramento and in DC to be able to distinguish between the priorities from a particular board office and distinguish that from a countywide priority. Because when we're talking to folks in Sacramento, they don't distinguish the difference. So those are 3 things that I can see from my vantage point here in LA.
And I appreciate that, having been on the receiving end, and I've said that a lot of times. It was really frustrating when I'd get one list of priorities and then I'd get calls that contradicted, or the calls from people who didn't know about the list of priorities. So I get that. And I feel that we certainly have done a better job at that, particularly working in such close collaboration with the LA County Caucus. And you have to pivot, and new things arise. I get that, but I hear you, and having been on the receiving end, I get it, and I think that we've done better, but we can always, improve.
I agree that we've done better, and we've elevated our pivoting game. And the other thing I'll say is it impacts our credibility when these 3 are sitting in a legislator's office or talking to a staffer and they don't know about another conversation, like a meaningful conversation that has happened in the county.
Touche, and I get it. Last point I would make is just something I've spent a lot of time on as a former state legislator. I've continued it on my board service, and that's really, operationalizing co-governance. And in this context, really thinking about how we enlist the support of county advocates and community-based organizations on our local partners in helping to really kind of shape our advocacy strategies, or even, have them there to be alongside our department heads or alongside you all to communicate our priorities. And so I don't know if you all have considered that, if that's something we could talk about going into the next year, but just how we, continue to put tools in your toolkit to bring the voice of LA County residents to Sacramento and help elevate our agenda. Last, as you mentioned, federal, I didn't want to forget our federal partners. Similarly to the public briefing you all put together, I want to thank your your DC team for responding to a request from Congresswoman Kamlager-Dove to have a presentation for the California delegation virtually this past week. That happened. We had department heads there, department heads from public health, health services, mental health.
DPSS.
In addition to, say it again?
DPSS and DHS.
Thank you very much. To, much like we did in Sacramento, share directly with our congressional delegation what HR 1 is going to do to our ability to provide services to our shared constituency. Had great participation from the LA County Caucus and some other county representatives as well who are in the California delegation. So thank you for making that happen. I think that the cheat sheet that our department heads put together about impacts, administrative cuts, and as well as program curtailments were heard loud and clear. So I think it was helpful.
Yeah, and thank you for your office for co-hosting, and thank you to the departments that participated. It really was important for our delegation members, and it was the members themselves that joined, as well as some of their staff. We had, I think, 7 representatives on that call. We had a very fruitful conversation with them. The department's asks were very concrete, and we were asked to provide a one-pager of all our asks, which we are finalizing. I believe it went out this morning to do some follow-up with our delegation members as they get ready to advocate about some of these impacts on HR 1.
Thank you for fighting for us and helping us fight for Angelenos. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things. I know this wasn't a, and I don't know if there's been an update. I know it wasn't a sponsored bill, but SB 627, if it's signed, would be the bill that would prohibit law enforcement officers from wearing masks. Is there any update on that? Do we know if it's?
Yes, that bill is with the governor.
Yeah, just with the governor. Yeah, they're all with the governor. And I don't know if this is the county council question or not. I was wondering how our local ordinance that we prohibited all law enforcement officers in unincorporated county from wearing masks would intersect with if the state implemented that, or would ours be necessary anymore? Would ours go away? Is it still important, you think, for us to continue to enact or to move ours forward? Ours hasn't come back yet, I don't think. Right.
Correct. And I think I'll be honest, I've not read the bill that's before the governor, so I would need to take a look at that and read the exact language. They could certainly coexist. I would want to read it just to make sure.
Okay. Could you do that? Yeah. Great. And the other thing I was looking at was the funding for fire camps, that it looks like we advocated for them to extend the funding for this fiscal year, for next fiscal year, for the 5 fire camps. Is that what we did?
So our initial request was for ongoing funding. And I think due to the state's budget situation, they did a 2-year.
They did a 2-year.
They began at 1 year, and we were able to convince them.
Okay, good.
For 2, so yeah.
Good. I mean, colleagues, I really think, there's so many issues and so many bills that we're following and tracking that have a lot to do with a lot of our budget crisis. But I really think these fire camps, there's 5 of them in Los Angeles County, and I think they're really critical. Two things, right? They give our inmates an opportunity to pursue something different that maybe, who knows, they might have a career in firefighting one day. We also saw them out here. I ran into some of them in Altadena, working on that fire. And I think they're really important. So I hope that this is an ongoing, I don't know what the will of the board is, but I would think that would just be one thing we would continue to advocate for. It just seems like it will be, any time in the future is a bad time to close those fire camps. We will always have year-round fire season, and I just think this is an added layer of firefighting resources that we could use and should use.
And I'll add that we're certain that, at least at the state level, CAL FIRE has hired some of the formerly incarcerated individuals from fire camps into permanent positions.
Yeah, it's really a good pathway. We have a juvenile one called Pine Grove up in Northern California, where our young men and women from our juvenile facilities have an opportunity to attend as well. And it is just a good pathway. It's a good alternative to serving their sentence in prison. And then just a note to just everybody on this SEP matter. It just always seems like we get the information super late as we're, this one I believe didn't come till yesterday, the actual presentation. So, and I can't speak for my colleagues. We do a lot of prep in my office for the agenda, starting, as soon as we see the agenda from last week, we do a lot over the weekend. And it seems like the SEP matter item always comes a little too late to actually prepare and study it a little bit. So just a missive to everybody that if we could try to do better on the SEP matter. And I know that legislative season was crazy. In fact, stuff was still happening Saturday night, apparently. But still, it just, I think there was a revised edition of this last night at 7 p.m. So just, again, if we could just try our best to get the information earlier. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn, I don't disagree with you on the fire camps, and I think our JCOD actually helps to provide cohorts. And I think the workforce training funding that we're going to get, maybe we could look at how we can intertwine that, because it's all workforce related and youth and adults. That's just another way of prolonging or keeping the funding in an area that we really care about. Okay, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I know that we are hearing this in the context of the budget, which is important. So with that in mind, and hearing that this will not be a regular presentation at every meeting as originally proposed, but now we're going to an as-needed basis, I think something that would be helpful to not only keep track of for our offices, but also to combat disinformation, because there's a lot of it out there, is if we could have a fact sheet showing the potential impacts of state and federal as we're moving forward. And I appreciate that we get reports in different, some of that in different places, sometimes in partnership with county council, but I think making sure that we are all on the same page about the position in which we find ourselves, especially regarding these impacts, and with lots of things being said publicly, I think now more than ever, it's important that we are, as a county, on the same page about what we're actually facing. And so to the extent that we can consolidate that into a fact sheet, I know some of that is, Lair working with CEO, but the combination of legislative impact with the budget being tracked for us going forward, I think will be helpful.
Yeah, I think we have something already. We just have to repackage it. We should make a couple of tweaks to it.
Is that it? Okay, seeing no further discussion, is there any public comment on this item? We do have some. Let's go to the public comment.
Thank you. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you?
Patricia McAllister, Dr. Ezrullah Mohammed. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item Set Matter 1, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Paloma Serna, your line is open. Please begin.
My name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died November 11, 2019, at one of the county jails in San Diego. I'm Saving Lives in Custody, California, and North Carolina Equity and Justice Coalition. As you hear today, budget report, remember that 2 life-saving bills are on the governor's desk, SB 413 and AB 1037. SB 413 must be the priority. It ends the secrecy that has long protected institutions instead of protecting children. It guarantees families and attorney access to juvenile files when a child is harmed or dies in custody. Without transparency, there is no accountability. And without accountability, these tragedies will keep happening. At the same time, AB 1037 strengthens harm reduction. This saves lives, especially in jails and probation homes where overdoses and untreated withdrawals continue to kill. Together, these bills can represent a clear path. Transparency plus harm reduction. And this company must commit to supporting and implementing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller 56288, your line is open. Please state your name and begin, please.
Hi there. I just wanted to oppose my opinion here to 45A, A as an apple. I wanted to just make sure that I was opposing that, and I don't know how to go about that.
So we're on Set Matter number 1 right now. You can call back during general public comment.
Call back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers.
My name is Patricia McAllister, and I'm speaking about this Set Matter 1. I'm very interested in the fact that LACDA has a budget of over $1 billion. And I think LACDA, I know they should be investigated for fraud. They're overcharging tenants. When tenants submit documents from Social Security that their income has decreased, LACDA ignores it, and then they fill out those HUD documents with false information as if the tenant's income never decreased. That's fraud. Okay, they've done a lot, or they're doing a lot of things that's illegal. We need the federal government to come in here and investigate LACDA, and I also think HUD is involved, because HUD and LACDA, the owners, they get all documentation from Social Security whenever a tenant's income goes up or down. So they know. So I just don't know, not the new HUD, but the old HUD. They all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dr. Mohammed, for the record, the fiscal year 2025 and 2026 budget reflects equity-driven shifts, first placed in the public record with the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and the BDC 3A Pipeline Prevention Framework on April 10, 2025. Transparency now requires a timeline and a public ledger documenting when those shifts entered county operations. Without that accounting, the budget tells only numbers, not history. Equity demands both. Future generations see not just dollars, but the lineage of authorship that shaped them.
Thank you. Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
Okay, without objection, that will be the order.
Madam Chair, what we'll also do is, without objection, that this report will be continued as needed.
Okay, very good. Is there a consent on that? Is that okay? I think CEO and conferring with the chair, I would imagine.
Minimally at the end of session. Minimally. So we will continue to monitor for material developments, and when there are material developments to share, we'll make the chair and the executive office aware.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, members, moving on now, EO to item number 28.
We will now move on to item 28, report on the status of the implementation of Senate Bill 43, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 if on a telephone. Representatives from the Departments of Mental Health and Public Health will make a presentation. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Supervisor Horvath, would you prefer to hear the report and then ask questions? Okay, very good. Go ahead then, Dr. Ferrer and team.
Okay, Dr. Wong is on her way, but I will definitely get us started. And if we could have the slides. Next slide. So I'm just going to give a brief overview of where we are and where we're headed. And then Dr. Wong is going to join and give some details about the implementation plan and the work that's been happening. I'm also joined by Dr. Tsai here as well, who will help answer questions. But as many people know, the Lanterman-Petrus short, we call it LPS, it was a California law that was enacted in 1967, and it governs involuntary detentions, treatment, and conservatorships of people with behavioral health conditions. Under LPS, individuals can get evaluated if they're a danger to themselves, a danger to others, or they're gravely disabled. The Department of Mental Health here in LA County has identified a set of facilities that accommodate these involuntary holds, and also make sure that at all of the facilities there are individuals that are trained to evaluate a person for holds in one of the designated facilities. So there is a process that's long been in place. I kind of want to emphasize that there is a process for evaluating folks and determining the appropriate clinical plan based on that evaluation, and that there are people that are particularly well trained to do those evaluations. Senate Bill SB 43 was signed into law by the governor on October 10th in 2023. It's the first change to the LPS law since 1967. And what it really did was it changed the definition of grave disability. And that, in fact, then governs the hearings that are happening around conservatorship. So let me just be very specific with the next slide of the biggest change, which was that definition of gravely disabled. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. In the past, the definition, and I'm just going to read what it is, was a condition in which a person, as a result of mental health disorder or chronic alcoholism, other than a chosen lifestyle or lack of funds, is unable to provide for his or her basic needs for food, clothing, or shelter. The revised definition of grave disability is now a condition in which a person, as a result of a mental health disorder, a severe substance use disorder, that's new, or a co-occurring mental health disorder and severe substance use disorder, is unable to provide for their basic personal needs for food, clothing, shelter, and again, newly added personal safety or necessary medical care. So it does make this change by adding severe substance use disorders and also noting that that can be a co-occurring mental health and severe substance use disorder. And it does also note that this can be used now for people who are not able to manage their own safety or acquiring necessary medical care. These changes in LA County will be implemented on January 1st, 2026. We all know we had an extension. I want to note that was really valuable for all of us. Dr. Wong is going to describe all the work that we've been doing. But I do want to reassure everyone from the get-go that we are ready to implement on January 1st, 2026. The work has been done, the processes are in place, and we will be able to move forward on the date that we agreed to move forward on. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Wong.
Thank you, Dr. Ferrer. So in early 2024, next slide, please. In early 2024, the county convened an SB 43 cross-departmental steering committee to formalize planning and a countywide strategy. And these SB 43 work groups were identified and convened to support the county's efforts to be ready for the January 1st, 2026 launch date. And I'll take you through an update on each of those work groups. These are the 6 main work groups. And I'd like to thank especially Dr. Gary Tsai and also Connie Draxler from DMH, who were really the leaders in this space, and they've both done so much. And again, to echo Dr. Ferrer's sentiments, we are very thankful to the board's support in implementing this, because you see 6 work groups here, and later on you'll see a timeline. What you won't see is a very detailed timeline of our 114 items we had to implement in this space. Okay, so next slide, please. So in terms of client flow, system mapping, and our system guidelines and evaluation work group, also known as FMGE, because we don't have enough acronyms in DMH. The work group that first convened was the Client Flow System Mapping System Guidelines Evaluation Work Group, because we wanted this, as all our efforts, to be very client-centered. Let's see, so we wanted to confirm the working definitions listed in the previous slide that Dr. Ferrer covered. Those were essential for all of the other work groups, those things that we laid out in this work group. From there, it mapped the grave disability client journey and developed a toolkit to be able to support that workflow. And we're expanding the number of hospital liaison staffs in Department of Mental Health to support good discharge planning. So our hospital liaisons will not be doing the discharge planning. That is the job of the hospitals, but we wanted to provide the support and the training for all hospitals to be able to do really appropriate and supportive discharge planning. And more recently, the work group has begun working on evaluation metrics too, so that we know how is this workflow working for us, and are we accomplishing those things for our clients that we want to. Okay, next slide, please. So training is an essential component of SB 43. The next work group I'm going to cover is the LPS designation and training work group. And we really wanted to ensure that all those with the ability to place holds have the same updated training. And that was one of our really Herculean tasks, because already those who do 5150s now, you find some variation, whether it's law enforcement or psychiatric mobile response, or some of our field teams. And we have so many different law enforcement entities that there's a lot of variation from city to city sometimes. So this work group led the process of developing online training materials using real case scenarios to help inform the training to ensure the necessary knowledge and skills were in place. And those that are currently able to place holds will have the next 3 months to complete their trainings. And the current list includes about 5,000 authorized practitioners in our database, but not all of them are actively evaluating clients for 5150s at this time, but we have 5,000 who have been LPS designated, trained, and certified. We anticipate those who are actively using this authority will complete the trainings first and ensure we maintain adequate capacity for writing holds. And you'll see that there is a consequence too for anyone who does not complete the training. Even if they already are designated, they will lose that designation authority. So we're very serious about maintaining a standard and holding people to that standard. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the next group we're going to cover is the Treatment and Care Planning Work Group. The Treatment and Care Planning Work Group developed checklists that focus on treatment care and planning for anybody who is on a hold. This tool supports the mandated discharge planning templates that hospitals already use, but maybe not always consistently. And this work group has also sponsored a pilot to ensure that we test our care coordination across multiple parties, because we know with the implementation of SB 43, it's going to take a lot of partners working in good collaboration for clients to have successful outcomes. And while the process of putting someone on a hold and moving them through our system is not anything new, we are using it as an opportunity to strengthen partnership and communication and increase the supports where we learn that maybe there are not currently enough. The group chose to pilot in Service Area 2 because there were some favorable factors for that service area, which included having a county hospital in the area, having fit bed availability, and an existing hospital liaison in the service area who's very experienced and very strong, and many community resources. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the next work group we're covering is the court processes work group. The focus for this work group is on the court process. They worked to ensure documents were aligned with the changes to the law. Materials will be available online and trainings will be held. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the next work group is Community Education and Collaboration, or CEC work group. The focus of this group was to ensure communication and resources were available all in one location. They got the website launched, which I think was a very valuable and necessary resource. They also have helped develop informational and educational materials for the public. This is different from the training group, whose focus was on training those who will place people on holds. Next slide, please. Okay, then there's the managed care work group. This work group focused on partnering with managed care plans to ensure coordination between the managed care plans, the mental health plan, which is DMH, and SAPC. They have developed a training for health plans and will have a general training in the coming months. Okay, last slide. Oh, sorry, last work group, I mean. Last work group is capacity building in terms of treatment. From the beginning of the launch of SB 43 with our stakeholders, which was in June 2024, the biggest concern we heard was about capacity. Without knowing how many people this could bring into the system, hospitals especially were very concerned about increased demand for the services. In looking at the counties that have gone live and making reasonable comparisons to a county of our size and with our behavioral health weighted factors, we are conservatively estimating an increase of maybe 75 people for the first year. So very modest increase given, the size of our system. This is most likely an actual overestimate, but we have already factored it into our forecasting for treatment beds to ensure we had planned for any increased demand, and it's being planned for as a part of our active expansion. In speaking with a lot of our partners in other counties, we have heard that they have had zero increase, or for instance, in one of our neighboring large counties, they actually had a decrease in people going into hospitalization after the implementation of SB 43. And that's because of all the training and information that went out. People were better informed about what the process involves and what it can do for a client. And remember, this will be over a period of time, not all on day one. So this does not mean we need 75 additional beds right away. I also want to clarify there's no such thing as an SB 43 client or SB 43 bed, because these are people that we already serve. These are people that, even if they're not already engaged with us, we are trying to engage them and bring them in. One of our strategies we've reported out to this board on is BHCIP. The expansion coming will help with our overall population, inclusive of any increases related to SB 43. And this slide highlights some of the BHCIP funded efforts. So as you can see, there are the addition of acute inpatient beds, MHRCs, PUFs, crisis residential, and all different beds that are on our higher acuity continuum. Next slide, please. So this slide further illustrates the ways in which we're expanding to meet any anticipated expansion and highlights our investment across campuses, including the new LA General Restorative Care Village. So with BHBH, there are new BHBH interim housing beds in all service areas except Service Area 2. We want to note that there were no eligible applications from Service Area 2, but there is work underway for a 70-bed site now in Service Area 2. Focus on adults 18 or older with SMI, and any SB 43 referrals would be made by their DMH case managers if they have one through our usual process. In terms of permanent supportive housing, new MHSA-funded units for DMH clients. There are new MHSA-funded units in all service areas except, unfortunately, for Service Area 1. And focus of these units are on TAY, adults, older adults, veterans, and families. And the permanent supportive housing units can serve as part of the long-term housing plan for SB 43 clients. In terms of Home Key Plus, location of SAPC projects are in service areas 1, 4, 6, 7, and 8 with a total of 14 units. And we want to note that the application is being reopened to accept additional applicants and expand the service areas served. And to refer, DMH provided letters of support for applicants of non-veteran permanent supportive housing projects and committed to providing specialty mental health services to project residents. Permanent supportive housing units can serve as part of the longer-term housing plan for SB 43. So it may not be something that they access immediately, but we need that in our continuum of housing to be able to ensure that everything somebody goes through in this process will not be wasted and they relapse back. Okay, next slide, please. I'm sorry, I think I'm one slide behind. One more slide, please. Thank you. So in terms of community care expansion, or CCE, there are facilities in each service area, part of a competitive solicitation from LACTA to address critical repairs and upgrades at existing licensed residential care facilities in order to prevent facility closures and preserve beds. Then CCE operating subsidy payments program has executed grant agreements in all service areas. And then DMH can refer eligible clients to these facilities. They are defined as recipients of people who have SSI, SSP, or CAPI, and referred by directly operated and contracted agencies. And 1,892 clients are currently being served through the CCE program, and beds can serve as licensed residential care resource for SB 43 clients exiting the hospital who meet the ERC program eligibility requirement. So this is the level of housing that SB 43 clients can directly access coming out of hospitalization. So Crocker campus, located in Skid Row, it's separate from CCE, but also impacting licensed residential care. And it serves individuals who are 60 years and older, and those who currently who are unsheltered or sheltered in the Skid Row area, or who have a history of living in Skid Row. They have to be high acuity, and also those stepping down from institutional settings with no appropriate options for discharge, or individuals needing to step up from lower residential settings. Referrals are made by DMH case managers on behalf of their clients and sent to the DMH ERC team, which is, again, enriched residential care. And beds can serve as licensed residential care resources for SB 43 clients exiting the hospital who meet the target population and ERC program eligibility requirements. And then in closing, next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, we have our timeline too. This is our much reduced timeline where we collapsed the 114 items into 5 main points. So from August to December, we have the care coordination pilot. Then in September, we complete the outreach to all LPS authorized individuals. We complete all training of everyone in December 2025. And we purposely pushed this out a little bit so that people will be more recently trained. We didn't want to train them way early and then everybody forgets what SB 43 criteria is. And then September to October is our outreach to law enforcement, outreach to hospitals. This we've already begun. December, we revise LPS authorization training and we test for new applicants. Then January 1st, 2026, we go live. And we will be forwarding to all of our board offices the more detailed timeline so you can see where we are with all 114 items. All of them are on schedule or ahead of schedule for implementation January 2026. In closing, we are asked to share some of the challenges with SB 43, and I will try to keep these to a minimum because there were many challenges. For DMH, some challenges include with any policy implementation, one of our primary considerations is fidelity to the SB 43 requirements, which requires large-scale training of LPS designated individuals. As you already heard, we have 5,000 who are already on our rolls. And then we anticipate having other entities join. So this is really a large-scale effort. While the process of putting someone on a hold is not new, our retrained LPS designated individuals must apply the new definition of gravely disabled into their presenting scenarios. This means not just learning something new, but unlearning some of the old. This may or may not result in a rise in holds and conservatorships. This represents an unknown, which can be hard to plan for in terms of capacity and budgeting. As I mentioned, in our neighboring large county, it actually resulted in a decrease. So, we have to be able to plan for these things, but we don't know yet how it's going to go once it implements. And there is no new funding. That is a huge challenge for us. If it leads to an increase in needs for locked settings, then this will be at a higher cost to DMH due to IMD exclusion. This would impact us significantly financially. We have forecasted based on other counties that have gone live, but these are hypothetical and best estimates, so we will watch closely. As we've seen in the past, LA County tends to be unique. We are not just larger than any other county, we have a much different makeup of residents and different factors. We have the most homelessness, for instance, and other things. So I think those are variables that can't really be accounted for when you're looking at how everybody else implemented and what their numbers look like right now. So I'd like to let Dr. Ferrer share some of DPH and SAPC's challenges.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I also will be quick because I think we've spoken about this before. I mean, one challenge for us is we are going to be integrating SUD services at some sites that traditionally have done mental health services. So we've been working for a long time now on making sure that if you go to a secured facility and your primary, and in some cases maybe your only diagnosis is a substance use disorder, you still will be able to get care there. Part of that is training and part of that is billing. So those facilities also then need to be able to bill for substance use treatment in a mental health facility. We've obviously been working hard on this. I don't think it's an obstacle to implementation, but I want to note that it's a change and that in fact we don't have secure facilities with the SUD continuum of services. Our facilities are all facilities where people are there voluntarily. So we're grateful for this partnership. We've identified places where people can go, but there has been some work and it has been a challenge making sure that those facilities are able to treat people for whom substance use disorder is their primary and maybe even their only disorder. I think the second thing I want to note, and I know Dr. Wong shares this with me, is, with any involuntary holds, we have to look hard and make sure that there's not disproportionality in how this rolls out. In fact, in other places that have implemented changes, or just in general, the history of involuntary holds is that Black and brown people and people who are impoverished and people who are homeless may in fact end up in involuntary holds disproportionately. And we would want to make every protection here in the county. And the biggest protection we can do is to be tracking our data very carefully so that if we're seeing patterns of disproportionality, we're able to try to unpack that, figure out what steps we need to take to make sure that some people aren't having a disproportionate impact that might in fact be appropriate, but in most cases it might reflect that our other systems aren't working to support people at the places that they need their support. I'll stop there.
That concludes? Okay, good. Before I turn to my colleagues, I want to say thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad you walked us through, and I'm also happy that we took the time that we didn't rush into this because it's complicated. And as you've already said, Dr. Wong and Frere, we're not seeing a lot of folks that are qualifying necessarily. So can you remind me what we actually think? You said 75 or something. Did I hear this wrong?
Yeah, and that was really our conservative estimate, and most likely based on other counties who have rolled out SB 43, it is a serious overestimate. You know, of all the different county behavioral health directors that I've spoken with to look at what their data is upon implementation, they have had almost nobody make it past urgent care. They're typically released from hold at that point. And as I mentioned, one of our neighboring large counties actually saw a reduction. But, you know, the good thing that comes from that is we have more appropriate usage of, you know, LPS, and we have a better collaborating system and a method of training people consistently across entities, and also a better sense of collaboration, that we are all working on this together, whether you're a hospital ED or a hospital psych ER or an urgent care or law enforcement entity, SAPC, mental health. I think this has allowed us to take a deep dive into how our systems need to work together.
And one thing that I think is somewhat lost on the public when this first came out was that this was going to be a silver bullet. That all of a sudden you were going to see people off the streets and they were going to be in secured facilities or locked, so to speak. And they don't really understand fully how this works. So I have a feeling we're going to go through this for umpteen times to try to explain to them in a graph what it is and what it isn't, and how we compare with other districts, with other counties. Because I think there's a falsehood, and I'm not sure that, you know, people really appreciate, as you say, Dr. Wong and staff, is that there are other treatments that we're offering now across the county. So we've been leading up to this already, right? Just because you have a 5150 hold for what, 24 hours, 72 hours or something, right? Okay, that doesn't automatically mean that person has to be put into a secured, locked facility, right? Because there's criteria then, and that's where we're not, how could I say, it just doesn't fit the criteria, so to speak. And so I really do believe we're gonna have to do a better job. But what we're doing now, I'm happy that we volunteered our campus, LA General campus, for all the recuperative, subacute, and all the other things coming online. I would hope that law enforcement officers and our court members could come and view what we have done on the ground, because they haven't seen these new facilities, including what we're doing around Skid Row with, you know, sobering treatment right there. What is it, like 24 beds that we have? I mean, all these things that we're collaborating with that are helping prevent people from being in a so-called locked or involuntary place and getting the kind of help that they need. So I hope we can do that. But I really want to thank all of you, because you guys have been working so hard, and I don't think you're getting enough credit. And I do want to thank our county, our CEO, and all of our folks that have helped us understand how we can build up facilities capacity, because I know each and every one of us has something in our district that we're doing or we're going to be doing with properties, and repurposing that. And that to me is a gold star. That's a North Star for this county, to be able to let people know how well we are doing. We're already at the cutting edge. And I don't even know that the governor fully, his people, not him, his people fully appreciate what it is we're doing. Because it isn't just about lock them up. It's never been. And I think that's the irony, I think, for even the people that I represent in my own district, who think, well, this passed, how come it's not working? Well, was it meant to work like, you know, whatever your conception was, to lock people up? I don't think so. So we need to do a job on messaging. So I won't ask any more questions. Supervisor Hahn, I know you're waiting to ask questions here.
I've been waiting 2 years. So the expanded definition is basically if if your substance abuse or your mental capacity has impacted your ability to take care of yourself, maybe even take your medications. So that kind of, is that what the major expanded definition refers to?
I think that's basically it, but it's beyond just taking your medication. It really is, you're not able to make a decision to take medication that is potentially life-saving medication.
Right.
So it's that, as well as not being able to live safely in the community.
So for the public who may, I mean, you all are so close to this, and most of us have begun to understand, the LPS. But for the public, can you just walk through what this looks like for a person that someone sees on the streets and wants this 5150 hold? How does that work? Who asks for the 5150 hold? Where are they held? Are they held in jail? Are they held in a hospital, in an emergency room, in one of our mental health urgent care? What exactly is this for the public listening to this? What will they see or hear or feel? And what if a member of the public sees someone that fits this description? How does this work?
Well, we thank you for the question, Supervisor. We do have a basic workflow, but it's very, very basic about what happens when somebody's evaluated, how they were taken, to the first place, whatever. But when it comes down to it, it really depends on who is initiating it. Because if it's somebody from law enforcement, then it could be they take them to, practically speaking, a psych ER, which they know will take less time because they need to be back on the street, right? And I mean, not the client, but the law enforcement person. And then they'll be evaluated and they'll decide, will they accept that hold? Will it be 24 hours? Will they stay the 72 hours?
Does our mental health urgent care fit that description?
In fact, the majority of people who have been engaged because of SB 43 have all gone to urgent cares. And that has been the most common receiver of people being 5150 based on SB 43. And what happens there is somebody like, let's say, a psychiatric mobile response team answers a call to evaluate somebody who's acting very erratically. And it's found out now with SB 43 that it's not because of the mental health condition, but because they have ingested a large amount of methamphetamines. And that would still qualify them to be put on a hold. So they take them to the hold. They can go to an urgent care facility. And at that facility, that only goes up to 24 hours. So the facility will decide, do they release them from the hold, or do they continue them to a different facility to where they could be held for 72 hours, and then it gets evaluated from there. Now, in practical terms, nobody has really gone beyond the urgent care so far, and that's probably, I mean, Dr. Sy and Dr. Ferrer can probably speak to it better, but that's probably because if it was some kind of acute behavior, due to substance abuse, once they clear up, the behavior changes. So
yeah, I think what's really critical in what Dr. Wong said is that they're getting evaluated by a clinician who's been trained to evaluate them to see whether or not they actually meet the criteria for a hold. Because we may all look at people and, our perception may be absolutely this person, should be held involuntarily. We think they're, at risk of harming themselves, or they're behaving in ways that are irrational, which is really what most of the calls are. But the system really depends and has always depended upon that evaluator who is making a clinical judgment about where the best place is for that person to receive their care. That's why all of the work we're doing right now on training everybody on what the new definitions are and how you would, in fact, assess a person and evaluate a person is critical to this working. Right. But I do want to point out, the general public, as always, has had to defer to clinicians to make that a sort of essential evaluation.
But say a member of the public saw somebody that they think fits this definition. Who do they call?
They can call 911, they can call our 800 number for the Department of Mental Health. They can contact their different referrals for people who are unhoused. So there are a number of ways that they can contact somebody to come and evaluate them. But essentially, even if that person gets put on a hold and gets taken to a facility, then it comes down to that person who's receiving at the facility what happens.
And I think that's also a outreach, certainly to the public, to family members who also might have been waiting for this expanded definition to get help. So I think I've pulling in the recesses of my brain. I think for a while, didn't we were working to make sure that our first responders, our paramedics, could transport folks to our urgent care, and the law at the time prohibited paramedics from taking someone anywhere other than a hospital. And I think we had a pilot program here. We were trying to work on that nuance to make sure, because a lot of people will call 911 and a paramedic will arrive, and they were limited in where they could actually transport someone.
Yeah. And related to a very important point you made about like the impact this has on a family or caretakers, even if somebody is not maintained on a hold after, beyond 24 hours, the important thing is that we connect with that family or caretaker, we connect with that client, so they know what the other avenues are. So they know how they can get treatment, where's the most appropriate place for this person, and they have supports in place that can follow up with them.
Yeah, and I really think law enforcement is key to this. I'm concerned with the changes in interpretation of laws that law enforcement will now be called to arrest someone who is homeless if they refuse shelter. I know one of my cities, the mayor has already announced that that is going to be their plan, and I worry that this might be used against someone who's homeless. And I know you touched on it, but how can we make sure that people are not held on involuntary holds just because they're homeless?
Well, what's been interesting, sorry. No, go ahead, Gary.
I mean, I think that is something that we are definitely concerned about, particularly given everything going on with executive orders and whatnot. I think that data is going to be one of our safeguards with respect to being able to track the numbers of 5150s, 5250s, conservatorships that we're seeing, the demographics of those individuals. When this has been looked at nationally, there have consistently been data that demonstrates disproportionality in the way that Dr. Freire had mentioned. That's something that we're going to monitor.
So if we already have some data, do we really have to wait for data? What other safeguards could we put in place right now to protect people who are merely homeless from being put on involuntary?
Well, I mean, I think all the training that we talked about, I mean, I know that sounds a little bit trite, but the truth of the matter is this does rest on very well-trained people at all different levels in our community, including law enforcement. Right, so that nobody thinks this is the solution to a homeless person who doesn't accept shelter. Like there's no requirement here that they accept shelter, which is why the evaluation is so important and why we all need to sort of temper expectations with what people's rights are.
Right. I think we should just, I think we have data, as you said, elsewhere. So I think we should just assume certain things and start putting in safeguards as soon as possible.
And just to be clear, there is nothing in Senate Bill 43 that focuses on housing status, right?
It doesn't matter. I think people are going to use.
Yes.
Especially with the
it's just there's a trend to arrest the homeless.
I think what's been interesting, though, is as I've spoken to law enforcement, everybody from people who are on the ground to chiefs of police, the point they made to me was, look, Dr. Wong, to be honest, we're not clinicians. We don't know the difference between somebody acting a certain way because they're mentally ill or because they have substance use disorder. So that's not going to change for us.
Right.
So I thought that was really interesting. But because of SB 43, we have the opportunity to better train them.
Yeah,
in terms of what to
they
look
may
for.
use it as an excuse to harm them, and we're going to use this as an excuse to train even better. I mean, I think this expanded definition is going to help more people, and I think based on everything that you have laid out in this presentation, we're prepared to help more people get the help that they truly need, and I think that's what's behind this. One last thing, you did talk about some of our other counties that chose to implement these changes sooner, and besides maybe underestimating how many they would see, any other lessons learned from some of the counties that implemented it before we did?
I think the biggest lesson learned was really just the numbers didn't turn up the way that they thought they would, and that almost all of them stopped at the urgent care level. I think that was kind of a surprise to everyone. I don't, Gary, you've been in a lot of meetings too. Have you heard anything different?
No, I would agree. I think there was a wave of counties that implemented as soon as it was available, and they didn't see many changes at all, just because they hadn't yet implemented a lot of the processes. And then the ones that implemented the year after, similarly, I think we're anticipating higher numbers than they actually saw.
Okay, thank you.
I think also the board's insistence and focus for the past few years remains central, which is we have to build out services at every level for people so that we're meeting them where they're at. Because I think no matter what happens with this, the real sign of success is that people, when they're ready for help, they're getting the help that they need. And when they're not ready, we still are there to support them so that they can begin a recovery journey. Like that doesn't change because of this law. And I think our focus on building out that system is appropriately placed.
Is there any intersection between this and Care Court?
I was just thinking of that very thing.
I knew
because
you were.
I think similar to Care Court, where we haven't seen the numbers that were initially projected, we have to use it as an opportunity, as another touch point with individuals to get them the care they need.
Yeah.
But this is why Dr. Ferrera's point is very important, that we have those interventions in place so that when somebody comes through the door, even if it's for 24 hours, we have another opportunity to get them in. Like if somebody comes in with SUD only, they may clear up in 24 hours, but do we have Recovery Bridge housing for them to go into?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I think that's a perfect place to pick up. I think this SB 43 and Care Court were intended to address issues related to mental health, substance use issues playing out in our neighborhoods, sometimes related to homelessness, sometimes not. I think it created a lot of expectation, consternation, depending on where you were on the bill, around how it would change what's playing out in our communities. I will say, I feel, and this isn't a reflection on you all, because you didn't write the bill, you're just doing your best to implement it. It feels like there's been a lot of bureaucracy added, but I think, I'm concerned that based on what you've been saying about the places that have already implemented, based on what we have seen with Care Courts, which is separate from SB 43, but seemingly related, I think at least in people's minds, these things are intended to bring about dramatically different results, and yet that hasn't been what we've seen in the places that have already implemented it. And so I think it's just a reminder that, for us, when we write policy at the county, for state legislators, hopefully too, working together with the people who are going to implement it on the ground so we can make sure that the legislation actually helps us do the things that are intended is important. And so, I was the person who asked for this to be held, so I'm glad we talked about it. And it was because I brought forward the motion to delay the implementation, because I think we weren't ready in terms of, what we had to educate people to do. And I wanted us to have this check-in before January 1st, because it's not like a light switch. Something dramatically different is going to happen when it gets implemented Jan 1. So, but between now and then, we have opportunity, hopefully, I know you're having community meetings and other kinds of engagement for people to engage with you on what they should and shouldn't expect. Sort of as Supervisor Solis indicated, we have to make sure we're communicating what can actually be accomplished with this. So to that end, the 75 people you're talking about, that's what we estimate will change in Los Angeles County? That's the differential?
At the highest end.
And so I think that's a shockingly low number for anyone who's been tracking this. I think there's a lot of expectation from people who had hope that this might deliver tools, whatever their intentions. That's a shockingly low number to hear based on what, the preparation and work that you all have done in the various work groups that you showed us. So I just wanted to highlight that number because I think that's not what we're looking for in terms of results. I think we need different tools. To that end, I know some of the challenge with this also relates to aspects of the policy. I recall in early conversations, one of the things that you highlighted, Dr. Wong, is something that Dr. Ferrer mentioned about the locked SUD facilities. And regardless of whether you support that notion or not, it was my understanding at the time that state law and state code didn't provide for what a locked SUD facility might be. So if we tried to create one in Los Angeles County, we accepted all of the liability that might come with a challenge to such a facility. So has that changed in state law, or have there been other legislative or policy changes from the state that have made implementation of this easier given our feedback?
So the state is in the process of implementing Senate Bill 1238, which essentially extends SUD services, substance use disorder services, to specific LPS facility types, mental health rehabilitation centers, as well as psychiatric health facilities that would be reimbursable. And so in those cases, the difference would be in the past, they couldn't deliver SUD-only services and be reimbursed, and so the state is in the process of developing guidance on the details of how to operationalize that. Okay. So there will be more facilities that offer that. There's also opportunities, as was mentioned, to increase substance use service availability, across various facility types, right? Both in the acute, subacute, as well as the community-based settings, because we want to make sure that we're paying attention to that full continuum as people move down to lower levels of care in the community.
So I heard you talk about billing, but should we expect that there will actually be locked SUD facilities in Los Angeles County?
The difference is these would be pre-existing locked facilities that can provide substance use disorder only services to individuals who only have substance use disorders. So it's a difference that it's not a substance use facility that adds locks to their doors. It's more of a pre-existing facility that can add their capabilities of substance use disorder services.
So did the state change their policy, or this was always sort of the workaround?
The change in the policy was adding the allowance to provide SUD-only services in those settings and being able to reimburse for them.
Okay. I think, go ahead.
I was just going to say this is very different from what we had thought in the beginning, which was dedicated facilities for SUD, because I think, Dr. Tsai knows this very well. It's one thing to call yourself somebody who provides SUD services versus actually having an acceptable standard of care. So one of the things we'll be watching very closely is as these psychiatric facilities sign on to also provide SUD services, are they actually providing adequate SUD services?
Yeah, no, I think that's a helpful distinction. We have lots of concerns about how this could be misimplemented, if that's a word. We want to make sure that what is intended to be care, it actually reaches people as that and not further harm. Another reason we wanted to delay implementation is not only to make sure that people were properly trained and that we had made any sort of improvements that needed to happen, but also to make sure that we're investing the proper resources. And I'm glad that you talked about BHCIP, BHBH, and other investments that are available to us. I know in our district, in partnership, obviously, with you, Dr. Wong, we successfully were able to get investment in the Olive View Center, which is really, really critical, because I know when this issue came up, because of the restorative care village that's on the campus, they were concerned, like, okay, what is this going to mean? Are our facilities going to be overrun? Are we going to be, receiving a bunch of calls? So how soon do you expect that, to see the availability of beds and services that come from that funding?
We have different facilities coming online constantly. So we have 2 MHRCs, for instance, that already come online this year. We also have additional contracts coming online for other facilities that weren't coming through BHCIP. So I think, we were already in the stages of doing this to answer to other needs in the system. So luckily, we're able to bring beds on as we're going to need them. I think what's really important is we build out the adequate services so less people end up in a position to need to be evaluated by SB 43 criteria.
Yeah. I think the same thing for us. I mean, we've been expanding the network and we've been reporting to you on massive expansions for the last 5 years and continue to have that capacity to expand the way we're set up. I mean, obviously, we appreciate the new opportunities the state is offering for additional money, particularly for recovery bridge housing and recovery housing, 2 things that obviously are not included as part of a reimbursement package for us right now. But I would say, I agree that the goal here really is that people get appropriate treatment early on, and we don't really, because we have more appropriate treatment for everyone, we're not really relying on this as the way we're going to go about getting people into care. Yeah. We know on the substance use side that, there's a big difference between voluntary and involuntary in terms of people's success rate on recovery. And so, we want to really be able to welcome people on their journey in a way that allows them to feel like they have a good ability to make decisions when they can about what the trajectory is going to be for them. So I appreciate this board's leadership on that, because I think it would be a mistake to just think we need more locked beds. I mean, we really what we need is more treatment options so that people don't end up in that state.
Yeah. And I want to make sure that the beds that we're directing people to are actually care beds and not jail beds. I think I had occasion to visit MLK Community Health Center on a different pretext, but while I was there, as they were giving me a tour of the emergency facility, they said they, offhandedly sort of expressed their concern around SB 43. Interestingly, I said, I actually have a motion coming up to have that conversation at the board, because they're concerned with what they're already dealing with in their emergency room departments. And I hear you saying that, and that isn't unique to MLK, but I think they're experiencing it in some unique ways. And so I hear you saying that a lot of what other counties that have already implemented this have seen is that it stops at the urgent cares, but I think there will be people who get brought to emergency departments. And so how are we preparing them? I know that I heard you say we're training people in terms of what role they play within that continuum in the workflow, but how are we preparing specifically emergency departments, and how are we making sure that there are places for them to discharge? Because that was another thing that was highlighted while we were there, where there were already people before this was implemented who are sitting in facilities on their site waiting to be discharged to mental health step-down beds that don't exist. So how are we addressing that?
I think one of the priorities for us was to make sure we bring in our hospital partners, because we heard their concerns over their emergency departments becoming overrun, because they're already overrun. When we look at what's happened in the other counties, they really have found no significant increase at all to their emergency departments, because part of the training has been a very intentional kind of steering people away from emergency departments, so that it would be more urgent care, psych ERs, like really, different kinds of facilities, because typically the emergency department isn't the appropriate place to take someone like that. That being said, we've also been working with the emergency departments in developing a flow of what kinds of referrals are appropriate for what kinds of patients, and who is available to help facilitate those referrals. I think one of the trickiest things for us, though, has been for connecting with appropriate substance use referrals. Because what people expect is that you can refer them to someplace, they will hold them there, they will get involuntary treatment, they will come out sober. And that's just not what happens. It's not the same treatment type or trajectory as mental health, for instance. But we have been working very much with the emergency departments so they know where to refer, who to talk with, who to contact.
In our engagements with the emergency departments, we focused on two key things. One is the inflow. So how are we operationalizing the new SB 43 definition of grave disability, because that obviously impacts their volume. And then we've also been flowing, we've also focused on, as was mentioned, outflow, which is where can they be referring to? That's where VHSIP and the various rounds associated with it and other capacity building efforts have been very helpful.
So 2 more questions. First, how are we making sure that there's geographical equity in terms of available services? I know when we look at our emergency departments, and we've heard, from all of you that they get people from Burbank, and we heard from MLK that they get people from Culver City and Santa Monica, and how are we making sure that the beds that we are expecting people to get the care that is intended through SB 43 are located appropriately, because every community has this demonstrated need and we're not concentrating it in one place or another?
Well, we do, when we build new facilities or when we do any kind of expansion, we use our county equity tool, but we also use feedback from our stakeholders, our community stakeholders. That being said, there are many times where we don't have a lot of choice where a facility goes because other areas won't let us put a facility in, or there's not space that's available, or whatever circumstances there are. We try to make sure there's equity by looking at how there's flow between facilities and how the facilities are utilized. So I'll give one recent example. We have a certain number of folks coming out of jail who are on temporary conservatorships that have to go into a restricted setting. So typically the most used restricted setting is the urgent care. We want to make sure, though, that the urgent cares are not so overrun that the community that urgent care is in is not able to access services. So what we did was we collected data on where people were, what their numbers were, what the utilization was. Then we constructed a round-robin diversion process so that as we monitor this, as somebody, let's say somebody's presenting at Exodus, right, near LA County USC, and that is getting to a certain percentage of being full. We don't want people in the community to be shut out, so then we will take the next client to somewhere else that has lower utilization. So we track utilization, and also we use equity in our planning for facilities.
Okay, I want to make sure we're appropriately serving each community, and that we're, some of the communities who have been most interested in seeing SB 43 are concurrently saying, and make sure you locate those services nowhere near my house. And so, and that just doesn't work, because as we see, the need is great in terms of mental health and SUD services across the county. And so we have to make sure that we're locating those services across the county.
Everyone has to have a part in the lift.
And finally, to that point, you are doing community engagement. How can people between now and January 1st be engaged with you to communicate their expectations and whatever level of partnership they want to offer with you? And how can they access you? And how are you getting that message out to them to make sure, as Supervisor Solis said, we are doing our best to manage expectations about what this is and is not come Jan 1?
Well, I think we're doing our best to get our words out by the usual means through our community stakeholder engagement that we normally do. But on top of that, we have a dedicated website for SB 43 that all our departments link to, and that gives all the information on upcoming events, upcoming stakeholders, all the different kinds of information around SB 43. So I think there's a good level of engagement there. We have been pushing it out on social media. We're trying to get as much information out as possible. But I think as we build this, it's going to be an iterative process. So we may put a process in place, but we're counting on getting stakeholder feedback, including clients, community members, to be able to then modify what we're doing so that it works best for everyone. Dr. Saib probably can add more.
For simplicity's sake, I think the website is the best resource for the public to engage with us. We do have a calendar of both in-person as well as virtual trainings and presentations coming up that are publicly available. And we will be issuing trainings and exploring potential train-to-trainer models so that trainings that are approved in terms of content can be scaled across the county.
Based on the engagement we're getting in our office, I don't know that someone going to a website that people who are reaching out to us would consider that engagement. So I think unless the website is offering an interactive something for people to be offering feedback and talking to someone and really engaging about the implementation, I don't think a website is enough. I hear you that that's sort of a clearinghouse for information, but the engagement that people want, I think we need to do more.
Yeah.
We also have a 24-hour phone line where people can call and get questions answered about the process as well.
And what's that number?
The integrated call center. Yeah, so if people are interested in services, that's 800-854-7771.
Thank you.
Just on that note, thank you for raising that, Supervisor Horvath, because I agree with you. I don't think enough is happening with even our seniors. You know, we have grandparents, parents who are very concerned about their son, daughter, nephew that may be having some issues and not quite understanding the differences here. And it would behoove us to include the aging and disabilities community and their commissions. And I think I would even go further and say, even with our own mental health commission that we have, doing a webinar or a town hall with them can really go a long way. And I know Dr. Wong and Dr. Ferrer, you guys know this the best, doing it in different languages where appropriate, because those are some of the cases that I get all the time from folks that are limited English speakers who don't even understand what a website is. So if we could think about that, I think it would be great. So
we've definitely been doing the presentations at Mental Health Commission, and we will continue to do them. And we want to look for different venues to get people engaged. That's why we have the multiple stakeholder meetings. And hopefully, you know, the website, the purpose it'll serve is to connect people with the places where they actually can engage.
Right. Okay, great. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A couple of questions. Important, timely conversation. With just over 100 days from implementation, clearly we've got a lot of work to do. You know, we've got to really monitor the potential increase in detention rates under the expanded criteria, and really make sure that we and the general public are all understanding, you know, what this new effort will bring about. I appreciate you, Supervisor Solis, reminding the collective us about all the work that we are doing outside of the confines of SB 43. And, you know, a perfect example is, you know, on Supervisor Horvath's tour of case, she apparently saw what happens every day, a really compacted ER. That's further complicated by the fact that we have a, I want to get the exact name, the Mental Health Rehabilitation Center beds there that we're trying to open. What did the ER say? Oh, well, what will happen if people have to be turned out of that facility? Are they coming to our ER kind of across the walkway? So, you know, that question leads me to the beds you're talking about, and you mentioned equity. You know, where are the beds? Will they be geographically located, like per supervisorial district, by SPA breakdown, LA City Council district? Really wanting to make sure that not one particular area is overwhelmed by not only SB 43 beds, but all the other mental health treatment beds. This is a much needed locked facility that we know we need. And again, not wanting to overburden one in particular ER compared to the others of hospitals, public and private, in every district across the county. So can you tell me geographically kind of where the beds are?
Sure. The majority of the beds are actually associated with each one of the restorative care villages.
Okay.
So those would be in SDs, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right now, we have some crisis that is in SD 5, but not a restorative care village.
Got it.
And I think for us, the beds are more widely distributed, Supervisor, and we're happy to give you a grid both by SPA and supervisorial district and even city council. And these are like recovery bridge housing beds and recovery housing beds.
Perfect. And walk me through how individuals either apply or are referred.
To the beds or to SB 43? To the beds. It would stem from whatever level of care they're coming out of.
Okay.
So let's say somebody is brought in on expanded grave disability criteria for related to SB 43. They go into an urgent care. They actually are decided that they are at a level of acuity that needs to be addressed at a facility that goes beyond 24 hours. Let's say they are transferred to a psychiatric inpatient facility. After a week of being at the psychiatric inpatient facility, they are able to step down, say to a crisis residential treatment place. So from there, once they're ready to discharge and they're stable enough, then it will be decided what is the most appropriate level of care. So I think at each step, it's decided what is the most appropriate level of care. And then, of course, we look at where the bed availability is, because that's a big factor. So number one is clinical consideration. Number two is, of course, or simultaneous, what's available.
I appreciate that. Going back to the ERs, I know King is not equipped to handle an influx of patients who are coming from a locked facility. And so as we talked about staff training, we need to make sure that the staff are trained so we reduce the tendency to merely transfer them to an ER. We don't want that in any of our ERs, because ERs are not places to meet the needs of people who need to be in locked facilities. They're just not. So I think the training is going to be critical to make sure that we are able to manage all of their needs in those locations. I know we've had ongoing conversations about that, and as we're waiting for the licensing and the approvals from the state for our empath beds, there again in the Martin Luther King Community Hospital campus, so we've got a lot going on over there to meet county needs. One last thing, Madam Chair, if I may. I know Dr. Ferrer talked about kind of the existing process, and I believe it was around kind of the conservatorship decision. Literature overwhelmingly suggests that there has always been a significant bias in involuntary confinement decisions, primarily impacting Black people and poor people. So I would really like to make sure that in this expanded definition that we don't go down a slippery slope, where we continue that, that we don't check that implicit or explicit bias as it has related historically to conservatorship. So are we collecting data on race and language and economic status and other key demographics of those who will be involuntarily committed?
Yes. Yes, we are, and we'll be looking carefully in real time at that data. I mean, we're not waiting for a year of experience before we're going to start looking at this. We'll be looking at it very regularly because we share your same concern, and we've seen the literature from the rest of the country, and it doesn't look good. So I think we have to pay attention to that.
Right.
And I think that's the other reason why we emphasized all this training is we are trying to figure out ways you get in front of it to try to prevent it from happening, but in real time, we have to look at the data and make sure that we don't see any troubling trends, and that when we do see them, we immediately address them.
And are you going to track substance use disorder only conservatorships to really see if they are becoming more commonplace?
Yeah, that is something that we've talked about. And, if we start seeing large numbers, that's definitely something that we're going to be digging into.
Thank you.
Very good. I think we had some good discussion here, and I really appreciate it. And I hope in the coming months, after we launch the program, you'll come back maybe in 6 months or so, and we'll see if we hit any numbers in between 0 and 75. So thank you very much to the panel and to our CEO and everybody and all the healthcare providers and folks that are out there that are actually doing this hard work right now, helping us. So there are many of them, and we need them also. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, and thank you to our board for being very supportive of everything we need to put in place.
Thank you. Very good. Seeing no further questions from the board, let's go to public comment if we have any.
Okay. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Dr. Ezrullah Mohammed, Tia Mari, Ali Mari, Moon Mari. As a final reminder for remote participants to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 28, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press *3 on your telephone now. Paloma Serna, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died in one of San Diego County jails. I'm with Civil Live in Custody, California, in North County Justice Coalition. SB 43 expands the definition of grave disability to include people with severe substance use disorder, those unable to care for their safety, and those unable to access medical care. This directly relates to 27 people who have already died in the custody this year. Many of those deaths were preventable. People withdrawing, overdosing, or denied basic medical treatment. SB 43 is supposed to be a lifeline, shifting responsibility from jail to the agency. But the county implements this carelessly and risks becoming another to warehouse vulnerable people. Use SB 43 for true treatment and housing, not more incarceration. Lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 28 is now concluded. We will go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
For the record, this is Dr. Isratullah Mohammed, author of the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and the BDC 3A Pipeline Prevention Framework. Expanding grave disability without preventive infrastructure risks deepening the very harms outlined in the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline model. The model has warned against institutionalization and custody placements. The board must publish and index all SB 43 actions for alignment with trauma-informed equity frameworks. Recognition of authorship is part of recognition of risk. To ignore provenance is to erase accountability, and equity cannot stand on erasure.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm here because I wanted to finish up my comment. What happened was with LA Family Housing is they snatched my voucher, and I need to help to have our voucher to be reinstated or to get us a county-wide voucher.
You have to be specifically talking about this item, or you can come back during general public comment and make your statements.
Okay, I am specifically talking about it because it's an abuse of justice.
Ma'am, you need to come back during general public comment. We're almost there.
I understand, ma'am. Thank you. I'll be back.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. That concludes public comment on this item.
Very good. Okay.
This report is received and filed.
Right, very good. Without objection, that will be the order. So moving on, members, to our last item here. Item 40, Executive Office.
We will now move on to item 40, report on the status of adopting a global plan for the probation department's halls and camps, which was held by Supervisor Horvath. For members of the public joining us remotely, to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature if you are online, or press *3 on the telephone. Representatives from the probation department will make a presentation. For the departmental speakers, please state your name and title for the record when you address the board.
Great. Welcome, everyone. Can you introduce yourself? And Supervisor Horvath, do you want to go ahead and start or listen to a presentation?
Sure. If there's anything that probation wants to share that we think hasn't already come to light first, otherwise I can just go straight into my comments. Is there any sort of information you'd like to present or by way of update?
I could provide just a very brief update where probation is with respect to two items. One is a follow-up to the depopulation plan out of the Los Angeles County Superior Court. That plan required the movement of youth from Los Padrinos to some of our other sites in an effort to reduce the population and improve staffing at that location, with the expectation that we would continue to seek approval from the Board of State and Community Corrections to run that facility as a juvenile hall. Since the last court hearing, that depopulation plan has moved forward. We currently have moved predisposition youth that are on the Secure Youth Treatment Facility track to a different facility, that would be Nydorf. And now Nydorf is functioning as two separate facilities. One is an SYTF, for which it was already approved, and the other is as a juvenile hall for those that are expected to be part of the SYTF track. That was 39 young men that were moved from Los Padrinos to that facility. In addition to that, as required in the depopulation plan, one of the camps, Page, went through some renovation. Those renovations are now complete, and that camp is ready to be occupied, as well as Campus Kilpatrick, which had been vacated in order to make modifications and seek approval for utilization as a girls' camp. Those modifications are complete, and we're working with the Board of State and Community Corrections to receive approval to utilize it as the facility where we will have a predisposition, SYTF, and camp girls and non-expansive youth. We don't have a date for when that will take place because we continue working with the BSCC. So the moves that were anticipated to take place by now were the move to Nydorf, and that has occurred, and now we're waiting for further approval from BSCC with respect to Kilpatrick.
Okay. I know there's, a lot of ongoing action. There was the initiation of a global plan separate and apart from BSCC and from the Cal DOJ efforts, which are both ongoing. So there's a lot that we're sort of contending with in a simultaneous situation. For Barry J., as you noted, probation now houses about 37 or so on any given day pre-dispo youth at the facility, and we're still waiting for BSCC regulations to match that's happening. And we have to, because of BSCC weighing in at Los Padrinos, find a solution. That is the solution that we're offering based on the facilities that we have available. And I know that we're figuring out how to make sense of the alignment of all of those things at the same time. That being said, when those transfers were first happening, I understand there was, some fighting and other issues when that happened. So what did we learn to make sure that doesn't happen when we're doing transfers at other places?
Thank you for the opportunity to do that. I think you're referring to, so the transfers took place very slowly with very few youth, and then waiting to do an assessment before moving the next group of youth, doing orientations with them before they left and when they arrived at the new facility. Despite that, after 12 of them had been transferred, there was a fight that involved a significant number of those 12. The fight occurred in one of the common areas or rec area when they were all together. Did not result in significant injuries or folks going to the hospital, so there was sufficient staff for immediate intervention. When we look back and sort of do the proverbial autopsy on how to do that, I think that the lessons learned have more to do with simply the staffing and the movement of, and the supervision of youth, and really nothing to do with the move itself. Because when we look back, the move was done very cautiously. There were very few youth when it did occur, and to my knowledge, it was a single incident. So there are areas to improve, but they would just be more on the how we do recreation, for example, versus anything to do with the move from one location to the next.
I know that the choice to transfer was one that was required by BSCC. It wasn't that you sort of imagined that we make this transfer, and yet I think we've seen when youth have been transferred from facility to facility, disruptions happen. And so just knowing that we are sort of doing a realignment with an overall global plan and who's going to which facilities, being mindful of how we do that with the least impact and focus on safety for our youth and our staff is incredibly important. How have you seen staffing at BJN, recognizing now that there are essentially two facilities operating on the same campus?
Yeah, I just want to, just a brief correction, the transfer requirement was not from BSCC, but the local court.
Thank you. Okay. Yes.
So before the youth were transferred, there had already been the transfer of staff from Kilpatrick to Nydorf. And so the number of staff that had already been transferred to that facility exceeded the required number of staff for the young people that were moved from Los Padrinos to Nydorf. I say that because, one thing is the reality of the number of staff versus folks' experience. So despite the fact that there were more staff assigned than youth that were added, that doesn't mean that staff still don't feel on any given day that they're short-staffed from a personal perspective. They're on a unit. They would like to have additional staff. That's not been remedied. That continues to be the general sentiment of the folks that we have working at the facilities. But sort of from a management perspective, and we're just taking a look at the numbers of folks assigned, we actually exceeded the number of young people that were transferred there.
I'm clear that we are making sure that we are assigning the right number of people based on these transfers and the number of young people who are there. I'm trying to get clarity. I know an issue of call-outs has been highlighted for an extended period of time. And so are people actually showing up to those assignments, or are we continuing to face significant challenges that we have seen in the past?
Yeah, there is no good news there. The reality is that the call-outs on specific weekends or in relationship to events continue to be at an unacceptable level. I haven't seen it tied to the movement between facilities to this point, but sort of the general deficit in being able to predict what staff show, that continues. And this was a particularly terrible weekend. This weekend in particular, Los Padrinos, the number of folks that either called out or no-shows was particularly high. So I haven't seen it tied to the movement, because if you think of it, the population of Los Padrinos has gone down. So that should incentivize staff to feel more comfortable to report to that location, and yet that's precisely the opposite of what happened this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's important to highlight that because that is also a component of safety. Staff has expressed concerns around safety, and yet if there are significant numbers of call-outs, to your point, it's not just perception, it's reality that there aren't enough people, but it's not because they weren't assigned there, it's because they're just not showing up to work. And I think that's a deep concern that I have. I know my colleagues have expressed concern around that.
And I'm sorry, if I could just clarify something there, because I don't want to give folks the misperception that that meant that we didn't meet our staffing requirements.
I understand.
Okay.
I don't, and I know that with the call-outs, we do everything that we can to make sure that facilities get additional staffing in the face of that. But we need partners in that. We need people who want to show up to do the job that keeps our young people safe and cared for. And that's not something that we've been consistently experiencing, which contributes to the problem. And I think I'm particularly frustrated by it because we did a lot of work over the past couple of years to stabilize the environment at BJN and make sure that the youth who were there prior to this, this LP change were actually getting more services, were getting sort of in a queue for making progress in their own personal development and what they're contending with as it relates to their charges and everything else. And so now, you know, this disruption, including when people, you know, don't show up to work to make sure our young people are getting what has been so hard worked for at BJN prior to this is a challenge. When Barry J last had this many young people, it eventually reached a point where it was shut down by BSCC as unsuitable. So what have we done to make sure that isn't the same outcome we experience now?
Yeah, no, so, and I should mention that the Board of State and Community Corrections continues to conduct inspections at all our facilities, whether their facilities are approved by them or not. So they have not either slowed down or abandoned that mission to be present and supervise what's happening. We've seen no indication that there's a return at this point to prior circumstances at Nydorf. A lot has changed. There's new leadership at the location. There's new safety equipment. There's new policies. There's new classifications that are working there. A lot has changed. There are different vendors that are working there. None of that negates the fact that we're all on high alert because this isn't an area where we can slide back. And we know that many of the improvements were able to take place because the population was lower. When you have less kids over more space, you're able to provide better care. It's just easier. It gets complicated as a place is more populated, even if you have more staff. So I think it's a significantly different place because of all those, but we continue to be extraordinarily alert with every additional young person that we take there, that we don't slide back. I will say that this isn't a first phase. I've gotten a lot of questions on what we expect the population to continue ballooning. This phase is complete. We think this is close to what the population there will be with the addition of this juvenile hall. So it's not that this was step one and then we expect another 30 or another 60. That's not what we're expecting. This should be the number more or less that we're managing there. So we hope that it stabilizes where it is. We continue to keep a close eye. We do have folks that are consultants that are assisting the current management there. And so we're just very alert that the gains that have been made aren't lost.
As it relates to Kilpatrick, do you have a sense of when we might hear whether that location has been approved?
I don't. I believe they're there now, conducting at least a portion of the inspections, and I really wouldn't be able to guess when the BSCC will either approve or give us additional recommendations. We know that sort of our goalpost is really the depopulation plan, and the next hearing with respect to the depopulation plan. Part of it is to be swift in order to provide relief for Los Padrinos. So my hope is that that comes within the next few weeks.
So as it relates to depopulation, what are you actually doing to make that happen? Because I know we're not changing intake processes, so what are we doing to effectively achieve more depopulation at this point?
Yeah, so the depopulation, which encompasses both the movement to the other locations, so it's a depopulation of Los Padrinos, not necessarily the system overall. But while this has been taking place, there have been other efforts, some of them at the direction of this board, such as to significantly increase the space available as SYTF step-downs. So earlier in the fiscal year, we were able to execute, and I don't remember if it was doubling or tripling the number of SYTF community beds, doubling those beds. they seem small, but if you add 10 or 20 beds, that's sort of an area that you can depopulate. And then even with respect to Los Padrinos and the intake, we've never stopped looking at the intake process. The tool that's validated that has been used is something in which there have been conversations with both DOJ and internal working committees to make sure that there isn't something lost there that could be done better. That's ongoing. There was a new director that was placed as part of the intake process who partnered with POC chair, for example, to take a look at those processes. And so we're looking for any area where, even if minimal, we could be a little bit more efficient. If I were to tell you that we're able to bring down the placement of a youth so that they're in Los Padrinos for 3 weeks instead of 5, you know, it's not a single solution that's going to take the population down, but if there's 5 kids that leave for placement 2 weeks earlier, plus there's SYTF additional beds that can be considered by the court, it's all of these small things that we're doing that hopefully, in addition to the other depopulation strategies, have an impact.
One cause for concern that I continue to raise is the issue of the OC spray. When we last talked about it here, you had said that Kilpatrick was going to be an opportunity for us to sort of hit the reset and not bring it into the facilities. They didn't have the cleansing stations for when, you know, when it is deployed. And yet I heard at a recent POC meeting a suggestion that you are actually going to have it on that site. So what are we doing to make sure it doesn't come into the facility so we actually honor the directive around OC spray?
And I thought I had done such a wonderful job at the POC meeting, but no, maybe something was lost in translation. What I said was in a commitment to the fact that this is a new facility with a new population, that it is an opportunity to follow this board's direction to not have OC spray from the very beginning as one of the tools that is on our officers inside the facility. Oh, I tried an extra step in transparency, which is in an abundance of caution and which is likely proper at any of our detention facilities. I indicated that in all likelihood, I would approve for there to be OC in an armory. And I think maybe it requires a little bit more explanation, which is essentially, we're not deploying to be used as part of the de-escalation process, but given the location and the fact that we still have to make sure for the protection of the kids in the facility that in the event of an emergency, that there's an additional tool in an armory not deployed, that I would approve for it to be there. And so I think that's where it got a little confusing and folks thought, well, that means that I'm gonna give pepper spray to someone versus have it locked up for the event of an emergency. Sort of two different, does that make a little bit more sense or?
I mean, I understand from a law enforcement perspective, you see it as a de-escalation tool. I think this board has articulated, we don't see it that way. We don't want it to be part of the toolbox that you use. And so I guess because we continue to have the conversation around this, you know, is it unrealistic for us to, I mean, we have a facility that currently doesn't have it and doesn't have facilities to address its use, period.
Yeah.
And it sounds like we're contemplating having it on the campus when it doesn't, and when it's currently not there. And so, I mean, it seems very easy for us to make this choice at this stage to just not bring it there. And so I understand that you want to have tools that de-escalate, but is it unrealistic for us to say that that's just going to be taken out of the toolbox at this point? Because I think the board has asked in so many different ways, and you know, it's incredibly frustrating as an understatement to sort of express, you know, what is going on with that tool as it relates to our young people.
I completely understand. Not as a de-escalation tool. If that's the word that I used earlier, I'm saying precisely the opposite. That these tools can be utilized for two different things. One of them is to be utilized on the body of an officer or available to deal with whatever behavior occurs within the facility. We're not doing that. We're committed to not doing that. The other is I'm responsible for external perimeter security, especially in a remote location. And sometimes we've made bad decisions on having tools to keep perimeter safety by the way, not just from folks going out, but from going in. And I can come up with a whole host of possible scenarios where you would want that, even from things coming in versus out. So I want to reiterate that the commitment is to go into the facility with no officer having the expectation that when they confront youth's behavior or that there is a fight inside, they're going to have to deal with it like they do in other camps where there's no OC. And perhaps it's excessive for me to even talk about sort of how we're going to do perimeter security.
Yeah. I think that's a challenge, to say the least. I guess I'll just say finally, as we're looking at what is before us in terms of both court proceedings and the request by the Attorney General to consider receivership, we have taken a variety of steps in this department to create different outcomes. And I think that as that conversation plays out, clearly understanding what will be done differently under someone else's stewardship, whomever that might be, I think is a critical component to how the county succeeds in actually delivering services for our young people. And so I know that as we all move forward, being clear about the steps that we have taken already, because from my vantage point, the youth that are currently in our care and our custody deserve better treatment today. Not, the idea of receivership, future facilities, all kinds of things take extended periods of time. And in the meantime, we have young people who need help now. And the thing that makes the difference, in my opinion, faster and on a short term is the quality of care that they receive and who shows up for them. And I'm concerned that the probation staff are not showing up for them. I'm concerned that that continues to be a challenge because that is the quickest way we can change the reality for our young people is the people with whom they interact. And so there's the probation staff component, but I will also say, who else are we bringing into these facilities and how do we make sure that there are people on those campuses to allow for LACO, to allow for our, credible messengers and DYD programs. And so to those who are entrusted with providing those services, how are we doing from your vantage point, and what more do you think needs to be done in the immediate while we contend with these longer term issues? Because I think we can talk about global plans, we talk about it a lot, but in the meantime, it is the immediate care of our young people that needs to change. Go ahead.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. David Carroll, Department of Youth Development. Well, what I would say bright light, I've heard some wonderful feedback about our program, our partnership with Second Call, assisting young people in traveling from units to school and back. And I've heard it from folks from probation, as well as other community members, LACO. So that seems to be one thing that is a bright light. And I see the Second Call folks at Los Padrinos, every time I'm there, they wear very bright green shirts, so they're pretty obvious to see. So that seems to be something that's helping. We have been working with the credible messengers to help prepare the young people as they are moved, or if it's assumed that that population is going to be moved, and to try to have credible messengers, and to have credible messengers at the new facility when they arrive. There are some challenges in introducing young people to new credible messengers, right? And we are addressing that as a team and trying to provide the CBOs with a transition period, right? So if the young person has been housed in one facility, they're used to seeing the same person every day, and then they get moved somewhere else where we've got a different provider, the young people have expressed a disappointment that they don't have the same credible messenger that they once had. Combined with that, we just completed a solicitation. As you remember, most of our agreements were through delegated authority. So now we've identified populations and locations that each CBO will work with. While it has streamlined, exactly who's going to be where from a tracking purpose and not having 2 or 3 credible messengers in the same building, it does create that challenge again of the continuity of care for the young people. So we've got credible messengers identified for girls and gender expansive youth, and then broken into either predispo or post-adjudicated populations. Those are two separate organizations. Same thing for the boys, the same thing for the developmentally disabled population, and we've actually expanded into the East camps where we did not have a presence in the past. So
that's perspective or actually happening now?
The East camps is in the process. We just are signing the contracts with those new providers, so it'll be starting very, very soon. The other organizations were organizations that were already providing services, and we just kind of focused them on certain populations. But again, we are providing transition time for them to, warm handoff the young person, but still have some touch points available to maintain those relationships.
And I assume the experience that you're trying to create isn't something that you can actually manifest with the people who are already in those facilities.
One more time, I'm not 100% clear.
The staff who are already in the facilities, I understand are probation staff largely. I assume what you're trying to accomplish with the Credible Messenger program is not something that can be accomplished with our probation staff.
In some cases, it's a wonderful relationship, and I think it's a case-by-case basis. I don't want to say the person's name, but just at Los Virginos last week, I spent probably a half hour talking to one of the folks there that is a huge ally to DYD, and there are a number of folks that way. There's also a population who view us as a replacement or as a threat as opposed to a partner. So it's really a kind of a tough call, but we certainly are continuing to try to strengthen those relationships, working with probation leadership to assist us in that, and obviously trying to continue to just build trust.
I think it's helpful to highlight that because we've heard critique that, just as you say, that this is something that is perceived as a threat. What your department is doing is perceived as a threat to people who are already in our facilities, when in reality there may be some people who are up to what you're trying to achieve in terms of the experience for our young people. But there are a lot of people who are not and who are resistant to it. And in the absence of people who are showing up for our young people to provide those services, you're trying to bring in a service that they need in order to be appropriately supported at this time. So I really appreciate you making that distinction. From an education or health space, is there anything that has been missed from the conversation? And then that's my last question.
Thank you. I think for us what's really important is we're doing our best to ensure that students are able and ready to learn. So in order for that to happen, we need to make sure that we're assessing their readiness, that they're mentally and emotionally healthy, that they feel safe, that they have an understanding of what's happening, where they're going to go, if they're going to go somewhere. They're hearing things, but we are working with probation to try to get the information so we can help students to understand when they may be moved and who will be moved and how we will be prepared to do everything possible to ensure that they have the same teachers and some of the same relationships that they've developed with their counselors so that we can try to make that happen. I think it's also working with the parents and helping parents to understand when that may happen, what that's going to look like, so that they feel confident that wherever their student is moved to, that their understanding of what the process is going to be and how they're able to support them as well. Some of the other things that we're really trying to do is to ensure other activities, at least within the school day, that we can include. So, for example, we're increasing our arts and music programs. We brought in a drum line. We brought in art teachers. We've brought in more physical education, and the students really love it. Again, anytime there's an issue with the shortage in staffing that prevents students being able to access those services is a challenge. And I know that probation has done a lot and has improved significantly in terms of making sure that staffing is there. If they don't have, if somebody calls out, they're making sure that someone else is there to be able to transport the students. Also just making sure students come to school, when I say ready to learn, that they're dressed appropriately, that they've had their breakfast, that they're fully dressed. We've worked really hard to implement uniforms at Los Padrinos, so students feel a sense like they're at school. And making sure that, as much as possible that they're not deregulated, that they're not coming in because something happened in the living units, during the weekend or earlier in the morning, doing our best to make sure that they have supports that way. So I think, like I said, having extra activities, making sure that they're aware of what they, giving them as much information as we have as to what's going to happen in the future. We're also working on a specialized curriculum for girls as we're waiting for the girls to go to Kilpatrick, because we think we can have something really unique and responsive to the needs of the girls. So we're excited about that, and we're excited to work with probation and all our other partners to make sure that we're well prepared for when the girls do arrive.
Thank you so much. And Barbara Ferrer, Department of Public Health. We've been working hard with probation. Since June, we've increased staff at a variety of the sites. And now as we're moving people to new sites, we're working very closely to make sure that we're going to have capacity at the new sites as well. I mean, we do all our work through our provider organizations. So it's really, I want to also extend my thanks and appreciation to them for their flexibility. Our new MOU should get signed by October or November, but even without the signing of it, we've increased the footprint for staff in response to the needs, and we'll continue doing that. So it's a technicality on sort of council review on why this isn't signed, but it has not stopped the expansion of services. So pretty much at all the sites we were at, we've increased staff already, and then we'll be moving some new staff into some of the sites that haven't opened yet as well.
I know the concerns around overdose continue, and so I want to make sure that, and substance use generally, and so I'm glad to hear that you're increasing staff availability so that way the supports that our young people need are actually going to be present. We need more of that. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. David, I just wanted to follow up a little bit about the credible messengers sort of being able to almost transfer with, their current clients in a way. And I brought that up to you, I think, earlier, that in certain units at Los Padrinos, Hoops for Justice, it was just so meaningful and helpful. And I think that was a concern when some of the men got transferred to Barry J. was, could Hoops for Justice also be allowed to work over there? What's the status of that?
I would say not specifically for Hoops for Justice, but obviously we're in contact with them. I see those folks all the time whenever I visit the facility and other spaces. We are working with probation and probation staff as we identify providers that are contracted already with probation, whether or not that contract will be extended to the new facility, or if it's something that DYD can potentially.
Well, again, how long is that going to take to figure that out, do you think?
We tend to move pretty quickly in county terms, but we are certainly, so much of it is contingent on the move
years?
And the, some of the other things that are a little bit out of our control.
Yeah.
But we certainly are willing to move.
Yeah. I think the overall lesson, whether it was the fights that happened right after the move, moving is incredibly disruptive. And we've always said that. I've always felt like changing facilities is not necessarily going to help things. We're now in a situation where we've sort of been ordered to do it, but it's terribly disruptive. The time that I'm there, I can see the relationships that are formed with staff and with the credible messengers is so important to the young men that I know over there, just in their daily, ability to grow and, work towards, a better outcome. So I'm hopeful that probation will really look to see whether or not these contracts can be moved around from facilities. I really think it's important. And I don't know how, like, their Hoops for Justice, for instance, I don't know how their staffing works, whether that's not even feasible, but I do know that the relationships are really important that they've formed, and I think they're worth preserving, in my opinion. So I'm hopeful that we can kind of figure that out, and if it's just I don't know, is it a new contract? Is it an extension of a contract? Is it just something that you can allow to have to happen in your authority, Guillermo? I don't know. I would just advocate for it.
So Supervisor, I'll reach out to our program director and get more information for you in terms of the status of the particular contract that you're looking into. But each of our program director as well as our contract manager is using all authority that the chief has been given by this board to expedite and transfer all existing contracts. But the provider also has to have the capacity as well as the ability to provide that service in that new location. And so we've been hosting contractor meetings, talking with them about how to express their interest if they want to transfer or not. And so I have to find out from the results of that type of study that our staff has done where that particular contract is.
Okay, thank you. And speaking of programming, again, this whole process is going to be disruptive for a long time. But in terms of programming, I still think we sort of started in a deficit with not enough programming, and I'm afraid that we're still there. There's a particular program that came to my attention that was sort of a vocational opportunity for those at Barry J. as it related to, I think it was a Santa Monica vendor that did barbering, and I was under, again, there's a lot of sides to a lot of stories, but I was told that it was kind of on track to happen, and then the program director put the kibosh on it for some reason. And again, I anything we can do to increase programming, even in a time when it feels transitional, or we're not really sure how this is all going to end up. I just think more programming is always better. And if you could look into that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll do. I've seen the communication between your staff and my staff, and I'll make sure I follow up on it.
Okay, thank you. And Guillermo, I saw where you launched a pilot in July where newly graduated recruits were to go from the academy right to on-the-job training to apply their new skills. And I think one of the goals of that pilot was to help staff retention. And just wondering, on that measure with staff retention, do you feel like it was successful? Was this a slide that I didn't read?
No, we don't have the results yet. It's in an effort to not lose candidates, we've been hosting extraordinarily small academies. And so, for example,
so you don't feel like there's been enough to actually?
No, I mean, we're talking about maybe 10, 8, 9, 10 people. So it's not enough yet to be able to definitively say.
So based on that, are you going to continue that?
Oh, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we know that it's a best practice to have an on-site mentoring field training program. That's going to continue. As a matter of fact, in all likelihood, it'll expand to make sure that we're covering all of the cognate areas that they need. So it started as a pilot, but it's as a pilot to determine what the program should consist of. But in terms of my and probation's commitment to just have this as a permanent part of our training, we're committed to it. The question is, should it be 3 weeks? Should it be 5 weeks?
It seems like a good idea. My last thing I was going to ask was about Pine Grove, particularly on the referrals, because one of Judge Espinosa's orders was for predisposition youth at Los Padrinos to be pre-screened for Pine Grove. But I've heard that this isn't always happening and that the youth have to wait until they get disposition to SYTF to be screened. And I didn't know if you had an update on that challenge.
We've still been wholly unsuccessful with respect to Pine Grove, and it's not due to lack of effort. We did a one-time screening of everybody at LP that was predispositioned to provide that information for court consideration. To my knowledge, none of those resulted in been sort of a change to the system and then a referral to Pine Grove. And so we haven't had an ongoing screening since we haven't changed the system to where they're eligible from that point.
So you disagree that they've had to wait until they get dispositioned to SYTF before they get screened?
Well, I mean, it's not that it's our position, it's that Pine Grove doesn't take them until they have.
But pre-screened, I think that's what the judge had ordered, was pre-screening while they're pre-dispo.
Yeah, but I think, I want to make sure I understand your question. If we have if we have an ongoing pre-screening of every predisposition youth at LP for purposes of whether they're going to go to Pine Grove, we've not continued that. We did it one time. We'll do it if a judge asks. So far, none of them have resulted in sort of a test case.
Was it your understanding that Judge Espinoza wanted you to pre-screen all the youth at LP, or just those that might have shown some interest?
Oh, no, not that have shown interest. It was essentially a population.
Everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, now, that was the initial component.
Yeah, that seems a little over.
Yeah, that was the initial component. I think that, because these are ongoing conversations, it was further refined to, and this is where it gets a little tricky, folks that we think are predisposition youth that are SYTF track.
Right.
Right?
Right.
That's, you know, if there's any bright part in this, is that with this new utilization of Nydorf Juvenile Hall, they're going to be in the place where we have the presentations for Pine Grove and we can do the screening. So those are the 37 that we have there now. I don't think it would be particularly useful to do pre-screenings on youth that have not been identified for SYTF in predisposition phase. It should essentially, we've identified them, that's how they end up moving to this new campus in Nydorf, and then in all likelihood, expanding to that group would makes the most sense. But you know, it's still the challenge that we haven't seen any, again, we're making an assumption that if we do this,
True.
at some point,
I know,
somebody
I agree. I mean, there's a lot of pieces to that puzzle of Pine Grove. I still really believe Pine Grove offers a wonderful alternative.
I agree.
And it's part of why we fight and write letters to judges to allow the young people to finish their sentence in juvenile so that they can have that potential opportunity. And there's a lot of pieces to it, but I know the pre-screening seemed to be one of them, and everything always takes so long, and you just want to make sure that you have it all. I think part of it is you just want to make sure for when they go to their transfer hearings, they have everything on their side to say if, in fact, the judge would agree to that, they're ready to be. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But I would just like to emphasize that option as much as we can.
I'll go back after the supervisor, and I think that I'm going to double check that my thinking makes sense, that the SYTF juvenile hall track would be a great additional screening location. I mean, step. I'm still incredibly frustrated that we have not been able to figure out what is happening that is unique to this county when, after all of the efforts to have Pine Grove folks come down, to have actors visit them, to have multiple presentations that none of our youth have volunteered, or so there's something we still haven't. It's like a puzzle that we haven't been able to.
I know, because I've tried to break down barriers, as you know, because they were going to prohibit our young people who ever had childhood asthma from qualifying. I was like, well, you just disqualified all of LA County, because every Black and brown child we know grows up around some form of pollution and emission and bad air and childhood respiratory illnesses. So they were basically disqualifying all of our young people. So we fought against that and got that changed. And then we have to work, I remember working really hard with our county health department over one young person who the DAs tried to claim that he, was using an inhaler, and we had to get And thank you to Christina Galley, who, got her folks looking at his health records and realized, well, no, that was for a panic attack. So, the DAs are bent on putting these young people in prison. And we have to make sure, that's why pre-screening or just making sure and making sure their health records are reflective of what's actually going on in their lives. I mean, just giving them every possible chance we can give them to give them an alternative to prison, in my opinion. So, thank you.
Understood.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Couldn't agree with you more on that last point, Supervisor Hahn, which is why we have continued to ask the question of you and the DA in terms of making sure that kids that don't need to be there aren't. Lots of good questions from my colleagues. Thank you. Just a couple of areas I wanted to follow up on. First, Mr. Carroll, I've been consistently asking you, about the bed count, and that, stemmed from the advocates and I think Supervisor Solis' motion asking that the gender-expansive youth and girls, not be in restrictive environments. And, the notion that we hear from the advocates is that there's a place for them, just release them. And so if you could tell me when you expect the final bed count report to be completed. But I also want to just clarify, when I talk about a bed count, my point is not just any old bed. We certainly have learned through all of the bed presentations that every bed isn't created equal. Everybody has a unique need. So I want to make sure that it is a bed in a placement that the bench will refer our kids to. Otherwise, it's a completely moot point. So as you're doing your bed count, are you clear that these are with contractors, that the bench has sent some signal that they're willing to send our kids to?
That is an area that I would view as a recent bright spot. As you know, we did that kind of comprehensive, just what beds are available. And then we gradually narrowed that to organizations that truly wanted to serve under 18 youth that had the appropriate wraparound services, et cetera. Since then, we have been visiting no less than 40 different locations. My team was at a location today, as a matter of fact, looking at a potential property for girls and gender-expansive youth. The probation has joined those conversations. The Ending Girls Incarceration movement, they've been at the last 2 or 3 large meetings, as well as some of the site visits. There are currently 3 girls that are staying in a facility instead of in one of the camps or halls that is partially funded through DYD. So we're excited that the idea of a safe healing center has begun, although not in its totality as its own location. We've also recently funded 4 different organizations to assist them. Each one had their own unique needs, but either with property identification or with licensing, helping them to hire the attorneys and the other folks that they need to obtain the proper license to serve under 18-year-old young people. So we are getting closer and closer every day. We do have, and I believe I provided the most recent analysis that we had, which was a narrower number than that. I think it was 158 beds at one point, and that we've narrowed that down to organizations that today have, a number of beds. It's a much smaller number. I don't have it in front of me, but I know I've provided, but I can get it to you. I've got it on my computer in just the other room. But that work is advancing rapidly. We're working, again, with probation, OYCR at the state level, a number of community-based organizations. The Defense Bar is participating in those meetings, as well as having conversations with the bench. So we're really excited about those opportunities. Quickly, our reentry program, which is called RAY, Reentry Action for Youth, the bench, as well as the defense attorneys, have been utilizing that program, and at least 3 young people have been referred to RAY instead of maintaining in a facility. So, in custody in a facility. So that program is offering some opportunities for young people to go home also. So it's a lot of good stuff going on. Again, it's small numbers, especially with so few girls and gender-expansive youth in the system overall, but there is positive movement.
I appreciate that, and you'll get us the new number. Absolutely. That'll be very helpful, because I think I had heard about the 158, but now that you've talked about narrowing it, I'd like to know that number. Thank you very much. Quick question for the department dealing with field staffing, and I'm clear that field staffing services haven't always, at least, been perceived by some as having met the critical needs of people on probation. But I am curious about how unmet needs are being identified as people transition out of the field, and are people who express service needs being referred to case management, or what are we doing?
Yeah, I think one of the greatest concerns has been with the really being left with no option than to prioritize the kids that we have in our care that are detained, and knowing that there's no other source from where to pull peace officers that are qualified to do this, as state regulation mandates, that because those, and we've tried a variety of ways to do this, from the least intrusive to field services to where we've landed today. I think it's important to remind folks that this has been a journey. It's not that I arrived on scene and I don't believe in field services and I've said everyone's going to work in a juvenile hall. Nothing could be further from the truth. Right. Quite the contrary. We've tried a whole series of ways to do this through voluntary overtime, through selection of folks for limited duration, through creating classifications that can cover duties that were prior used. So, and yet, the problem has persisted to the point that in order to meet our, in good faith, care for these kids, it's going to require every officer that we have.
I'm clear.
But we've not stopped our services to the field. And in fact, and I think I've mentioned this publicly on only one occasion, really the services to adults in the field has continued at a relatively high rate because of the dedication of our officers who feel a personal commitment to their jobs and have been working overtime and volunteering back to the job they were moved from. So if folks would really understand the commitment that that takes, you have been moved from the place that you want, but you still believe in your job so much that on your off days you do overtime to do that. Because of that, by and large, many of the services have continued. We've not closed offices to services. We've not closed being able to do referrals. None of that has stopped. But we are essentially at a breaking point now where folks have been exhausted, folks are burnt out, and in order for us to continue doing this, we're going to have to prioritize and say, we cannot continue field services at the same rate. We just don't have the folks. And that's where sort of the MOUs with the chiefs of police come in. That's where the continuing to figure out how we can use non-sworn staff to cover some of the non-peace officer work. That's why we had the creation of probation assistants, because much of the work of taking a referral, making sure that that person is able to go to the appointment, much of that can be done by folks that have great skill set that are not. And we're sort of in that major transition point where we're just going to have to double down on finding more folks that can join our team that can do the non-peace officer function, because we can't create more probation officers. I don't know how else to incentivize all of our probation officers to show up to work. So that means that we're all going to have to go, barring the bare essential number to continue the mandatory court reports, violation reports, et cetera. But as of today, we've not closed operations. But we are sort of on the precipice of some major changes.
That's helpful to hear, because I don't know that I've ever heard that element, that you've got people who are really, because of their commitment to field services, continuing that work. So that was helpful to hear. Thank you. And I'm clear that that's not sustainable over time. None of this is. You've made that clear as well. So thank you for that update. Dr. Gerardo, You know, this board spends a lot of time talking about programming, and I agree that's really important. But I also am clear about, for those who, you know, do come to you for core education, them being able to be in the classroom is equally, if not more so, important than programming. So I wanted to talk to you about the suspension rate. I remember learning about this. It was brought to me by some advocacy organization when I was in the legislature, and just kind of being stunned. How are you in the hall and you get suspended from school in the hall? Like, really? And so I have seen some stats, as you talked about, you know, the kind of extracurricular kind of stuff you've added to your programming. I do want to talk about kids who are suspended who don't get to take advantage of any of that. And I just saw some stats from the 24 school year that are pretty alarming in terms of the percentages and the numbers of kids, students with disabilities, suspended at least one day at Barry J, 34%, 28% of African American students at least one day, 28% Latino students suspended, about a 7% increase from the previous year. The numbers are higher at Page, Afrobah and Page. So can you talk to me about what some of the top reasons were for the suspensions? Have you identified really any trends to help hopefully reduce the overall suspension rate, and particularly the disparities?
Well, I want to start off by saying that the suspension rates are unacceptable. I was really alarmed when I saw the most recent data, and I've asked the same type of questions that you've asked. There are different reasons when students are suspended. Sometimes it's because of the teacher, sometimes it's the administrator, sometimes it's probation. There are different reasons when a student is suspended. You know, we want students in school, in the classroom, learning as much as possible. So I've talked to my team about really improving our positive behavior intervention support, getting down to the underlying reasons why students are misbehaving. There's also been some concerns of teachers feeling that it's an unsafe environment, and them feeling, their response to me is they don't feel safe. So when a student, you know, stands up or throws something at them, or they feel that they're under attack, they're asking for suspensions. We all need to come together to address this because it simply is unacceptable. Students need to be in the classroom. So we're training, bringing our teams together, doing more on positive behavior interventions and support, sending more counselors out to understand what some of the underlying causes are for the misbehavior. But again, you know, when there are situations where students are in the living units or unable to come to school, or things happen on the weekends, or there's not enough staff, that's what students do. They act out, they misbehave, and so we need to do everything possible to work together to make sure that we have the supports in place to keep them in the classroom, and that's what we're working at. I was very disappointed when I saw that data.
I'd really be curious. I don't know the process, but if it's a form, a checkoff box, if a teacher has to, you know, give a reason, if it's up to the discretion of the teacher, because we know when we look not only at classrooms in institutions, but classrooms across the board, depending upon what the teacher looks like versus what the child looks like, it's, you know, the disparity is real about how people interpret behavior. That while one can be perceived as, you know, sassy, that can be interpreted as aggressive by someone else. I certainly have lived that my 61 years on the planet. So is there a criteria that teachers have to document to justify a suspension? Or is it up to their discretion?
No, there are specific things that they need to look for when they're requiring a suspension.
Okay.
And I can get you exactly what that is. And it's absolutely true. Even in our traditional high schools, we see disparities in suspension rates and how discipline is practiced. But that's why we're really going deep in training teachers in terms of doing everything possible to de-escalate, have better classroom management, working with probation. So there are a lot of adults in the classroom, sometimes almost more adults than students. So, it's my expectation that the adults in the room should be able to manage the classroom and the behavior. But there are some times when something triggers a student and they become violent, or they become, where it becomes a situation where the teacher feels that the safety in the classroom is jeopardized.
Got it. I would appreciate seeing the list, and also just the high number of suspension rates among students with disabilities.
Oh, I was going to say also looking at, whether or not the behavior is related to the student's disability, which is not supposed to happen. So those are some of the trainings that we're having, but I'll be happy to get back to you with that data.
I appreciate that. As we look at the population increase, I'm wondering how you're managing the student-teacher ratio. And what is the current student-teacher ratio at Barry J? And do you anticipate making adjustments so it continues to be a ratio that's helpful and appropriate?
Supervisor, you must have read my mind, because I was just having a conversation with the chief about this. We have, per our we have agreements with our union partners on what the ratio, teacher to student ratios, and that's 12 to 1. And so one of the challenges that we're facing actually is classroom size. As we're going through depopulation and movement, is that classroom sizes are becoming very small. Sometimes you have 6 students in a classroom. So, for us, that means that we don't have enough teachers to teach in the classroom, and we, use substitutes as a last resort. We really don't like having substitutes. We want that regular teacher that has a relationship with the student. So I was just talking to the chief about the need to consolidate as we're making these changes, and even when there's still, the ones left behind, that we can't sustain, a classroom of 6 students because our teacher to student ratio is 12 to 1.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, and would really very much like to follow up with you to get a sense of the causes for the suspensions and that whole piece. I think that's really important that we track very closely, and that you're tracking closely and able to communicate to us what those reasons are, and that we're all looking at potential trends that aren't good ones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. A lot of good questions by my colleagues, and actually a lot of good information too that isn't in the report that we glean from this. And I think those are good conversations, because people are watching every meeting that we have, and every statement, every cue that this board gives is reported, and we're being either criticized or there's radio silence. I would hope that they get a sense that there are efforts underway to try to make these improvements, but we always have to do better. So to our chief, I know this is an ongoing thing for you. I'm hoping to hear more progress in terms of recruitment. I know our HR director's here, but it is late. And the reporting that I'm seeing gives me hope. Briefly, if we could, that's in the handouts here, right? Just kind of summarize it. It seems as though we may be making a turn here, and I'm not sure if it's all due to recruitment or the bonuses or what, what we're looking at in terms of getting new people into the DPO 1, DPO 2, and how some of the folks that are currently on our payroll want to transition into some of these higher paying positions, and we're kind of setting the bar there. So anything you want to share with us on that?
Yes, Supervisor Lisa Garrett, Director of Personnel. I can say that the department has been doing a stellar job at recruitment. It takes a lot of candidates in order to get a button seat, as I call it. And so the DPO 1 position was opened up in November, and as a result of that, we've had over 400 applicants to the position. Some of those are right now going through background, some are going through medical, and we anticipate a significant number actually ending up in the academy. You heard that some of the academy is trickling through right now, but as more of the candidates get through the process, I do believe those numbers are going to be significant. But in addition to the DPO1 position, probation and DHR have been working in order to bring on also safety security officers to make sure that there are people who can control the perimeter of the organization. Also, City Guard was one of the contractors that were helping with that. So I can say that we are diligently working on recruitment, so much so that we're going to, us and also the department, to college campuses, having various open forums within the community in order to bring in people to the organization. Social media has lit up with publicizing these jobs, billboards, a host of things have been doing for recruitment purposes, and we believe that is going to render some great results.
Good. I'm excited about that. So, Chief, what's your take on all this? Are you feeling comfortable?
No, I don't want to breathe quite yet because of the attrition rate. I know that I know the DHR is doing the right thing. I know that they're pulling on all the levers available to us. And I think some of what we see is, in addition to recruitment, we had to get the right classifications, right? And that was a long process, and so that we're starting to see part of that. But we still need many more recruits. We need many larger academies.
How many staff? What's the number? What do we really need? What do we need?
Oh, if we take a,
What do we need today?
I can tell you. I don't want to lose you if I give you the vacancy numbers, because that's certainly not what we're even considering recruiting for. But you know, our vacancy numbers have been in excess of 1,000. We know that that would be impossible to try to replace that.
That's been over years.
That's been over years.
Right.
But if we were to say, for us to be comfortable and not be facing some of these challenges, we really need to be, you know, the 400 to 600 would be ideal. We have no way of believing we can get there. That's why the continued push. So when you get 400 applicants, of those 400 applicants all the way through, that may net you, I don't even want to guess. What's our percentage?
For the turnover rate, percentage is almost 50%. And this is why the chief's new program regarding having someone to partner with and hold hands with the new individuals that are coming in, I think that is going to render
Plus
some
the timing.
results.
I mean, the application process, we've heard a lot of frustration. It takes too damn long. So what have we done to expedite that? If anything, I'm sorry, I'm using my...
No, I don't want to, I don't, I lived, I understand this board's emphasis on shortening the process. I would also like, that's just part of hiring law enforcement officers, and we're not off of the norm of just what it takes. It's a frustrating, especially frustrating to applicants.
Right.
Retention is important, and continuing to get numbers in of folks that want to be a probation officer in LA County, that's the key to me. I know that we'll be healthy when we have folks that they're not coming to probation because they've been rejected from other agencies and this is all that's left. That it's the contrary, that we're pulling laterals and we're pulling people because they want to be part of what we're doing here.
Right.
When we get there, I know those numbers will change.
But I also understand our population has dramatically decreased, okay? So I mean, you're gonna have to come back and kind of share that methodology too, I think at some point, because, you know, you have 1,000 vacancies, okay, but our population, our youth population is down by so much. So, you know, realistically, we gotta think about hard and heavy what we're doing here and increasing the quality of the staff at all levels. So I'm even, you know, I'm thinking even administrators and, you know, whoever it is, the mindset is changing. And that to me is the urgency, really, because it's not just the total numbers that we need to stack up, because you're competing with everybody right now, any other law enforcement, even Metro. We're just popping up our own public safety group there, and they're going to be competing with you and the sheriff and LAPD and God knows who else, and ICE. Hello, they're giving what, $50,000 bonuses, and we're giving how much bonuses?
Well, if there's anybody listening that's interested in joining law enforcement,
We
clearly,
don't want all those people.
clearly we're the premier agency. They need to look no further. But part of it, this is about, you know, folks. This isn't a job. People come to these jobs because they believe in the mission. They plan on being us for a very long time, and that we can offer something such as additional training, promotion, so that they can stay with us. We haven't been clear on that message. And part of the message has been folks have been unclear whether we will exist. Folks have been unclear on whether there will be positions for them to promote into, whether there will be opportunities for education. So I know it's not on this slide or this presentation, but the different type of training, the fact that we have positions now that value the fact that you have a master's degree in behavioral science, the fact that we're working with local community colleges so that you could have bachelor's completion programs, I believe those are the things that are going to matter, so that when folks make a commitment to come to us, they're making a commitment to come to us and stay with us for the next 30 years. It's not just a stepping stone to somewhere else.
It's not the typical probation officer, because now we're asking them to do a lot more, to be mentors, to be actually counselors, and actually understand how to deal with the students and their needs, and the fact that some have more acuity based on whatever, you know, that is on the scale. And it's really a different holistic approach. And I think even for our providers, even for folks that have traditionally been providing services, that also has to change. Because I'm not going to forget that time I went to Los Padrinos, and I went into that one classroom. You had one teacher, you had maybe 12 kids all fired up about electronics and math and calculus and robotics. And I thought, where the hell am I? Look at this, in one classroom. And that teacher there, I forget his or her name, but just was so inspiring to the they're not kids, they're students. And some were already applying to go to higher education and college. Those are the stories that we should be talking about, professing, and sharing at every camp and every hall. That we need to be making sure that there's a standard, and that's the minimum. That's the minimum. Some of those kids, they were already on their AA and already getting college credit for 4-year. I don't think enough of our students there even know that that's a viability for them. I'm speaking out of my, you know, just from my own experience, but those kinds of things can be messaged, not just by our outside messengers, but by our staff, by our current staff. And they have to be empowered to do that, because otherwise we're not going anywhere with these young people. And I know their parents are feeling just as bad, because they don't want them to be in that downward spiral. Because the parents are also down, because they're saying, why is my young 14 or 15, 16-year-old have this life or no life? Because there's nothing there, and no one is helping to incentivize even the parent to tell them that there are opportunities and options, and talking to them in their language, you know, and to people that look like them and understand their culture. So, you know, I'm sorry, I'm like, it's been a long day.
Well, thank you. Thank you for sharing that story. And I'll just take 30 seconds on this, which is, as I think folks know, I'm not an apologist for staff, and there's no room to further harm those that have been entrusted to us. But, you know, the department and I have missed the mark in that often because it's important, I will highlight how staff don't show up and what we're doing in terms of internal affairs. But they're also entitled, as the job has become more sophisticated, to know that we provide them with the skills and the support to be successful.
Good.
And I don't speak of that enough, but we do have programs to that end. And I think, you know, in the coming year, you'll see more of those come to the forefront, which essentially, you're not alone. We're going to provide you the tools that you need to enable to do this.
But Guillermo, I don't expect you to do it. That's why you have lieutenants. That's why you have other staff. Those are the people that you picked, and maybe some were and some weren't, but that's where you have to then place that responsibility on them. So I'm not here to attack you in any way. It's not about that. It's like, hey, there's got to be a holistic approach. It's got to be a team approach. And if there really is no buy-in on the team, then we got holes, and that hole isn't going to be repaired in a year or two. And I certainly don't have time to waste. I don't want to. I have another year, and I want to see some good progress being made. So I'm hopeful that we can get there. And I thank you all for being here this afternoon and the questions that my members, Horvath, Supervisor Horvath.
I just want to, since you got to that point, I couldn't resist the opportunity to once again state, I mean, based on the staff that we have in our ranks today, I feel like, and the number of young people who are entrusted to our custody, I think we're something at like, if we could staff our young people 2 to 1 and still have people who are already in our ranks. So I want to be very clear. I understand that we are cultivating a department that addresses a culture that we are trying to shift to, and certainly shift away from a department that costs us $2 2/3 billion in liability settlement. And more. I appreciate that we are doing things differently, and we need to continue to do things differently, but that doesn't help people today. And the best thing that we can do to help people today is have people who are showing up for them, showing up for our young people, who are trained properly, who care about our young people, who care to get involved in their lives and take care of them. And if we don't have probation department staff who are going to do it because they're going to call out in numbers that are completely unacceptable, in my opinion, then we have to get them from somewhere. And this board is fighting to have options and alternatives. We're working with our Department of Youth Development, as was highlighted here, to bring in the kind of people who want to come in and do this work. And they're fighting it up in Sacramento for us to have that opportunity as well. We want these people in our ranks. This isn't a union versus non-union issue. This is a who wants to show up and do this work issue. And I really firmly believe that I can't leave this conversation without mentioning that, because it's not as if we're, we have a shoestring staff. We do have a lot of people on staff. We also have to make sure we have the right people to care for our young people. And for the people who are showing up, they deserve to have people show up for them too. And so if their own colleagues aren't going to show up for them, then we have to find people elsewhere. And that's unfortunate, but these are the circumstances we're facing. It's not for lack of trying. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Well, I think Supervisor Mitchell got inspired to ask a question there. I'm not helping myself.
Actually, it's my memory that came back. And to Supervisor Horvath's point, we have heard from you repeatedly that yes, you may have the numbers, but there's also a good number of them that HR can validate who can't work, who are on some form of leave. So that we've all, also said we've got to scrub the numbers to figure out what the real number is and how we help those people do whatever, get better, come back, leave, I don't know what. We heard in the LAIR presentation earlier on the budget trailer bill, one of the 17 that passed in the last few hours of the legislative session. It was a pretty big amount that we heard that went to probation, because it caught my attention. Okay, you are frowning, so okay, so I would just my question was gonna be what those resources were for. And, okay.
Yeah, we'll follow up with Larry to get that information. And
Thank you.
Get that over here. But that was good news to hear.
Right.
A lot of money is being allocated
like $30 million. It was a double-digit number that was striking. I see the CEOs looking back to the presentation, so I was just curious if you knew.
Yeah.
If not, if we could find out.
Yeah, no, and I know it's the second time I've done this, but I don't want anyone to get hopeful. There were some changes in the formulas in different areas, and so we'll come back to you, but CPOC has a pretty good analysis in which where you may see an increase in one area, there have been significant decreases in another, so we don't necessarily on the net come.
It may not be a net.
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Oh, yeah.
The funding was $31.8 million annually for probation from the Community Corrections Performance Incentives Program. Is that what
Yeah, so that's our SB 678 program that already funds core. So
Okay,
that's
so
not
that's
a
a different-
change.
different
That's not a
change.
change or
Okay.
additional money.
So we'll have to work with probation and get you the answer, yeah.
That's the answer. It's not a net. It is funding. It's not a loss.
No.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you. Thank you for finding that.
Well, thank you all, to the panel and to my colleagues for this very hefty discussion here. And seeing no other questions from the board, then let's go to public comment. And thank you. You don't need to sit there, so we'll release you guys.
Will the following individual please come forward and staff will assist you? Helen Eggenberg. As a final reminder for remote participants, to be placed in the speaking queue to address item 40, if you have not already done so, use the raise hand feature on your device or press star 3 on your telephone now. Paloma Serna, your line is open. Please begin.
My name is Paloma Serna. I'm the mother of Elisa Serna, who died November 11, 2019 at one of the county jails in San Diego. I am with Saving Lives in Custody, California, and Orange County Equity and Justice Coalition. This update talks about incident-free transfers and hiring campaign, but says nothing but the real issues. Kids are still unsafe. 37 people have already died in custody, in county custody this year, and the same culture of neglect runs through probation. One glaring example is the continued use of OC spray on youth. No matter how probation tries to justify it, spraying children with chemical is state-sanctioned abuse. It re-traumatizes already vulnerable kids and proves that this facility remains unsafe. OC spray is not a neutral tool. It can worsen medical conditions, include panic, respiratory distress, or worse, especially among youth who are already vulnerable due to mental health issues, trauma, substance abuse, and mental illness. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Elder Watson Diggs. I think that Sedgwick, the insurance company that's used for industrial accidents, needs to be rehauled and reinvestigated. There are many people that could probably get back to work if Sedgwick would actually, be more proactive. It was said earlier that no offices or facilities have closed, but I believe I heard that there were 2 field offices that are slated for closure at the end of this month, if I'm not mistaken. Lastly, I believe if all the board members and the chief do a video, put it, memorialize it, and show how they support the deputies and officers and the clerical staff of the probation department, you might be able to recruit people, because the common belief is you're spending money to DYD to do pretty much the same thing without education. And not to shame DYD, but let's keep a symmetric approach. And I just believe that you might be able to get people.
Thank you.
People that are home.
Caller with phone number 818-355, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
This is Sir Bailey, Altadena District. I forgot what district. Thank you. We're going to be opposing this plan. It is, like Supervisor Mitchell said, unsustainable. It's unsustainable, and officers aren't coming in. 30 years? People get trained to be 30 years. Our goal is that this whole thing is done with. No prison industrial complex where they can't breathe. The brown and the black kids, they can't breathe because of the industrial pollution, and then go into these facilities and have all these other medications and drugs that are given to them when the community is here to heal. Disappointed about suspensions. We understand that the suspensions happen inside and outside. What's the justification? The prison industrial complex. These youth prisons feed the adult prisons. Oh, and man, to compare the bonuses to ICE bonuses, like if we give them more bonuses,
Thank you.
We need ICE.
Caller with phone number 818-531, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Charles. Yes, so I've heard the board speak today, and in the board motion, I hear that pepper spray is not a valuable item for officers to use. It is somewhat like asking an officer, a police officer in the field, to be able to go into the field in 2025 without a firearm. We have these offenders that are incarcerated there are violent offenders, many of them, and have been placed there based on the fact of the judge's ruling. That is one aspect. The other aspect is that we need to address the violence that goes on within the facilities due to the lack of the proper officers that are needed to be able to quell these types of situations. I'm clear.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board. Remote participation for item 4E is now concluded. We will go to our in-person speaker. Please begin.
Is it on? Okay. Good afternoon, Helen Eigenberg. I just have to express the disappointment that I have felt that probation has been taken off the agenda for the last 4 to 6 weeks. It has left everybody in the dark. No one knows what's happening. It is not good. You know, everyone keeps punting. We're waiting now. BSCC is punting. You all punt. We're waiting for the receivership. And Judge Espinoza is punting. Meanwhile, let us never forget that every night, each one of us goes home to our safe home and our bed, and those kids are sitting in Los Padrinos, where, let me tell you, pepper spray is used on a fairly regular basis. So this has just got to stop. It's mind-blowing to me. And so the other thing that I also just want to bring up is 200 people were called out sick over the weekend. How are these kids being taken care of? And everyone sat here, and it was a very jovial atmosphere here today, and it was really hard to listen to because kids are suffering, and it's our fault. And the last thing I want to say is ICE is hitting the courthouses. What's
Madam Chair and
doing?
members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. This report will be received and filed.
Without objection, that will be the order. Now, EO will go over to general.
Public comment.
Yes.
Okay.
Public comment.
We will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not on items on the meeting agenda. For members of the public joining us remotely to comment on this item, please use the raise hand feature or press *3. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take remote speakers. Will the following individuals please come forward, and staff will assist you. Julie Mercarian, Sheila Richardson, Tia Motti, L. Saberg, Steve Hill. Sarah Johnson, your line is open. Please begin.
Johnson, District 1. I urge you to restore free COVID, PCR, and antigen testing. Testing is central to public health and personal agency, and it's how we know our status and qualify for treatment and protect each other. We just heard someone say that 200 staff members of a county facility called out sick. That is COVID. You have been in a room all day wearing no masks at a time when 1 in 21 people in California have COVID. You will leave here having been exposed to COVID, statistically speaking. The 51 health kiosks can't support 10 million residents. Most people don't even know about them, and they don't offer masks, so they're not effective harm reduction. We need free, accessible, and abundant PCR and antigen testing again throughout Los Angeles County. Protect yourself and others. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 323-863, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
I'm following up on an ongoing formal complaint and follow-up email I sent this morning at 10:15 titled Metro Accountability Follow-Up. Please check your inbox. Supervisor Barger's office and her transportation deputy Dave Perry have ignored me for months while simple fixable transit issues continue to pile up. If I can advocate for one thing today, Metro's transit info and quote-unquote passenger relations phone lines need to be dissolved and replaced with a 24-hour helpline that actually helps riders. Right now, transit info tells you how you got stranded, then punts you to the quote-unquote passenger relations who take 10 business years to look into it. Both phone lines close while transit is still running. Even my apartment building has a 24-hour helpline. After hours maintenance, etc. Metro should too. One agent can easily be trained to share info quickly without checking with the supervisor while you're stranded in extreme heat or rain and write support tickets for the issues they just made you explain. This is not the rider's responsibility.
Thank you.
Metro also...
Caller, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
General comments. Elder Watson Diggs, District 4. The only thing I wanted to add is that I understand that the probation executives and the chief may be too busy, but if the board or the county could actually take an investigative look, assessment, and evaluate the individuals who are off work and see who could actually do their job remotely, I'm sure it would save taxpayers a lot of money, and it would save facilities from having to be closed or offices, or save individuals from not being supervised. It's not, I understand they have a lot. You mentioned something about lieutenant. I don't think the probation department has lieutenants, but whoever can help, I think that would be much beneficial for everyone. That's it. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Caller with phone number 562-323, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Hello, hi, this is Mayra Langarica, and the reason why I'm calling is because I wanted to speak on how the police officers, they go around cleaning up supposedly the trash or the homeless encampments, but really what they're doing is they're harming the homeless people, not really helping out the situation and taking away their necessities, like blankets and food, and we have to start all over again every day. You guys, or them, they're the ones who are making the homeless people crazy. And when they go, all the trash that you guys see out there, that you claim it as a homeless trash, really it's from dumpster diving. It's the rich people's trash that just gets moved location, you know. But it's not fair that the way that we get put down by everybody else, or the rich people. And now, right now that I'm going through crisis, and I'm trying to, save my dog's life, and I've been...
Thank you. Caller with phone number 818-355, your line is open. Please state your name and begin.
Sir, again in Altadena, just reminding to keep everyone abreasted and be working to make sure that Measure J is honored. We understand the mishap, the goal. Justice shall return into righteousness, and the upright will follow it. And then that's Los Angeles. We can continue to set an example by funding community-first care initiatives all around the board. DYD, credible messengers, ought to be making sure that the probation knows that it's a short-lived life. They have to switch over. We have to do something different. We have to do it different. And thank you. Thank you for working to do it different.
Thank you. Paul Hennessy, your line is open. Please begin.
Hi, just general public comment. Once again, calling on the board to provide funding for additional COVID PCR tests. We need a much higher volume, not just at the vending machines, but also pop-up tents as well. Obviously, people going to work sick is something that we don't want, and the over-the-counter tests are unreliable. They don't always catch every variant, and they also cost. So we need the restoration of free PCR tests, easy, accessible, free for the public. It's raging right now. It is linked to long-term damage like brain damage, organ damage, cardiovascular issues, cancers, and the like. So a well-informed public is a safer one. Let's keep ourselves safe, especially now with such a high volume of COVID cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers to address the board in public comment. We will now go to our in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Steve Hill. I'm a United States Marine Corps veteran. I'm also a retired correctional peace officer in the state of California. I worked at 2 different maximum security prisons. And Charlie Kirk's statement, no one should ever be asked to sacrifice their life for expressing their First Amendment rights. Nor do I think anyone should be arrested, have their weapons confiscated, and taken to jail like a criminal for expressing their First Amendment rights. That's what happened to me at a Catherine Barger event in the Antelope Valley, where Alex Villanueva was present. It's been 3.5 years. I haven't had any due process, not able to get into a courtroom under any circumstances. I'm going to be running for office the next election cycle. There are going to be...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I want my guns back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We have to go to our next speaker. Thank you so much.
Sir,
Please.
you're now being disruptive. We
Thank
need to
you.
move to the next speaker. Thank you.
Next speaker. Thank you.
I want you to reconsider exposing this.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Greetings, Board of Supervisors. My name is Sheila Richardson, Exclusive Systems. I am the CEO and President of Exclusive Systems. I am formerly classification of Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors as Supervisor Staff Assistant 2. I am also Commissioner with the City of Carson. I have listened and waited, and I used to do the agendas for these meetings, and I know how lengthy they can be. But this one was worth coming to and waiting. What you just indicated with the Department of Mental Health, I think is wonderful. It needs to be addressed, and there needs to be better people working in those departments. And when I say that, I can speak highly from myself because I am a victim of a claim that this entity has the responsibility to do the audit. I have requested that you do the audit. I want the audit to be done. I requested that you stop and not send any payments to MSI or to Stephanie or to BT.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, supervisors. It is an honor and a risk to speak before you today. My name is Elle Siebert, and I am here with PSA campaign Got Long COVID. Today, I urge the board not only to restore but expand access to PCR COVID testing for LA residents, but first, my why. As a 30-year-old woman with long COVID and COVID-triggered ME/CFS, I learned firsthand how life-changing a viral infection can be. I went from making 6 figures for the first time to using my neuroscience degree to deliver food with Uber. 1 in 21 Californians is infected with COVID. That's 500,000 Angelenos currently infected, 51 kiosks, 10,000 currently infected people per kiosk. There are not 10,000 tests in each kiosk, I assure you. Mobile testing pods are cost-effective, equitable, and life-saving. They also carry symbolic power, a visible sign that this county acknowledges long COVID and is taking action to prevent new cases of disability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
To Sarah Mahan, I just wanted to say that I wanted to get my voucher reinstated, or maybe if someone who's willing to allow me to send the emails of all of the threads that I've spoke to them about how the housing navigators kept changing every other week. This is all on record that you'll be able to see that the housing navigators who was supposed to offer me support was changing every other week. They never gave me my paperwork until March or April, and then the guy just swindled me out of my Section 8 voucher. And if somebody has to do something about this, because my stuff is at that man's house. He sat my stuff outside on the porch, and now that's like an illegal eviction. I have a signed lease with them, and he's told, so that he can prevent himself from getting penalized, he told Section 8 that I refused the house. I have 6 children. I have a baby that I'm breastfeeding still, and it's a lot going on. My kids are in school. Again, my son is an amazing artist, Kojo, the artist on Instagram. Please check that out so you can see that my children deserve to have a safe place to go, and for them to not to just swindle us in this way. And somebody needs to look at these emails of all of the stuff that I have on record, video.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Can I just get some clarification? Several hours ago, we asked you to meet with staff. Have you talked to some staff?
I did, but they said that they are at a different level. They said that the city, that's a city voucher, so they can't really do anything about
Okay. 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 Because that's City of LA and this is LA County. Not if it's a city voucher, no. So if someone could go back and explain to her the difference between those vouchers, because I appreciate that your back's against the wall, and I don't want you to sit here all day if the county isn't the place where you can get some help. So if someone could go, if somebody could go have a conversation, let's make sure you understand fully. We may not be able to meet your need, but I want to make sure that at least you understand, okay? If someone, even on my team or somebody, could go explain where we are and what the process is to get apply for a county voucher because it is two separate levels of government, okay? So somebody's going to come talk to you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Markarian with the Apartment Owners Association of California. First, I'd like to inform you that I have over 200 letters to the Board of Supervisors from housing providers that we no longer want rent freezes. I'm not sure of how many small landlords you are aware of that provide housing in LA County. It's thousands. Supervisor Hawley, you often claim you care about the small housing providers, but you consistently vote against us on every issue. We represent over 20,000 housing providers. Why are we not contacted regarding rent freezes, rent control, moratoriums on evictions? How much more do you want housing providers to shoulder? What's enough for you? Is it taking every unit off the market? Is it foreclosure?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Helen Eigenberg. I'm assuming it's on everyone's radar, but I'm worried about ICE showing up. And they were at the courthouses last week. They were at East LA and Compton that I'm aware of. And they actually grabbed two at one of the LRPs. So I don't know what probation's rules and what they're going to do, but I think it needs to be talked about because I'm concerned about families going to visit on weekends and ICE being there. So I just want to make sure it's on everyone's radar. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our time for general public comment.
Okay, thank you, EO. We are going now to move on to adjournments, right? So members, we'll start with District 3, 4, 5, 1, and 2.
Thank you very much. I have one adjournment today. I would move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Joan Seidel. It's with deep respect and sadness we remember her, a longtime Beverly Hills Rotarian, dedicated public servant, and community leader who passed away on September 9th, 2025 at the age of 92. Born in Chicago and raised in Seagate, New York, Joan moved to Los Angeles to complete her studies at UCLA. She began her career as a middle school teacher and counselor, later embarking on a distinguished 55-year career in finance. She rose to become president of Morton Seidel and Company in 1993 and continued to serve clients as part of the Morton Seidel Century City Advisor Group of Ameriprise until the end of her life. A resident of Beverly Hills since 1957, Joan was deeply committed to the community she called home. She served for 11 years as city treasurer, where she safeguarded the city's finances with wisdom and integrity. In recognition of her service in philanthropy, she was honored as Citizen of the Year in 1993 by the Beverly Hills Chamber of Commerce. As a longtime member of Rotary, Joan embodied Rotary's ideals of service above self, contributing to countless civic initiatives and strengthening community life in Beverly Hills. She also devoted her time and leadership to organizations across Los Angeles, including the American Technion Society, where she served as president and chair and received an honorary doctorate in 2012, the Los Angeles Philharmonic, Los Angeles Opera, Music Center Blue Ribbon, California Science Center, Hebrew Union College, and many others. She was equally committed to Beverly Hills schools, serving as an active PTSA volunteer, while her sons attended Beverly Vista and Beverly Hills High School. Joan is remembered as a devoted wife to her late husband of 63 years, Arnold, a loving mother to David and Craig, and a proud grandmother to Danny, Tommy, and Ronnie. Her extraordinary life of leadership, service, and generosity leaves an indelible mark on Beverly Hills and the greater Los Angeles community. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Janice Cruikshank. Jan was the mother of the Honorable John Cruikshank, former mayor and council member from the city of Rancho Palos Verdes, who passed away at the age of 96. His mother was a lifelong advocate for her community In the 1960s, while living in Westchester, she organized neighbors and founded the Watchful Eye to fight for protections for families impacted by airport noise from LAX, helping to change relocation laws to safeguard homeowners. After moving to El Segundo, she continued her service as a PTA president, co-founder of the El Segundo Education Foundation, and member of the El Segundo School Board, where she served 9 years, including 2 as president. She later served a term on the El Segundo City Council, founded Reach Out Against Drugs to educate youth, and worked tirelessly to support local veterans through El Segundo Cares. Jan's life is a reminder that one person, through persistence and heart, can make lasting change. I honor her legacy of civic engagement and extend my deepest condolences to John and the entire Cruikshank family. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Robert Park Jr., who was a resident of Palos Verdes Estates. Bob served in the U.S. Army from 1968 to 1972, where he distinguished himself as a captain, helicopter pilot, and field artillery officer. His commitment and bravery earned him several commendations, including the Distinguished Flying Cross, 37 Combat Air Medals, 2 Army Commendation Medals, and the Bronze Star. After leaving the service, Bob worked in human resources for corporations like Hughes Aircraft Company, where he served as VP of HR. Bob was an active member of his community, serving on the Board of Trustees for the Palos Verdes Library District, of which he was president in 2023. His legacy of service extended to organizations such as Daedalians, Children's Dental Center, Junior Achievement of Southern California, Hughes Retiree Association, the Palos Verdes Golf Club Scholarship Foundation, and the Peninsula Friends of the Library. Bob was a man of deep faith who loved his family, golf, and USC football. Bob is survived by his wife of 56 years, Sharon, his children, Christ, Greg, and Alex, and 2 grandchildren. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I ask today that when we adjourn in the memory of Catherine Wooten. Mrs. Wooten was born on November 16, 1965, and passed away September 6 at the very young age of 59, following a courageous battle with cancer. She was a lifelong member of the Watts community and a pillar of strength, resilience, and compassion. Following the unimaginable loss of 2 of her children, Brandon and Kiwan Bullard, to gun violence, Mrs. Wooten transformed her grief into action by founding Loving Hands Community Care, Inc., an organization devoted to supporting grieving families, especially mothers, through some of life's most difficult moments. Mrs. Wooten's impact on the community was profound and far-reaching. Through Loving Hands, she provided critical resources, including a monthly grief support group held at the Children's Institute Watts campus. She created an annual Mother's Day luncheon that offered comfort, connection, and healing on a day that is especially difficult for bereaved mothers. What began 18 years ago with just 25 participants has grown into a cherished event serving over 200 mothers annually. Under Mrs. Wooten's leadership, Loving Hands also launched mentorship programs for at-risk youth and organized an annual sibling camping trip to support children coping with grief. Mrs. Wooten was deeply involved with the Mayor's Gang Reduction and Youth Development Program, where she served as a victim advocate and mentored gang intervention workers, furthering her commitment to community healing and violence prevention. She was also a proud member of the inaugural cohort of the UCLA Watts Leadership Institute. In June of 2022, her decades of leadership and advocacy were recognized at the national level when she was invited by former Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti to the White House for the signing of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Mrs. Wooten will be remembered as a tireless advocate for love, peace, compassion, and justice, whose legacy lives on through the countless lives she's touched and the community she uplifted. She leaves behind to cherish her memory, her devoted husband of 25 years, Patrick, 4 children, Ricky, Terrence, Patrick, and Bridget, 14 grandchildren, and a host of extended family and friends, and those who benefited from her tireless advocacy. They will all miss her dearly.
Supervisor Mitchell, may I join you on that one? I served with Kathy when I was on the city council representing Watts, and every initiative you talked about, I worked very closely with her, as well as attended her son's funeral. So she was a real pillar in the Watts community and was able to overcome, as you said, the unimaginable grief of losing 2 of her sons to gun violence, and yet take that grief and turn it into something positive. So I would love to join you on that.
You are more than welcome,
Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn. Thank you. Appreciate that. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Staff Sergeant Dave Comer. Mr. Comer was born on October 6, 1931 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and passed away the 19th of August at the age of 93 here in Los Angeles. On March 28, 1949, Mr. Comer enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. He became part of history as a member of the final platoon of Black Marines trained at the segregated Montford Point camp, making him one of the distinguished original Montford Point Marines. Over the course of more than 2 decades of service, Staff Sergeant Comer served as a helicopter crew chief and mechanic, deploying to China, Japan, Thailand, Vietnam, and the Philippines. He retired from the Marine Corps in 1972 and settled here in Los Angeles, where he continued to serve his fellow veterans as a Veterans Benefits Counselor with the Department of Veterans Affairs for 10 years. He then worked for 12 years as a peer counselor at the West LA Vet Center. His commitment extended to academia, where he lectured in anthropology at the University of Southern California for 4 years, focusing on the cross-cultural effects of Agent Orange. Mr. Comer was appointed to the Veterans Advisory Commission by former Supervisor Kenneth Hahn and went on to serve as chair. He also served in the board of directors of the National Veterans Foundation for more than 20 years. Additionally, he held the position of service director for the American Legion of the LA County Council for 14 years and was a member of the Greater Los Angeles Mental Health Consumer Advisory Council. In recognition of his service and legacy, Mr. Comer was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal in 2012 and was inducted into the Montford Point Marine Association Hall of Fame in 2018. Mr. Comer will be remembered fondly as a courageous and decorated veteran who served his country with honor and distinction. Beyond his military and civic contributions, he will also be remembered as a devoted husband and father. He was, in the words of those who knew him best, quote, a no-nonsense individual who always spoke his mind, end quote. He leaves behind to cherish his memory his beloved wife, Ramona, stepchildren, Erica and Chanel, 6 grandchildren, 8 nieces and nephews, and a host of extended family, friends, and fellow veterans. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't have any adjournments, but I did want to recognize Charles Robert Redford, a native of California, Santa Monica, and I understand that he actually lived in South Los Angeles and grew up around a Latino community. How about that? Oscar award-winning actor, an environmentalist, received the Presidential Medal of Freedom back in 2016, created the Institute of the Sundance Festival, independent filmmaking, and I think as I was growing up, I was very impressed by him and his roles, and just I think all of us might want to be on that, and I'm sorry I didn't, share, but it just came to mind. I said, wait a minute, there's somebody that we all, I think, may have grew up with in one way or another, and somebody who really showcased so much through his own endeavors, the Sundance Festival. I know he featured a lot of Latino minority environmental issues. He pushed the envelope in so many ways, and he did it with grace. So I wanted to say that. Supervisor Horvath.
Yeah, he also was, as you noted, a pillar in our district, but also worked with our V-Day organization as a man who proudly stood to end violence against women and girls, talked about why he joined the campaign 1 Billion Rising to end violence against women and girls, very dedicated advocate and activist, and so
He's a
obviously
feminist.
want to join you in that, and I'm sure we all have been touched by his artistry, his activism, and his commitment to a better world.
Thank you. Okay, very good. With that being said, then all motions will be seconded, and there's no objection to that, then that will be the order. Members, we are not going into closed session, so EO will report out.
Madam Chair, without objections, the board will continue items CS1 through CS6 to October 21st, 2025, and item CS7 for 1 week to September 23rd, 2025.
Okay, very good. I want to thank everyone, our audience, and all our panelists and folks that were here to serve us today. I want to thank everyone again, and with that, our next meeting of the board will be set for Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025 at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all, and muchas gracias. And remember, Hispanic Heritage Month just started, so I want to thank all the departments that came and celebrated at the East LA parade, and those that didn't, show up next year. Thank you. Thank you.